Thank you so much for joining us. KSL's top story on the 5 o'clock report. Primary day continues. Utahns are driving their ballots to drop-off locations all over the state, a state which is guaranteed a new leader. We're closely watching the 4th Congressional District GOP battle to see who faces Ben McAdams, and the 1st District fight to see if Katie Witt's concert gambit paid off. Of course, coronavirus is making this election different and complicated. Let's start with voting locations and ballot drop-offs. Election officials are predicting a big turnout for the primary, and some counties are trying new ways to let people cast their ballots. Your Voice, Your Vote 2020. KSL News Radio's Paul Nelson begins our team's elections coverage.
This is the first year Utah County is trying essentially drive-through voting, where people can get a replacement ballot, pull over, fill it out, then drop it off.
They've been steady, but there haven't been long lines.
Utah County Clerk Auditor Amelia Powers-Gardner says they expect around 100,000 voters to cast their ballots, which is high. But Salt Lake County Clerk Sherry Swenson believes this will be a record year for voting in a primary, but the results won't be very clear right away. Swenson says a new state law lets people mail in their ballots on Election Day.
We will receive a lot more ballots in the mail tomorrow that will be eligible.
Paul Nelson, KSL News Radio.
There are a few Democratic primary races tonight, but this primary day is dominated by Republican candidates. Election coverage continues with KSL News Radio's Lindsay Ertz.
State GOP Chair Derek Brown says with his party's 4 candidates in the race for governor, whoever comes out on top isn't likely to have a majority of the vote.
It's very likely that the winner will not get in the 40 percentile or get a majority at all, but maybe 30 or 35 or something in that range.
He says there are close to 400,000 Republican ballots that need to be counted.
After that many, you'll sort of know if there's a chance that it'll switch and where things are. So we'll be able to call, I would think, a number of races tonight.
But he says that likely isn't the case for the governor's race or other close statewide races. From the KSL Elections Desk, Lindsay Ertz, KSL News Radio.
The national race, Democratic presidential candidate Joe Biden appeared before reporters today in the flesh. He took jabs at the president for his handling of the pandemic. ABC's Lionel Moyes continues our elections coverage.
Former Vice President Joe Biden accusing President Trump of giving the country no direction during the pandemic and wasting time during lockdowns.
We absolutely need a clear message from the very top of our federal government that everyone needs to wear a mask in public, period. They don't make these sacrifices. You can ignore the science.
Biden urging the president to adopt his coronavirus plan, which includes a national mandate on face coverings, testing, and tracing. Lionel Moyes, ABC News.
KSL News Time 5:03. KSL's top national stories. It's a mixed bag when it comes to the future of the U.S. economy. Fed Chair Jerome Powell told lawmakers at the U.S. Capitol hiring is picking up and spending is increasing.
The rise in joblessness has been especially severe for lower wage workers, for women, and for African Americans and Hispanics.
He warns the path forward remains extraordinarily uncertain and will depend on the ability to contain the virus. KSL News Time 5:04. COVID-19 has had a dramatic impact on military recruiting. Some enlistment stations are shutting around the country. Recruiters have to abandon their normal visits to high schools and malls. Instead, they're relying almost exclusively on social media to reach young people. And as that effort builds, Army leaders believe it may evolve into a new system that will allow them to scale back the size and the staffing at enlistment storefronts and reduce the number of recruiters. Coronavirus cases across the country continued to surge today. In California, just days after ordering bars to shut back down, Governor Gavin Newsom is saying there'll be additional announcements tomorrow about more restrictions.
We've got 4th of July weekend coming up. One of the areas of biggest concern as it relates to the spread of COVID-19 in this state remains family gatherings, not just bars.
There are more than 2.6 million confirmed cases across the country. Dr. Anthony Fauci was in front of the Senate today, warning that states are skipping over certain checkpoints. Senator Mitt Romney asked Dr. Fauci and other doctors for clarification on where the safest places are to be right now.
Outdoor better than indoor. Bars, really not good. Really not good. Congregation at a bar inside is bad news. We really got to stop that right now when you have areas that are surging like we see right now.
Dr. Fauci says outdoor family reunions are okay, but wear a mask if you're going to be close to others. He says people need to get out and enjoy themselves or they're going to chafe against restrictions. Coronavirus coverage every 30 minutes on KSL News Radio. KSL News Time 5:05. First look traffic on the 5 o'clock report. We're brought to you by Mountain America, your home for home loans. And here's Ricky Meese.
The 21st South Freeway, it's jammed up at the ramp from northbound I-215's West Belt. That ramp is closed due to a rollover crash, and we have no estimated time as to when it will reopen. It will probably be after the drive home tonight, so 7:30. So you will need to plan an alternate route. We also have a good drive along I-15 in Utah County, but not on northbound I-15 from Kaysville to Hill Air Force Base in Davis. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
Thank you, Ricky. This portion of Jeff Kaplan's Afternoon News is brought to you by Any Hour Services, electrical, plumbing, heating, and air. anyhourservices.com.
This is special election night coverage on Jeff Kaplan's Afternoon News on KSL News Radio.
Republican candidates for governor are making their final pitches, and we're going to bring those pleas for your vote over the coming 90 minutes in alphabetical order. And current Lieutenant Governor Spencer Cox first. He joined Live Mike with Lee Lonsbury this afternoon to say he's uniquely qualified to lead Utah over the next 4 years.
Look, we have helped together with the incredible entrepreneurs and business leaders and employees of the state of Utah to build the greatest economy in the nation and in our state's history, and we're going to do it again. We pull together as Utahns. That's what we do best. I have a unique skill set, having served as a city councilman, a mayor, a county commissioner in the House of Representatives, and as lieutenant governor, and run a private business for 10 years. And those are the skills that we need in our next governor. And I look forward to serving together with the great people of Utah over the next 4 years.
As for what he's learned on the campaign trail,
more than anything, it's just confirmed what I already knew, and that is that we live in an incredible state with amazing people. I'm the first candidate to visit all 248 cities in our state, and everywhere we went, we found people who were giving back and making their communities better. Government was never designed to solve all of our problems. It just wasn't. That's a huge mistake that we've made as a country. But we together as people with volunteer organizations and our faith-based organizations coming together, that's how we solve problems. And that's how we're going to solve the problems we have right now in our state.
We'll bring you comments from former Utah House Speaker Greg Hughes a little later this hour, and from former Utah Governor John Huntsman Jr. after that. And finally, former Utah GOP Chair Thomas Wright, all running for governor today. Today's primary election looks a little bit different than elections in the past, of course, thanks to these mail-in ballots. But how secure is that mail-in ballot? Details from KSL News Radio's Kelly Pierce in this in-depth report.
It's normal to be worried about whether an election's on the up and up, since other states around the country have had issues with mail-in voting. But Weber County Clerk Ricky Hatch says Utah has a lot of safeguards to make sure our voter rolls are current.
When people move and they tell the post office, we can tap into that database, and that gives us a chance to contact the voters. If we don't hear back from them, then they are inactivated.
And that dead people aren't voting.
We make sure that people who have passed away are removed from the list, and we do that by getting updates from the State Department of Vital Statistics, as well as the county clerks looking through the obituaries just to make sure.
They also work with other states to make sure only Utahns are voting in Utah.
And they don't actually share the voter data, but they share it in an encrypted format so that duplicate voters across state lines can be detected, and then they're removed from the appropriate state.
Hatch says one of the strongest ways they make sure your ballot's legitimate is by checking your signature a lot.
Every single signature is compared to signatures that we have on file. We keep up to 5 for the voter. That goes through several levels of review if the initial review failed. And then we notify the voter.
So you can still prove it's you if something goes wrong. Kelly Pierce, KSL News Radio.
I always shake my head when I hear about how they keep dead people from voting. We could see a record turnout of living people today, even though the polls are closed and all the ballots have to be mailed in or dropped off. Inside Sources host Boyd Matheson broke down the numbers on Utah's Morning News.
As of yesterday, the county clerks had said that they have already processed 345,000 ballots, which is about 23% of active voters.
says those numbers already match the total turnout from the primaries in 2012 and 2016. In Idaho, officials say residents may vote in person during elections in August and November, despite the continuing spread of the virus. The Idaho Statesman reports Chief Deputy Secretary of State Chad Houck said Idaho plans to operate standard elections rather than exclusively using absentee ballots. KSL News Time 5:10. Triple Team Traffic now are brought to you by Mounted America, your home for home loans. A bit late. Sorry about that, Ricky. What's going on?
No worries. Well, fire crews are responding to a report of a vehicle fire. This is going to be westbound on I-80, about 5 miles east of Saltair. It's being reported as being on the left shoulder, but it is causing some backups if you're headed westbound going near the Great Salt Lake. Southbound I-15, heavy and slow from downtown to about 2100 south. From there all the way through Bluffdale, you're looking good. The ramp is closed from northbound I-215's west belt to westbound on the 21st South Freeway due to a rollover crash. Michelle?
Well, looking good for drivers on Banketer Highway. Only just minor slowing as you're going around the curve in the Riverton Bluffdale area. If you're headed southbound I-15 in Utah County, seeing good speeds there. A little bit of congestion as you're on Redwood Road. This is in the Saratoga Springs area. Steve?
Northbound 15 running clean and clear, leaving downtown Salt Lake City, but we have those typical slowdowns in Davis County now. At 200 north in Kaysville is where those start, up to 700 south by the base, just past Antelope Drive. A few slowdowns in Sunset as well. Southbound good to go. Highway 89, no problems as you roll up into Davis and Weaver counties. And the West Side Belt, northbound I-215 in good shape. Any hour services, electrical, plumbing, heating, and air is ready to help and continues to take precautions to limit your exposure as Utah reopens. Google Any Hour Services or visit anyhourservices.com. Steve Carlson in the KSL Traffic Center.
Traffic and weather together every 10 minutes on the nines. Kevin Eubank has your hourly forecast on the 5 o'clock report, an hour-by-hour description as we head toward Wednesday.
Thanks a lot, Jeff. As we head through the 5 o'clock hour, we're looking at partly cloudy to mostly sunny skies with temperatures in the upper 60s. We'll stay there right on through 6, 7, and 8 o'clock, mid-60s for 9 and 10 with low 60s for 11 and midnight. Ultimate lows will be in the mid-50s. With your hourly forecast on the 5 o'clock report, I'm Kevin Eubank.
Well, you look at that. We finally cracked 70 degrees. It's 71 in Salt Lake City. KSL News Time 5:13. Police in Provo say a protester shot and wounded a driver on University Avenue last night. KSL News Radio's Mary Richards reports.
There was a Back the Blue rally and a counter-protest happening when police got a call about shots fired and a hit and run at 8:38 p.m. Then they heard there was a shooting victim at the hospital. They say photos and videos show a protester aim at the driver through the passenger window and fire a shot, which hit the driver. He hit the gas to leave. The protester fired again that concealed his gun. They say later the same man broke another car's window with that gun.
Police are asking for more tips or photos or videos to help them with their case. KSL News.
Coronavirus, the Utah response.
It's not the police who are going to enforce wearing face masks in public. It's going to be the Salt Lake County Health Department, and they're doing it through business owners and managers.
So we're asking businesses to enforce the face covering requirement the same way that they enforce other common decency expectations in their places of business, in their establishment.
Spokesman Nicholas Rupp says if businesses don't comply, people can call the health department tip line. Then owners will be getting a visit from officials to educate them about the regulations. KSL News Time 5:14. Trending right now on social media, Kanye West released a new song this afternoon, a protest song. It's called Wash Us in Blood. Why don't I give it a little listen? Here.
Southside let it bang, outside let it rain, rain down on the pain, rain down on the slain, rain down for my mom, rain down on the bomb, shower us with your love, wash us in the blood, drop this for the thugs, know I grew up in the mud, the time is that enough, wash us in the blood.
All right, there's the new song from Kanye West, just in time for your pool party this weekend. KSL News Time 5:15. The three things you need to know this hour. First,
Provo police say a protester shot through the window of a car last night during protests in their city, and the driver was hit, ended up at the hospital. I'm KSL News Radio's Mary Richards.
Second, Utah sees 553 new coronavirus cases today. 4 more Utahns died, 27 more were hospitalized. Third, our biggest traffic trouble spot brought to you by Mountain America, your home for home loans.
Delays westbound on I-80. This is as you're approaching the Great Salt Lake. It's due to a vehicle fire that is on the east side of Salt Air. It's supposedly over to the shoulder, but it's definitely causing some backups. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
Rain this morning, sun this afternoon. I'm Kevin Eubank.
It's 71 degrees. Now, KSL's top national stories.
From ABC News, I'm Daria Albinger. Vice President Pence with a message to Americans about COVID-19.
Wash your hands, practice good hygiene, and wear a mask. Wear a mask whenever your state and local authorities say it's appropriate. So it's always a good idea to wear a mask when social distancing is not possible.
His comment as cases, hospitalizations, and deaths continue to soar in a number of states. Texas reporting more than 6,900 cases today, a new record. Colorado Governor Jared Polis shutting down the bars again.
Our country and the world has not yet figured out, in a pandemic, how to do bars and nightclubs safely. We just haven't.
California Governor Gavin Newsom is expected to announce new restrictions tomorrow, with 6% of residents testing positive.
We've got 4th of July weekend coming up. One of the areas of biggest concern as it relates to the spread of COVID-19 in this state remains family gatherings, not just bars.
The nation's foremost expert on infectious diseases, Dr. Anthony Fauci, telling a Senate hearing today that unless Americans get serious about prevention, which he says includes wearing face coverings, cases could hit 100,000 a day. The White House pushing back on reporting that Russia offered the Taliban bounties to kill U.S. troops in Afghanistan. Press Secretary Kayleigh McEnany insisting the president was never briefed on the matter.
This report makes it more difficult to come to a consensus on this matter to verify intelligence. And number 2, this level of controversy and discord plays directly into the hands of Russia and unfortunately serves their interests.
House Democrats briefed today calling for all of Congress to be briefed on the situation. The governor of Mississippi signing a bill to retire the state flag. Residents will vote on a new design in November. You're listening to ABC News.
Time for the KSL In-Depth.
In-depth election night coverage. Your voice, your vote, 2020 on Jeff Kaplan's Afternoon News.
Well, as we close in on the deadline to cast your ballot, it's becoming clear this Utah gubernatorial race has been the most expensive in state history. Deseret News political reporter Lisa Riley-Roche joins us live. 4 Republican candidates running in the first wide-open gubernatorial race in a generation. So, Lisa, how much did they spend? And we could expect the number has risen because I've certainly seen a lot of TV commercials for these candidates.
More money they had brought in since that last report due through mid-June. And it's almost $250,000.
Okay, so before we get really messy with the numbers, last time around when Governor Herbert won his second term, how much did they spend on that race?
It was really a lot less. It was about $1.5 million from the governor, who's a very strong fundraiser, and less than $1 million for his primary opponent 4 years ago, businessman Jonathan Johnson.
Back of the envelope, that sounds like about a 175% increase between the last campaign and this one. So I have to ask you, what's different?
Well, a lot is different. Herbert was running for re-election 4 years ago. He is not seeking another term after more than a decade in office. So this opened up the governor's seat for the first time since 1992. Every election after that, we've had somebody who was a sitting governor in the running. So what voters are choosing this time is a Republican candidate to take on the Democrat in November. And because it's an open seat, a lot of Republicans step forward, because you've got to remember, Utahns haven't elected a Democrat since, 40 years ago. So a lot of people are seeing this gubernatorial GOP primary as really selecting the next governor of the state.
So who is giving these candidates all this money? Does Utah break down big donors versus small, or do we have the names of the biggest donors?
Sure. There's lots of money coming in. Utah does not have any kind of a limit on how much someone can contribute to a campaign, although they do require that the name of the person and the amount given be reported within 3 days. So you're seeing some big money from, for example, Governor Huntsman's mother. The Huntsman family, obviously, very wealthy. They're contributing to his campaign. Some of the candidates are loaning themselves money. Thomas Wright and former Utah House Speaker Greg Hughes have both put a good bit of money into their campaigns in the form of loans. Some of the money is coming from outside. Lieutenant Governor Spencer Cox received a good bit of money from the National Education Association. The teachers union, UEA, is part of that organization and had endorsed Cox's candidacy. So there's lots of money coming from lots of different sources. And again, it's so competitive because it's an open seat, and it's an open seat in a Republican-dominated state. So a lot of people were interested in running for the primary. Remember, we started with 8 candidates before we got down to these 4 that are on the ballot today. So
$6.2 million spent.
Yes. So we'll see what that money buys in terms of victory today, and how it looks going forward into the general election against the Democrat, who likely will have nowhere near that kind of money.
Deseret News political report.
Democrats.
Sorry, Lisa. Deseret News political reporter Lisa Riley Roach joining us live. You can read her article about the campaign spending at Deseret.com. It's 5:23. Triple Team Traffic now. We're brought to you by Mounted America, your home for home loans. And here's Ricky Meese.
Southbound I-15 in Salt Lake County, delays between downtown and 2100 South. Also a ramp closure due to a crash from northbound on the West Belt to go to the 21st South Freeway. Michelle?
Well, we have delays from a vehicle fire westbound I-80 about 4 miles east of Saltaire on the left shoulder. Steve?
And it's been a wide open drive all afternoon for northbounders traveling I-15 downtown into Davis County. Got delays from Layton up to Hill Air Force Base. Steve Carlson in the KSL Traffic Center.
Let's check the 7-day forecast now. Here's Kevin Eubank.
Thanks a lot, Jeff. We started the day with cloudy skies and scattered rain, but this afternoon, the sun has popped out and it's going to start to warm up. Tonight, mostly clear and 54. Mostly sunny, 87 on our Wednesday, 89 on Thursday, back to the 90s on Friday. And we'll stay in the low 90s right on through the 4th of July weekend. Low to mid 90s and sunshine for early next week. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Kevin Eubank.
71 degrees. You've been listening to the 5 o'clock report, brought to you by Any Hour Services, electrical, plumbing, heating, and air. AnyHourServices.com. KSL News Time, 5:24.
This is Derek Miller speaking on business. When it comes to adapting, innovating, and overcoming throughout the coronavirus pandemic, PepsiCo is leading by example. With us today is Scott West, PepsiCo's General Manager for Utah.
Through COVID-19, PepsiCo has continued its focus on customers, employees, and the community, recognizing that this is no time for business as usual. Our approach has been to emphasize lifetime values, looking for ways to protect those we serve. For example, we have expanded the scope of the traditional personal protective equipment we provide our employees to include temperature checks, face shields, masks, hand sanitizer, and gloves. We have charged our employees to act as owners, to listen to our customers, to look for ways to meet their needs,
rightfully yours. Ultimately, it could cost you tens of thousands of dollars, possibly more. Learn how you could get the most out of your Social Security benefits on Retirement Solutions Radio this Saturday afternoon at 3 on KSL News Radio.
Nick Wyatt here, filling in for just a moment while Jeff Kaplan takes a quick break ahead of our election night coverage. And we're watching Utah's Money on KSL News Radio. The CEO of Popeye's Chicken's parent company says that oh-so-special chicken sandwich has changed their business forever. Jose Sill tells CNBC that sandwich brought in tons of customers foaming at the mouth, and most important, there were new customers among them sticking around to try other items on the menu. KSL drives, bad news for Utah drivers. A new Insurify study says Utah drivers are in 9th place on the list for most accidents. Fortunately, that same report shows our rates of DUI and reckless driving are below the national average. Hospitality workers in Las Vegas and Reno are suing 3 big casino companies over unsafe work conditions. Unions representing the 60,000 workers say the casinos aren't doing enough to protect them from COVID-19. On Wall Street, the Dow gained 217 points to close at 25,812. The S&P 500 added 47 points. The Nasdaq picked up 184. KSL News Time, 527.
It's the seldom few who make the all-important decision to serve, willing to place themselves in front of a force that wants nothing more than to take your privilege, rights, and life away. To those magnificent few, we say thank you. But then what? Who takes care of them? Who takes care of their families? It is said the strength behind our servicemen and women is their loved ones. In Utah, there's one such organization that believes if you're not taking care of the family, you're not taking care of the veteran. That organization is Operation Bald Eagle, a Utah-based not-for-profit organization caring not just for Utah veterans, but their families as well. To find out more about Operation Bald Eagle and how you can help, visit OperationBaldEagle.org. They served us. Now it's time to serve them. Visit OperationBaldEagle.org.
A powerful threat calls for a greater response.
Not tomorrow. Not in a few years. But right now.
Some battles must be faced together. Cancer fighters stand up to cancer every day, and you can be part of this battle too.
Donate $25 or more and you'll receive 10 American Airlines Advantage miles for every dollar you give. Visit standuptocancer.org/American Airlines to learn more.
Together, we can save lives. Stand Up to Cancer is a division of EIF.
KSL News Time is 529. Triple Team Traffic brought to you by Mountain America, your home for home loans, and Ricky Meese is in the KSL Traffic Center.
We do have a ramp closure due to a crash transitioning from the West Belt going northbound to westbound on the 201 and delays southbound I-15 downtown to 2100 south. Michelle?
Well, again, we have delays from a vehicle fire westbound I-80 about 4 miles east of Saltaire on the left shoulder. Steve?
And we have wide open speeds right now at the speed limit. Northbounders traveling I-15, you're good to go into Davis County. Delays Layton to Hiller for space. Did you know that Diamond Rental can service and repair your construction equipment? Everything from skid steers to chop saws and forklifts to generators, they can service and repair at a Diamond Rental near you. Steve Carlson in the KSL Traffic Center.
Traffic and weather together every 10 minutes on the 9s. Here's Kevin Eubank in the KSL Weather Center.
We started the day with scattered showers, but this afternoon, plenty of sunshine around. Still a few storms hanging up around the northern end of the Great Salt Lake. Now, tonight, skies will go mostly clear with a low of 54, mostly sunny and 87 on Wednesday, 89 sunny Thursday, back to the 90s on Friday, and low 90s stick around through the holiday weekend. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Kevin Eubank.
You're listening to Jeff Kaplan's Afternoon News on KSL News Radio 102.7 FM and 1160 AM.
Afternoon, it's 5:30 at KSL News Radio. Jeff Kaplan here. We have scattered clouds, 71 degrees. KSL's top story.
In-depth election night coverage. Your voice, your vote, 2020 on Jeff Kaplan's Afternoon News.
Just 2.5 hours left to vote. This is a historic primary. First of all, because there's no voting booths, and second, because the voter turnout appears to be huge. Boyd Matheson is the host of Inside Sources on KSL News Radio. He's been crunching the numbers in today's primary election, and he's joining me live now. Boyd, we're talking about record-shattering numbers of people voting.
The number of ballots that have been processed by the county clerks, as of early this morning anyway, was over 392,000. So which is about 23% of the total active voters, but way ahead of what we did both in 2018 and 2016. So it does appear that we're going to have a big showing tonight.
All right, thanks a lot. Boyd Matheson will be joining me at 7 o'clock. Full analysis along with Doug Wright as our special election coverage continues into the evening hours here at KSL News Radio. And with just hours left to cast ballots, what are the Republican candidates for governor out doing on primary day? Your Voice, Your Vote 2020. Lindsay Ertz reports from the KSL Elections Desk.
John Huntsman says he's out visiting those mobile voting locations.
We've been going polling place to polling place, joining our volunteers that are outside, appropriately placed 150 feet away.
Each of the four in today's primary for governor. Joining live, Mike with Lee Lonsberry. Spencer Cox says he's working to let people know where to drop their ballots.
There's only so much you can do on the last day. All the hard work has been done, and now it's in voters' hands.
Greg Hughes says he's picking up the phone.
We're calling everyone we know. We're calling conservatives in Utah to get out and vote. We want to earn their support.
So too is Thomas Wright.
We're texting and calling and offering to help people however we can, make sure they get their ballots in. It's exciting to see this record turnout.
From the KSL Elections Desk, Lindsay Ertz, KSL News Radio.
KSL News Time, 5:32.
Utah Fire Watch on KSL News Radio.
The Knowles Fire in Saratoga Springs is nearly 13,000 acres. It's currently 31% contained, and firefighters now say it's human-caused. KSL News Radio's Kelly Pierce has the story.
Firefighters don't know who started it or how they did it, only that it wasn't caused by lightning like they originally thought. And there's another concern. Flooding. The Knowles Fire burned vegetation and roots, the stuff that holds soil in place when it's raining. Councilman Michael McGomber told KSL News Radio's David Dujanovic they've been digging trenches.
We're going to private landowners along the edge and saying, please let us come in on your land and let us dig some trenches. We've already started digging trenches so that if the mud does come, it can be channeled.
The city's also handing out sandbags to folks living on the mountainside to help protect homes in case the weather changes quickly again. Kelly Pierce, KSL News Radio.
A tragic turn for a life flight medic involved in that small plane crash in Centerville. KSL News Radio's Paul Nelson says Intermountain coworkers are looking back on his life after he passed away from his injuries.
Intermountain Life Flight posted a statement on Facebook saying they were saddened to hear about the passing of Jason Sorensen. They called him a terrific and dedicated paramedic and an even better husband, father, friend, colleague, and person. Before he worked for Life Flight, Sorensen worked for the Davis County Sheriff's Office, and Sheriff Kelly Sparks issued a statement saying, quote, Jason was universally loved. He had a huge impact on the lives of many people in Davis County and around the state.
Before he passed, Sorensen had suffered severe burns in the crash. KSL News Time 5:34. KSL's top national stories. The White House press secretary, Kayleigh McEnany, condemned the New York Times today for publishing unverified allegations about intelligence on Russian bounties on U.S. troops in Afghanistan.
So the PDB is a top secret document that is widely disseminated among government. I will never sit here and confirm or deny what is in a top secret document. So I'll leave it at that.
McEnany insisted the president wasn't fully briefed on the intelligence because it hadn't been fully verified by the intelligence community. A New York judge has issued a temporary restraining order on the book written by President Trump's niece. Politico reports the judge issued the block on Mary Trump's book at the request of the president's brother, Robert. His attorneys argued the book violates a prior non-disclosure agreement and calls the content of the book reprehensible. Her attorneys say the book is of great public concern and shouldn't be suppressed for even one day. The book is set to be released July 28th. KSL News Time 5:35. Let's take a look at traffic now. Ricky Meese, can you tell us about trouble spots?
We've had an earlier vehicle fire westbound on I-80. It really was supposed to be out of traffic 4 miles east of Saltaire, but there are backups in the area. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
Thank you, Ricky. KSL News Time 5:35.
Your plumbing, heating, air conditioning, and drains don't stop fouling up just because there's a pandemic. In fact, with more people home all day and all night, makes every day blur's day, and stuff breaks down even more. No worries. Introducing the Whipple Service Champions no-contact service call. We still can't fix it over the phone, so we wear gloves, shoe covers, masks, and ice shields. We sanitize our trucks, tools, and iPad before every call, and maintain the CDC recommended 6-foot distance at all times. With a Whipple certified contactless technician, you don't hand over a credit card or borrow a pen. Pictures and videos for the diagnosis are sent to you via text or email. You review and authorize the work and cost from a safe distance, and on completion, make a payment online. A thumbs up instead of a handshake. Call Whipple Service Champions and get $150 off any repair of $300 or more.
Whipple they come, plumbing troubles all gone.
Call Whipple Service Champions, 801-444-FAST.
Hey, this is Dan, the laptop man from PC Laptops. I know we're going through a lot right now. Many states are quarantining people to their homes so that they have to work remotely. One of the things that's really important is to have a computer that's functioning correctly. One with a good webcam, one that's fast so you can be productive, one that has a good quality screen because you're going to be on this all day remotely. Computer supply has been strained because manufacturing has almost stopped. At PC Laptops, we've secured a limited quantity of laptop and desktop computers that are backed with a lifetime service guarantee. They're available for you right now in limited quantity. The great thing about PC Laptops is this. Once you buy your new computer, if you have any problems or questions, we're here to take care of you. Also, to make it really easy right now, we've arranged with some banks to offer 12-month special financing. Get into PC Laptops right now, because at PC Laptops, we're here for you and we're in this together. PCLaptops.com.
If there was ever a time to live united, it is now. Now is the time to speak with one voice, to build up, not tear down. It's time to join hands and live united against the problems that keep our communities from thriving. United Way fights for the health, education, and financial stability of every person in every community. Will you? Volunteer or donate now at unitedway.org.
People think saving money is hard, but really, it's easy. It's as simple as changing a few spending habits. For free tips on how to save the easy way, check out feedthepig.org. That's feedthepig.org. This message brought to you by the American Institute of CPAs and the Ad Council.
KSL News Time 538. This portion of Jeff Kaplan's afternoon news is brought to you by Any Hour Services. Electrical, plumbing, heating, and air. AnyHourServices.com.
This is special election night coverage on Jeff Kaplan's afternoon news on KSL News Radio.
We're down to the wire, and the Republican candidates for governor are giving their last pitches to voters. We heard earlier from Lieutenant Governor Spencer Cox, and now the final plea from former Utah House Speaker Greg Hughes. He joined Live Mike with Lee Lonsbury this afternoon on KSL to explain what he'd do if he becomes Utah's next governor.
Day one, first hour. I got to tell you that if we haven't opened up this economy, if people have not been able to get back to work, bills come due every 30 days for households, for businesses, overhead, payroll. We got to give this economy a chance. We got to give people a chance. The federal government will not print money to take care of households where your job and economic activity has done it before. So we got to get back to work. And there's no way with the state income tax, how we pay for schools being the state income tax, that if we're not back to work, or we're not, with precautions, by the way. I mean, you have to take precautions, obviously, but we don't have an option here. We got to get our schools open. We got to get these kids back to school. Many did not continue their education online in March when they went home. We've lost year-over-year proficiency, or progress and proficiency. So a lot of things have to get going again. We're a young state by demographics. We're a healthy state. We don't have to look at a single state for their example in New York or Illinois or California to move forward. We can find the solutions as a state. Those are the things I would be focusing on. I'll be talking loudly about them all the while. The other one is we're going to stare at these. I'm going to work with legislative leaders on our the executive orders, these state of emergency powers that we have. Whether it be the governor or a mayor of a county, or county officials, or a mayor of a city would have. We got to define those and make them more prescriptive. I know what the legislative intent was for states of emergency or the health department directives, but I think that this situation we're in right now is not the situations that were intended during the legislative intent. So I'd look to be more prescriptive in that, so that we don't get into a situation like we're in right now.
All right. We've heard from Spencer Cox and we've heard from Greg Hughes. We're going to bring you comments from former Utah Governor John Huntsman Jr. and finally, former Utah GOP Chair Thomas Wright in the hour ahead. KSL News Time 540. We have triple team traffic now. We're brought to you by Mountain America, your home for home loans. The latest on the trip. Here's Ricky Meese.
In the downtown area, we've had an accident called out eastbound I-80 at the I-15 junction. I've not been able to see it. They say it is out of traffic on the shoulder, but you do have heavy and slow traffic southbound I-15 from downtown to about 2100 south. We've also had unusual slowing this afternoon southbound State Street starting just before 45th South to 53rd South, and the ramp closure due to a rollover crash. This is the ramp going from northbound I-215's West Belt to the 21st South Freeway westbound. Michelle?
Well, good news for drivers headed westbound I-80. This is over by the Great Salt Lake. Those earlier delays from that vehicle file have finally cleared. I-15 in Utah County, we're seeing good speeds as you're headed southbound. Just a minor slowing as you're approaching SR 92 Temp Highway. On the flip side, we have a crash. This is northbound off to the right shoulder as you're approaching Pioneer Crossing. Steve?
And heads up for downtown Salt Lake City drivers. Got an auto pedestrian accident just reported 9th South and State Street. Meantime, good speed still as you leave downtown Salt Lake City, northbound I-15 rolling into Davis County with no problems right now. But we have slowdowns, scattered light slowdowns from Kaysville up to Hill Air Force Base. Alta Bank is Utah's largest community bank. Join them each Friday here on KSL for Alta Banking, weekly business talk geared toward elevating your financial future. Steve Carlson in the KSL Traffic Center.
Traffic and weather together every 10 minutes on the nines. Kevin Eubank has the KSL Allergy Report, brought to you by Superior Water and Air.
We started the day with plenty of clouds and scattered rain showers, but this afternoon, skies have cleared out, and we should warm up over the next couple of days, getting back to the 80s and low 90s. Pollen along the Wasatch Front has dropped to the low side for cedar, juniper, grass, and plantain. Looks like it will likely elevate as we head through the holiday. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Kevin Eubank.
And right now in Salt Lake City, we're at 71 degrees. We finally cracked 70. And you're listening to special election night coverage. Boyd Matheson from Inside Sources and the legendary Doug Wright join me 7 o'clock for nonstop primary night coverage. Stay here with KSL News Radio. It's 5:43.
Businesses are starting to bounce back. But what if you could do better than that? What if you could adapt, deliver, and succeed in new ways with new customers? At Comcast Business, we want to help you not just bounce back, but bounce forward. And now, with one of our best offers ever, we're committed to helping you do just that. Get a powerful and reliable solution with Internet, Voice, and Security Edge for only $29.95 a month for 3 months with a 2-year agreement. It'll help you stay ahead with a network you can count on. Stay connected with 24/7 support. And thrive with flexible solutions that work wherever you are. Call 1-800-501-6000 or go online today to find out more. Comcast Business. Offer ends 7/5/2020. Restrictions apply. Limited to new Comcast Business 100 megabits internet, one voice mobility line, and Security Edge customers. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, installation taxes, and fees extra. Subject to change.
We say it all the time, Amanda, but it is time to buy a Honda from your Utah Honda dealers, because right now, for a limited time, you can take advantage of clearance pricing on virtually the entire lineup of 2020 Hondas.
Tim and I would like to save you some money, because we're not kidding when we say clearance pricing. You're not going to get this kind of a deal on a brand new Honda or even a used Honda like you're going to get right now. So get into your Utah Honda dealers.
They probably got a better stock of them right now than they've ever had at this time of year. And let me tell you about the HRV I had a chance to drive thanks to Shane at Stockton 12 Honda. This was the 2019 best SUV brand. And by the way, if you have a teen, it was listed as the best new SUV for teens as well.
And the Honda Passport that I got to drive from Larry H. Miller in Murray, thank you, Scott. The Passport named best in class. It's got so much cargo room, and the hands-free power tailgate, fun to drive. Check out that brand new Passport from your Utah Honda dealers.
Go to UtahHondaDealers.com, because the more you compare, the more you know. It's time to buy a Honda from your Utah Honda dealers.
KSL News Time 5:45. The 3 things you need to know this hour. First,
firefighters are now saying the huge Knowles fire near Saratoga Springs that caused all those evacuations over the weekend was started by someone. I'm KSL News Radio's Kelly Pierce.
Second, Lori Vallow Daybell has now been charged with conspiracy to conceal evidence. The East Idaho News reports the charges come 3 weeks after investigators searched the home of her husband and discovered the remains of her children. Third, our biggest traffic trouble spot. We're brought to you by Mountain America, your home for home loans.
Well, right now I'm looking for a new accident being called out by the scanners southbound I-15 about 2100 south. Haven't found it yet. Keep an eye out for that. Also an auto pedestrian crash with possible injuries downtown. Drivers heads up 9th South and State. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
Sunshine and warm temperatures making a comeback. I'm Kevin Eubank.
It's 71 degrees in Salt Lake City. Now, KSL's top national stories from ABC News.
Vice President Pence says the U.S. is in a much better place as states continue to lift COVID-19 restrictions.
It's not an either or. It's not whether we continue to open up or whether we move in an opposite direction, but rather it's whether we take these prudent measures that will slow the spread.
And with cases, hospitalizations, and deaths on the rise in many states, he's urging Americans to wear face coverings when social distancing isn't possible. With infection rates tripling in recent days, Alabama's extending safer-at-home restrictions until the end of July, but Governor Kay Ivey isn't making masks mandatory.
When you're on the baseball fields or at the lake or the beach or celebrating a birthday, be sure to maintain at least a 6-foot distance.
California, Texas, and Florida all reporting more than 6,000 new cases today. Mississippi residents will vote on a new state flag design in November. The state's governor today signing a bill that retired the current one, which includes the Confederate battle emblem. Daria Albinger, ABC News.
Time for the KSL In-Depth.
In-depth election night coverage. Your voice, your vote, 2020 on Jeff Kaplan's Afternoon News.
You have an hour and 15 minutes left to drop off your ballot, cast your vote tonight. Things will be different than most years because we won't get the first results till 10 o'clock tonight, and they might not be definitive. Joining us live to explain how this is going to work, Utah County Clerk Amelia Powers Gardner. Thank you for joining us. I know this is a busy night for you. Why do the first results have to wait till 10 p.m.?
Well, in April, the legislature had a special session and they passed SB 3006, one of the provisions in that bill, and that bill just dealt with the primary election. It was for COVID related things in the primary election, and it stipulated that we wait until 10 p.m. to release results for this election.
So you're bound by law. Will there be any more announcements through the night, or is it 10 p.m. and everybody goes off to sleep?
Well, here's the thing. There might be a couple of counties that do a second release around midnight, but when you're releasing results at 10 p.m., you really don't get a lot more counted before midnight. So the vast majority of the counties are going to call it at 10 o'clock, and then they'll just come back tomorrow and start counting again.
Now,
the other thing that's a little different is some of those counties don't do a release the next day. A lot of them will do a release the next day.
Okay, the votes that are coming in now at this point today are quarantined. You have to figure out that one or two ballots, could have a little smidge of coronavirus on them, so better safe than sorry, and we all understand that. What percentage of the votes being tallied come in at the very end and won't be counted tonight?
You typically get about 20 to 25% of the votes that come in towards the very end, and in most counties, those will not be counted tonight. They'll be counted tomorrow.
Okay, when we do get a decision, or at least a good idea of the results for governor and in Utah County, 4th District Congressional primary, when do you think that'll be? Thursday, Friday, next week?
So it's hard to say because a lot of those are going to come out of Utah County, but the majority are going to come out of Salt Lake County. Here in Utah County, we're only quarantining ballots for 12 hours. Latest results coming out of the CDC say that coronavirus doesn't last on paper longer than 8 hours. So we've made the decision to only quarantine for 12 hours. We'll have 90+% of our votes counted by tomorrow's release. In other counties, they might not have that until Thursday. My gut tells me that we're not going to have a good read on the 4th Congressional District, maybe the 1st Congressional District, and for certain the governor's race until Thursday's release.
Okay, so everybody's going to have to be a little bit patient. Utah County Clerk Amelia Powers Gardner on a busy night. Thank you for stopping and joining us live on KSL. It's 5:50. We have triple team traffic, and we're brought to you by Mountain America, your home for home loans. Here's Ricky Meese.
We had an accident reported southbound I-15 about 2100 south. I'm not seeing it. It doesn't mean it's not there, but it is another day where you're going to have the orange barrels out taking up that right lane of traffic. And that's what's causing and adding to your slowdowns backing to downtown. After you're past that southbound I-15 in pretty good shape, it's a little busy at 90th South, but from 33rd to the Utah County line, not bad at all. We do have a ramp closure due to a rollover crash northbound on the West Belt to go westbound on the 21st South Freeway, and solid slowdown southbound on State Street between 4500 and 5300 South. Michelle?
Well, we're a little backed up. This is westbound I-80 as you're approaching the I-80 SR36 interchange. A little more slowing as you're going through Mills Junction, looking good as you go down toward Twilla. I-15 into Utah County, just a little bit of congestion as you're approaching SR92 Temp Highway. On the flip side, we have a crash. This is in American Fork as you're approaching Pioneer Crossing off to the right. Steve?
And Salt Lake City PD working that auto pedestrian crash right now, 9th South and State Street. Meantime, all clear from downtown, northbound I-15 up into Davis County. Got some leftover slowdowns, light slowdowns through Layton. Steve Carlson in the KSL Traffic Center.
Traffic and weather together every 10 minutes on the nines. Here's the 7-day forecast. Warmer and warmer it gets. Listen to Kevin Eubank.
Jeff, our day started out with some clouds and storms, but ended with some sunshine. Tonight, skies will go mostly clear with a low of 54. Sunny and 87 for the high on Wednesday. Upper 80s again on Thursday, then back to the 90s on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Looks like a beautiful 4th of July weekend. Temperatures in southern Utah will climb back above 100. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Kevin Eubank.
71 degrees in Salt Lake City. We're heading into primary night.
Jeff Kaplan's Afternoon News, only on KSL News Radio.
This is Dr. Tamara Sheffield with Healing for Life. The rate of COVID-19 cases has seen an accelerated increase since Memorial Day. This increase has alarmed health officials and hospitals throughout the state. The Utah Hospital Association has partnered with Intermountain Healthcare, Mountain Star Healthcare, Steward Healthcare, and University of Utah Health in a collaborative effort to encourage the use of face masks in public and work settings. They've come together to remind Utahns that wearing a mask can make a significant difference in helping to reduce transmission of the virus. Wearing a mask while at work and in public settings will help curb community spread from individuals with minimal or no symptoms at all. Wearing a mask protects others around you. There's a lot of misinformation that's been spreading recently about facial masking. However, clinicians agree that face coverings, when worn appropriately, block most infectious droplets originating from the individual wearing the face covering, helping block virus spread to others. Also, remember that frequent hand washing and keeping a distance of 6 feet from others, along with wearing a mask, are basic hygiene steps that should continue to be done to stop the spread of COVID-19. Greg Bell, President and CEO of Utah Hospital Association, said masking up is an important way everyone can help. Think of someone you love or care for. Wear a mask for them. If we all wear our masks regularly when out in public or at work, we can bend the curve, protect our vulnerable loved.
By JCPenney. CNBC reports the Simon Property Group might buy the struggling retailer, redevelop the stores, and give the company a new image. KSL Drives, the new Kia K5 sedan is on the way. It'll replace the Optima, which is being retired. The K5 is reported to have more features with a new, sleek design. Sales of the Optima dropped through the floor starting in 2015. Cirque du Soleil has declared bankruptcy, but the new owners are hoping for a turn in early 2021. The CEO says the Las Vegas shows will probably be the easiest to bring back, but traveling performances will be another story. On Wall Street, the Dow gained 217 points to close at 25,812. The S&P added 47 points. The Nasdaq picked up 184. Illegal fireworks are being banned for a wildfire in the Traverse mountain area of Lehigh on Sunday. KSL TV's Tanya Dean reports the brisk sales at many fireworks stands has firefighters worried.
We have extremely dry conditions and very high fire danger right now. Plus, we're in the middle of a pandemic, and most cities have canceled their fireworks shows. But if you think that's stopping people from setting off fireworks at July 4th, think again. If you'd like to know if it's even legal to set off fireworks in your neighborhood this year, Unified Fire Authority has an interactive map on their website where you can zoom right down to your street and check it out for yourself.
You can find a link to that map on the KSL TV website. KSL News Time, 5:56.
Everybody's a little stir crazy. We've all been in our homes a whole lot more than we thought we would be this spring. And it's time for a lot of us, in a very safe way, of course, to get out into the outdoors, take that little field trip, that little jaunt. And the place to start is at Burt Brothers. You want to make sure your car is in tip-top shape. And right now, Burt Brothers Tire and Service, you can save up to $90 on a select set of 4 Firestone tires, including Destination, Champion Fuel Fighter, all new Weather Grip, and Firehawk tires. $60 when you buy any 4 of these tires. And if you use your Burt Brothers credit card, get an additional $30, up to $90 rebate on these incredible Firestone tires. And take care of the rest of your car, too. And you know, they have options so you can finance it as well. Don't put off these essential repairs and the tires you need. Go to BurtBrothers.com. Find that location near you. They're the people you can count on. They simply do it better.
So you're 62 years old or better and have spent the best years of your life working to pay down the mortgage on your home. With the rising cost of just living life, maybe it's time to use your house to pay you back. Your home can help pay for your retirement with tax-free money. Best of all, never make a single payment on the money you receive for as long as you live in your home. You keep up your taxes and insurance, and your house takes care of the rest. Let the folks at Reverse Freedom show you how to stretch your retirement income. It's called a reverse mortgage. You've heard of it, but watch out. There's a lot of misinformation going around about reverse mortgages. If you're going to talk to anyone, talk to the experts at Reverse Freedom. Call 801-921-HOME. They're right here in Utah, and all they do is specialize in reverse mortgage solutions. Call Reverse Freedom now at 801-921-HOME. That's 801-921-HOME. And MLS ID 1382816.
The symptoms of COVID-19 include fever, cough, muscle aches, and shortness of breath, with severity ranging from mild to severe. If you're experiencing these symptoms and need to get tested, call the COVID-19 information line at 844-442-5224 or use Intermountain LiveWell's online symptom checker. This information is brought to you by Your Life, Your Health from Intermountain LiveWell and KSL Newsradio.
KSL News Time 5:59. Triple Team Traffic is brought to you by Mountain America, your home for home loans. Ricky Meets, what about the trip?
Still a little heavy and slow southbound I-15 downtown to 2100 South, where right lane is blocked to Orange Barrels, and the transition ramp still closed due to a rollover crash from the West Belt going northbound to the 21st South Freeway. Michelle?
But we're still seeing good speeds I-15 in Tri County despite this crash northbound I-15 as you're approaching Pioneer Crossing. Steve?
Enjoy the ride north and southbound I-15 back to normal freeway speeds between downtown Salt Lake City and Fremont. It's important to donate blood at ARUP, open 7 days a week. Your donation will save lives in our local hospitals. Visit utahblood.org. That's utahblood.org to schedule your appointment. Steve Carlson in the KSL Traffic Center.
Mostly clear, 54 overnight. Tomorrow, that's better. Sunshine. We're expecting 85 degrees.
This is your daily resource for critical breaking news, weather, and conversation about Utah's most important stories. Listen on the KSL News Radio app. Brought to you by Any Hour Services, KSL FM Midvale, KSL Salt Lake City. Live election night coverage. Your voice, your vote. 2020 on KSL News Radio. Continues now.
It's 6 o'clock at KSL News Radio. I'm Jeff Kaplan. Broken clouds. It's 71 degrees. KSL's top story. It's primary day in Utah with essentially an all mail-in ballot this year. Ballot drop-off locations close in just under 2 hours. We're watching a few races, specifically the 4th Congressional District Republican battle to see who will meet Congressman Ben McAdams in November. Utah's 1st district hasn't elected anybody except Rob Bishop since 2003. And of course, the state is guaranteed a new governor. It's a four-way race for the GOP nomination. It's a busy night. Clerks across the state are expecting a big turnout by the time the day is done, and some counties are trying new ways to help people cast a vote. Your voice, your vote. KSL News Radio's Paul Nelson begins our team elections coverage.
This is the first year Utah County is trying essentially drive-through voting, where people can get a replacement ballot, pull over, fill it out, then drop it off.
They've been steady, but there haven't been long lines.
Utah County Clerk Auditor Amelia Powers-Gardner says they expect around 100,000 voters to cast their ballots, which is high. But Salt Lake County Clerk Sherry Swenson believes this will be a record year for voting in a primary, but the results won't be very clear right away. Swenson says a new state law lets people mail in their ballots on election day.
We will receive a lot more ballots in the mail tomorrow that will be eligible.
Paul Nelson, KSL News Radio.
There are a number of high-profile Republican primaries being decided today. Just how many GOP ballots have been mailed back so far? Our election coverage continues. Here's KSL News Radio's Lindsay Ertz.
Utah's GOP chairman, Derek Brown, says a total of 607,000 Republican ballots went out. And as of this morning, he's been told over half of those have come back.
We're not going to have all of them, obviously, but after a total of, upwards of 400,000 ballots that have been counted, we'll have a pretty good sense of where things are.
But he says that may not be the case for the close races.
There's a very good chance that the most high-profile races in Utah will kind of linger for a week.
Republicans have primaries in the governor's race, attorney general, and congressional districts 1 and 4. From the KSL Elections Desk, Lindsay Ertz, KSL News Radio.
KSL News Time 6:02, a week after Kentucky's primary election. It looks like a former Marine fighter pilot is headed into a showdown against Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell this fall.
Former fighter pilot Amy McGrath is projected to defeat progressive challenger Charles Booker in a tight race for the Democratic Senate nomination. McGrath was the favorite with the backing of a $41 million war chest. McGrath now looks to upend Republican Senator Mitch McConnell in November in a state President Trump won 4 years ago by nearly 30 points. Ryan Burrow, ABC News.
And Joe Biden is on the campaign trail going after President Trump over leadership. ABC's Lionel Moise has more elections coverage.
Former Vice President Joe Biden in a press conference in Wilmington, Delaware, criticizing President Trump's handling of the pandemic.
Statewide lockdowns that so many Americans lived under for months were intended to buy us time to get our act together. Instead of using that time to prepare ourselves, Donald Trump squandered it.
This as cases of COVID-19 surge in states across the country, causing governors to impose new restrictions. Lionel Moise, ABC News.
KSL News Time 6:03. KSL's top national stories. The elderly protester, you remember this, shoved to the ground by police in Buffalo, New York earlier this month. He was released from the hospital today.
Martin Gugino was protesting outside Buffalo City Hall. Then he was pushed to the ground and left bleeding on the pavement by officers Aaron Torgalski and Robert McKay. Both have pleaded not guilty to second-degree assault charges. Gugino suffered a fractured skull back on June 4th, but has now been released from Erie County Medical Center. His attorney said he can walk with a little help and will do better with rest and time. A statement said Gugino was pleased at the progress made so far to protect the safety of peaceful protesters. Aaron Katursky, ABC News, New York.
KSL News Time 6:04. A criminal justice professor at Weber State is resigning again after tweeting some controversial things about the George Floyd protesters. The university says Scott Senjo is officially no longer working at the school. He resigned the beginning of the month after being placed on administrative leave, separated from the university after resigning. One of the now deleted tweets read was a reply to a Wall Street Journal reporter who said he was injured in a confrontation with New York City police, despite wearing a press credential and holding his hand up. KSL News Time 6:05. There are now more than 2.6 million coronavirus cases in the United States. 12 states are reporting both a rising number of cases and an increasing percent positive rate. Here's Vice President Mike Pence.
We're particularly focusing on the 4 states that are generating the majority of the cases, which of course are California, Arizona, Texas, and Florida.
While Utah's numbers are relatively lower than the rest of the nation, The state has only had 7 days during this past month with the number of cases, daily cases, below 300. Coronavirus coverage every 30 minutes on KSL News Radio. KSL News Time 6:06. Time to bring in Ricky Meese, find out about the drive. Is everything evening out?
Well, we do have a few leftover problem spots. One is southbound I-15 downtown to 2100 South, where the right lane is blocked off to traffic. We're all clear northbound I-15 through Davis and Weber counties, but we also still have the ramp closed due to a rollover crash going northbound I-215's west belt to westbound on the 21st South Freeway. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
Thanks, Ricky. Special election night coverage kicks off at 7 o'clock. Doug Wright and Boyd Matheson join me. Wall-to-wall coverage at 7 here on KSL News Radio. Stay with us.
When you ask Alexa to play KSL, you get news, sure.
So call us up in the morning.
You're also going to get years of news experience.
Familiar voices and a place of belonging.
KSL News Radio, Utah's all-day companion for news.
Hi guys, it's Andrew with Wasatch Medical Clinic. Are you struggling with ED? Well, I have great news. We can now fix the problem without any medication, injections, or surgery. Our advanced form of wave therapy is clinically proven to regrow blood vessels and restore spontaneity in the bedroom. We can do so quickly, affordably, and with zero side effects.
Hi, my name is Rich, and I'm an actual patient. I recently overcame my skepticism and started treatments last week. I was astonished to see instant results. These treatments work, and the increase in blood flow was immediate. My only regret is not starting sooner.
If you're struggling with ED and want a long-lasting fix, call in the next 2 minutes and we'll give you the medical assessment and ultrasound totally free. We'll also give you a special gift that produces instant results to improve your intimacy. That's a $400 value, totally free. Put a stop to your ED. Call 801-901-8000. That's 801-901-8000. Call Wasatch Medical right now to claim that offer. 801-901-8000.
This portion of Jeff Kaplan's Afternoon News is brought to you by Any Hour Services, electrical, plumbing, heating, and air, anyhourservices.com.
This is special election night coverage on Jeff Kaplan's Afternoon News on KSL News Radio.
There's still time to drop off those ballots, and the Republican candidates for governor are making their final pitches. We've heard earlier over the past hour from Lieutenant Governor Spencer Cox, former Utah House Speaker Greg Hughes, and now closing arguments from former Utah Governor Jon Huntsman Jr. He joined Live Mike with Lee Lonsbury this afternoon here on KSL to make a final plea for your vote.
I want people to remember two things, three things. First of all, one, it's a privilege to vote. And having lived in places like Moscow and Beijing, for people to sit on their hands is totally unacceptable. Find somebody you like. I hope we've been able to win you over, but get out and vote. It is a real honor and privilege in this state and in this country. Number two, we're all about doubling this state's economy. It's the most important thing we can do in the months ahead because we'll have a vaccine for COVID. That will be behind us. It'll be a manageable challenge. And then the focus will be on how we get out of the COVID hole economically. And point number two is we're all about declaring war on this insidious disease called mental illness. It's something that is uniquely a challenge for us in this state, and there's a whole lot more that we can do about it. So when people think about me and they consider their final vote, those are the two things that I hope come to mind when they think about Huntsman and Michelle Kafusi, the economy and mental health. They're going to be our priorities.
As for what he would do on his first day, if reelected,
I'm going to declare war on mental health. I'm going to lead the state in a conversation that opens the doors to better understanding and better talking about mental illness, which has made us the buckle of the suicide belt in America. We've got the age group 10 to 25-year-olds who see the number one form of death right now is suicide. We are too good as a people, Lee. We are too good as a state to let this define us. And there's a whole lot more that we can do about it.
Former Utah Governor Jon Huntsman Jr. Okay, we've now heard from Spencer Cox, Greg Hughes, and the former governor. Coming up in just a little bit here, we'll hear comments from former Utah GOP Chair Thomas Wright. KSL News Time 6:10, a bit late, but it's time for Triple Team Traffic. We're brought to you by Mountain America, your home for home loans, and here's Ricky Meese.
An accident reported in Sandy, southbound I-15 at 90th South. In Utah County, a crash northbound I-15 at American Fork. It's on the right shoulder and in the cleanup stages. We still have some heavy and slow traffic on southbound I-15 between downtown and 2100 South, where that right lane is blocked off by orange barrels. No problems along I-15 in Davis or Weber counties, but we still have the ramp closed due to a rollover crash. This is transitioning from the West Belt going northbound to the 21st South Freeway. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
Well, Ricky, I thought it was Triple Team Traffic. You apparently launched a takeover attempt in the traffic center.
I did. It's just me.
All right, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes on the nines. It's just Kevin Eubank in the Weather Center.
We started the day with some cloudy skies and scattered rain, but this afternoon the sun has popped out. Temperatures low 70s, still well below our normal of 89 degrees. Now it will warm up. Tonight mostly clear and 54, 87 mostly sunny on Wednesday, 89 Thursday, back to the 90s on Friday and Saturday. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Kevin Eubank.
Let's see if we can get an updated number. Yeah, 71 degrees in Salt Lake City, warmest of the day, and it just gets better and better into the weekend. Stay with us. Special election coverage will continue on KSL News Radio. It's 6:12.
So many years now, our family has relied on Zero Res. We just absolutely count on them. When we see that it's time for our carpets to be cleaned, we don't think about anybody else. We make no hesitation. We just call Zero Res. And while we've all been cooped up in our homes over the last little while, our houses have taken a little more than the normal beating. It is the perfect time to call Zero Res. First of all, you want a clean home. And while we're trying to remain healthy and safe and comfortable in our homes, bringing the people of Zero Res in to take care of things can really, really add not only to the way things look, but the way it feels. It feels so much better to have a clean home. And they are doing everything possible to make sure that they can take care of the cleaning right now. They've ramped up, and it's $33 per room. And when you book 3 rooms, you get a 4th room for free. Call 801-288-9376 or go online, Zero Res Carpet Cleaning.
The most dangerous day for a baby is the first day of life. Those first 24 hours that should be moments of joy take the lives of thousands of babies every day. In fact, every 30 seconds, another child is lost. They die from infections, pneumonia, malnutrition. The worst part, it's preventable. For nearly 60 years, Project Hope has been working around the world to save the lives of mothers and babies at risk. Right now, Project Hope is training local healthcare workers to safely deliver and care for babies in those critical first moments of life. Project Hope is delivering medicines and medical supplies to prevent deadly disease, giving precious newborns the healthy start they need to survive and thrive. This tragedy can be stopped. Make sure her first day of life is not her last. To volunteer or learn more about Project Hope's efforts to save newborns now, visit projecthope.org.
KSL News Time 6:14. The 3 things you need to know this hour. First,
a new study from the U.S. Coast Guard shows Utah ranks high on the list of drunken boating accidents as we head into the July 4th holiday weekend. I'm KSL News Radio's Mark Jackson.
Second, Dr. Anthony Fauci is warning of very disturbing trends in the U.S. He told the Senate committee, "We don't have the virus under control. Outbreaks are risking the entire country, and he wouldn't be surprised if we hit 100,000 cases a day." Third, our biggest traffic trouble spot. We're brought to you by Mountain America, your home for home loans.
Right lane blocked with the orange barrels as you're approaching 2100 South on southbound I-15, where traffic is still a little thick and heavy. We also have the ramp closed due to a rollover crash from the West Belt going northbound to join the 21st South Freeway. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
Sunshine and warm temperatures making a comeback. I'm Kevin Eubank.
71 degrees now. KSL's top national stories.
From ABC News, I'm Daria Albinger. The U.S. is now averaging 40,000 new cases of COVID-19 a day. California, Texas, and Florida all reporting more than 6,000 new cases today. And a record number of Arizona patients are in the ICU. Here's ABC's Matt Gutman.
In California, the first state to shut down and one of the last to reopen, COVID-19 exploding. Nearly 250,000 cases, and the governor with a stern warning.
If you're not going to stay home and you're not going to wear masks in public, we have to enforce, and we will.
The situation so dire that New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut, which have beaten back COVID, now slapping a 14-day quarantine on visitors from California and other states where the virus is surging.
Vice President Pence says the U.S. is in a much better place.
10 states have slowed down or postponed certain reopening efforts. And let me make it very clear that we fully support the new guidance that's been issued by the governors in these states.
But at a Senate hearing today, Dr. Anthony Fauci, the nation's top infectious diseases expert, predicted the U.S. could soon reach 100,000 new cases a day. A Fulton County, Georgia judge has set bond for former police officer Garrett Rolfe at $500,000. Rolfe is accused of fatally shooting Rayshard Brooks. History in Mississippi, Governor Tate Reeves signing a bill that retires a state flag, the last one in the U.S. with the Confederate battle emblem.
A monument acknowledges and honors our past. A flag is a symbol of our present, of our people, and of our future. For those reasons, we need a new symbol.
A commission will design a new flag to be voted on in November. Iowa State Police say an SUV carrying Governor Kim Reynolds hit a Black Lives Matter protester as she left an event today. You're listening to ABC News.
Time for the KSL In-Depth.
In-depth election night coverage. Your voice, your vote, 2020 on Jeff Kaplan's Afternoon News.
Among the hottest races in the state of Utah tonight, the battle to go up against Democratic Congressman Ben McAdams. Joining me live on the KSL Newsline, ABC News Political Director Rick Klein. Rick, thank you for joining us. We've been hearing the National Republican Party is getting ready to pour endless piles of money into this race once we have a candidate. They want Ben McAdams gone, don't they?
Oh, there's no question. Look, Republicans were sort of embarrassed by losing a House seat in Ruby Red, Utah, and they're looking at districts like this one and others in places like Oklahoma and Kansas as the low-hanging fruit. They still hope to win back the majority, and there's no way that they do that without flipping districts like Ben McAdams in Utah.
Is the National Party ready to break out the checkbook regardless of who wins this primary tonight?
Oh yeah, I think the candidates have been vying, as you know, to basically out-Trump each other and express the loyalty to the National Republican agenda. And unless something emerges about the eventual nominee, I don't think any of them, the potential candidates, have any particular problem that's going to stop Republicans from getting involved. They recognize that you don't win back a majority without going through red territory. This is the kind of district that Republicans need to have in a year like 2020. Of course, as you know, Utah Republicans can be something of a slightly different breed than the national Republicans. But if anything, we've seen the Utah Republican Party move closer to Donald Trump in the last couple of years. And I think that keeps a district like this on the national radar screen.
Well, does the National Republican Party expect that the president's going to have coattails here? Or are Republicans going to face a headwind come fall?
The expectation on the national level is that Donald Trump's not going to have to worry about Utah, and that having a gubernatorial race in addition to the presidential race is going to drive Republican turnout in a way that drags ahead anyone that might otherwise be lagging. And essentially, even in the 4th congressional district, you're going to need to vastly outperform the top of the ticket if you're going to try to survive as Congressman McAdams. So the national mood being what it is, it might complicate things, but the expected turnout in a presidential year is always a good bit higher. And Republicans across the board in Republican parts of the country you'd naturally expect them to start with a bit of an advantage.
Rick, we're here in Utah following this race with all the local prejudices that come with us. I like this candidate. I hate this candidate. But are people like you, the political class, watching tonight's results from afar, expecting that they're going to tell a story that's bigger than Utah? Or is this just local business tonight?
No, I think this race definitely matters. It's a handful of races that Republicans are eyeing. And as you've seen play out through the campaign messaging and the debate, the question of what kind of tone you want in a year like this, the candidates run the gamut from very much burn down the liberal House and express full fealty to Donald Trump to people that are more on the moderate side. And whatever expectation you might have for a particular district and what kind of representation you'd expect out of it, I feel like all bets are off this year. So there's no question we're watching the race in the 4th district. We're watching the gubernatorial primary, the John Huntsman attempted comeback, looking for clues, looking for information that might inform where the country is heading into November.
Okay, there you have it from ABC News political director Rick Klein. They're watching us. KSL News Time 621. We're waiting for the results. The first results won't come in until 10 o'clock tonight. Meantime, we have a check on traffic brought to you by Mountain America, your home for home loans. And here's Ricky Meese.
We do have a new accident. This is southbound I-15 as you're approaching the Bangerter Highway exit in Draper. But everybody is already out of traffic over to the right shoulder. In fact, if you're traveling southbound I-15 anywhere between downtown and Provo, the only spot of slowing is as you're approaching 2100 South, the I-80-201 interchange. And that is due to the right lane blocked off with orange barrels. State Street still jammed up and slow southbound in Murray between 4500 and 5300 South. Up to the north, Legacy, Highway 89, I-84, all looking good, as well as northbound I-15 from downtown to Hill Air Force Base. And we still have the ramp closure due to an earlier rollover crash. This is northbound on I-215's west belt to go westbound on the 21st South Freeway. It just isn't summer without Lagoon. And they're now open daily. Lagoon's capacity is limited and reservations are required. Visit lagoonpark.com. For summer fun, there's only one Lagoon. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
Thank you, Ricky. Traffic and weather together on the 9s, and here's the 7-day forecast with Kevin Eubank.
Thanks a lot, Jeff. We started the day with cloudy skies and scattered rain, but this afternoon, the sun has popped out and it's going to start to warm up. Tonight, mostly clear and 54. Mostly sunny, 87 on our Wednesday, 89 on Thursday, back to the 90s on Friday. And we'll stay in the low 90s right on through the 4th of July weekend, low to mid 90s and sunshine for early next week. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Kevin Eubank.
Well, we managed to crack 70 today. It's 71 degrees in Salt Lake City.
Jeff Kaplan's Afternoon News, only on KSL News Radio.
It was a rude awakening.
There was an AK-47 just pointed right in my face.
But that was only the beginning.
Whoa.
Now,
am I going to live?
Hear the full story
And what are they doing to him?
of one man's struggle to survive
We need help.
inside one of the world's most notorious prisons
Please, come and get me.
and the fight to set him free.
How long do I have to suffer here?
A new podcast that will hold you captive. Hope in Darkness, the Josh Holt story. Visit KSLpodcast.com to subscribe or binge the entire series on Wondery Plus.
2020, a year of all years. We have so much to be grateful for. Our families, friends, neighbors, community, and the beautiful freedoms we've come to treasure, as well as those who have worked tirelessly to keep us safe. Our essential workers, military, law enforcement, firefighters, and more. During this year's America's Freedom Festival, we proudly honor you. For over 40 years, this festival celebrates our community, and this year is no different. Enjoy the best of the Stadium of Fire 1-hour special on KSL TV starting at 9 p.m. on July 4th, and live music and fireworks shows with music from artists of all stripes, synchronized to the largest fireworks display to date in 3 locations by Lavelle Edwards Stadium, Footprinter, and Orem Community Parks. You can socially distance while viewing throughout the Provo-Orem area. An event for one and all. United we stand. Visit americasfreedomfestival.org. Sponsored by KSL TV and Radio, Provo City, Utah County, and New Skin.
We're watching Utah's Money on KSL News Radio. More. That's what Walgreens is saying. The drugstore chain has built some smaller stores with limited offerings, 30 of them, to serve what the company calls pharmacy deserts, towns with no drugstore. More such stores are on the way. KSL Drives, here's a crazy stat for you. Tesla stock is up more than 4,000% since it went public more than a decade ago. Tesla was up another 7% in today's trading. And it doesn't seem like the pandemic has had much impact on real estate. Home prices rose in April, even as sales briefly tumbled. And on Wall Street, the Dow gained 217 points to close at 25,812. The S&P 500 added 47 points. The NASDAQ picked up 184. And it may or may not be a surprise to you that Utah ranks high on the list of drunken boating accidents as we head into the 4th of July weekend. KSL News Radio's Mark Jackson crunches the numbers.
Utah is second on the list of states with high numbers of boating accidents involving alcohol, with an average of 19.21 per 100,000 registered watercraft. Only Maryland has a higher number at 19.37, based on 2019 data from the U.S. Coast Guard's Boating Safety Division and numbers from the Bureau of Transportation Statistics. The study shows high numbers of alcohol-involved boating accidents are not limited to a particular region of the country. The top 10 in ascending order include Washington State, Alabama, Texas, Arizona, Missouri, Massachusetts, Illinois, and Florida. Mark Jackson, KSL News Radio.
KSL News Time, 626.
Are you ready for some rodeo? It's the Ute Stampede, Nephi, Utah, July 16th, 17th, and 18th at the Juab County Fairgrounds. This year, as always, it is Utah's most exciting, most fun rodeo. Flying U Rodeo Company, legendary the livestock to challenge the greatest cowboys in the world. The Wild Child, Rodeo's Entertainer of the Year, Troy Lurwill. He'll be back, along with the beauty and the magic of Madison McDonald and trick riding. As we do so, we'll welcome back Whiplash, the cowboy monkey. It's been a long time since he's been there, but he brings back great thrills, excitement, and fun for the entire family. That's what it's about at the Ute Stampede. The best cowboys, the best livestock, and production all there for you. Joined, of course, by the City of Fun Carnival, Craft Show, Car Show, and, of course, the Lions Club Chuck Wagon Breakfast. All the excitement that happens. Nephi, Utah, July 16th, 17th, and 18th. It's the Ute Stampede.
We all come together and stand together to serve our veterans. We invest in the latest technology.
We take the time to train the next generation of doctors and nurses. We work together to make sure we heal their bodies and their minds.
This is our mission. More than 300,000 of us working as one, together with families and loved ones. No matter where they live in this country, we'll be there.
We stand strong, united. Stand with us in caring for our veterans.
In the wake of a disaster, what one thing can you send that will help people the most? A blanket, a tent, a sandbag, a doctor. Actually, if you send a monetary donation, you send all these things. Even a small donation can make a big impact and can quickly become exactly what people affected by disaster need most.
In the wake of a hurricane, your monetary donation can make a huge difference to those in need. To donate, visit supporthurricanerelief.org. That's supporthurricanerelief.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council.
You trust us for news and information in your car. Now trust us at home. KSL News Radio is your window to the outside world, keeping you informed on the coronavirus with updates every half hour, plus breaking news the minute it happens. Listen on your Amazon Echo or Google Home device. Just say, listen to KSL News Radio or download the KSL News Radio app. Text the word app to 57500. Take us home with you. KSL News Radio.
I'm Tino from 12220, and my community, a lot of families don't encourage higher education.
I'm Guy in zip code 40220. I like my neighborhood okay, but sometimes it's hard to make friends here.
The Y Achievers program opened my eyes to future possibilities and helped me prep for college.
At the Y Camp, it's really a safe place. All of the people there are really accepting and nice.
At the Y, my zip code doesn't define my future.
I do.
Support your local Y at ymca.net/for-a-better-us.
KSL News Time, 629. Triple Team Traffic. It's brought to you by Mountain America, your home for home loans. And let's get another check on traffic with Ricky Meese.
Well, we do have a new accident. It's in Utah County, and it is a crash with injuries. It's on the on-ramp to southbound I-15 at University Avenue in Provo. Right now, you've got a right lane blocked to traffic, and traffic is able to get by, but only on the far left. We still have the closure of the ramp from northbound on the West Belt to go westbound on the 21st South Freeway, and a crash on southbound I-15 approaching Bangerter Highway's exit. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
We're on a warming trend upward. Let's get more detail on that from Kevin Eubank in the KSL Weather Center.
We started the day with scattered showers, but this afternoon, plenty of sunshine around. Still a few storms hanging up around the northern end of the Great Salt Lake. Now, tonight, skies will go mostly clear with a low of 54, mostly sunny and 87 on Wednesday, 89 sunny Thursday, back to the 90s on Friday, and low 90s stick around through the holiday weekend. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Kevin Eubank.
You're listening to Jeff Kaplan's Afternoon News on KSL News Radio 102.7 FM and 1160 AM.
Good evening. It's 6:30 at KSL News Radio. Jeff Kaplan here. We have scattered clouds, 71 degrees. KSL's top story. The clock is ticking. The last ballots are being dropped off. The Republican candidates for governor are out reaching for every last vote. Your Voice, Your Vote 2020. Lindsay Ertz reports from the KSL Elections Desk.
Spencer Cox says he's working to let people know how to drop off their ballots.
They can still put them in the drop box until 8 o'clock tonight or get them postmarked.
Each of the four candidates vying for that GOP nomination for governor joining Lee Lonsberry today. John Huntsman was in Davis County visiting mobile voting locations.
And we're just getting a stream of people who are pulling in to vote or to register. So this is about the best thing that one could be doing right now.
Greg Hughes says he's been making calls.
We're just reaching out to as many as we can. We're on the clock.
While Thomas Wright's taking a more direct approach, giving out his personal cell.
Yeah, absolutely. It's 801-652-5700. I love taking calls.
From the KSL Elections Desk, Lindsay Ertz, KSL News Radio.
That's really his phone number? It's interesting. Host of Inside Sources, Boyd Matheson, says we could see record turnout this year.
It looks like we're going to have some really strong, solid numbers. The number of ballots that have been processed by the county clerks, as of early this morning anyway, was over 392,000. So which is about 23% of the total active voters, but way ahead of what we did both in 2018 and 2016. So it does appear that we're going to have a big showing tonight.
Boyd will be joining me along with Doug Wright after 7 o'clock for special election coverage through the evening right here on KSL News Radio. KSL News Time 6:32.
Utah Fire Watch on KSL News Radio.
Firefighters now believe the nearly 1,300-acre Knowles fire near Saratoga Springs was human-caused. But KSL News Radio's Kelly Pierce reports they still don't have any suspects.
It's also unclear just how it was started. The Bureau of Land Management's reminding people to make sure they're putting out campfires, parking correctly, and not target shooting, especially because we got a lot of dry brush. The city of Saratoga Springs, meanwhile, is worried about flooding if the rain starts to pick up again, or if they get a freak rainstorm off Utah Lake. That's why they've started digging ditches.
The city's also handing out sandbags to homeowners on the Hill. Provo police confirm someone was shot last night during protests in their city. KSL News Radio's Mary Richards reports.
Police say lots of people gave them video footage like this. They say a white SUV was driving on University Avenue, tried to turn onto Center Street. Protesters crowded that vehicle. Then a protester shot through the passenger window and hit the driver. As the SUV left, the protester fired a second round. Later, broke another car's window with that gun. Police say they're going through photos and videos and following all leads. Mary Richards, KSL News Radio.
There's a lot of sadness for the Davis County Sheriff's Office and Intermountain's Life Flight team as one of their crew members involved in a plane crash in Centerville last week has passed away from his injuries. KSL News Radio's Paul Nelson has more.
Davis County Sheriff's Lieutenant Jason Boydston remembers what went through his mind when he learned the man he was transporting to the hospital was his old friend, Jason Sorensen.
That this is the worst day ever. It just seemed like a bad dream. Did not seem real.
He and others called Sorensen the best, adding he was the kind of person who would do anything for anyone. He leaves behind a wife and 2 kids, and Boydston had this message for the 2 men who pulled Sorensen out of the burning wreckage.
I can't thank you guys enough. Gave him a chance to say goodbye to his family.
Paul Nelson, KSL News Radio.
KSL News Time 6:34. KSL's top national stories. A dozen states are reporting both a rising number of cases and an increasing percent positive rate. Health and Human Services Secretary Alex Azar at a briefing today said there's new guidance from the CDC about testing for coronavirus in higher education settings.
It offers recommendations for how and when testing should be used for students, faculty, and staff, including both testing for symptomatic individuals and testing for asymptomatic individuals who've had possible exposure to the virus.
There are 2.6 million coronavirus cases in the United States. There were more than 500 reported just today here in Utah. KSL News Time 6:35. Face masks are mandatory in 2 Utah counties, but what happens if you're not wearing one when it's supposed to be worn? KSL News Radio's Heather Kelly with the story.
Face coverings aren't required 24/7, but you won't be allowed into a nail salon, tire center, or grocery store without one. Riverton Mayor Trent Stagg says he approves of wearing masks and does so himself, but isn't sure how the mandate will work.
I think this is unenforceable largely.
Salt Lake County Health Department spokesman Nicholas Rupp says police aren't going after individuals. It's business owners and managers who'll have to ensure people entering their establishments are complying with regulations. If not,
have a phone call, make a visit, and make sure that the proprietor, the owner, operator of that business is familiar with the health regulations, all of them.
and Rupp says people can report businesses who aren't complying by calling or visiting their website. Heather Kelly, KSL News Radio.
Coronavirus coverage every 30 minutes on KSL News Radio. Ricky Meese is here with a quick look at the traffic. What are you seeing?
Well, we have a crash with injuries at the ramp. This is the on-ramp southbound I-15 at University Avenue in Provo. Only a far left lane is open to traffic. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
Well, the A-team shows up in a few minutes. Boyd Matheson from Inside Sources and the legendary Doug Wright will be here with me starting at 7 o'clock. Special elections coverage continues on KSL News Radio. Thanks for listening.
Jeff Kaplan.
Even with school and work upside down right now, we're here.
Markets out of whack? We're here.
We're here for you with important news before 9.
You can always count on us.
KSL News Radio, Utah's all-day companion for news.
Gentlemen, let's face it, nearly 50% of men will suffer from ED and 0% want to talk about it. Well, acoustic wave therapy changes everything. Pulse Medical Clinic offers the definitive, longest-lasting acoustic wave therapy treatment you've been waiting for. At Pulse Medical Clinic, you'll get the recommended twice-a-week treatment protocol, providing you with tremendous results and at a lower price than other clinics. Acoustic wave therapy is a natural treatment with no known side effects. Everyone is looking for the fountain of youth, and acoustic wave therapy from Pulse Medical Clinic is the closest thing you'll find to restore intimacy. Don't wait. Schedule your free evaluation from a board-certified surgeon. Just like you, Pulse Medical Clinic followed the recommended safety guidelines due to COVID-19 and is now accepting limited new patients. Call 801-509-8888 to schedule your consultation and receive a 20% discount. That's 801-509-8888.
A vehicle is stolen once every 40 seconds in the United States. The cost adds up to over $6 billion a year. But there are steps you can take to help put the brakes on vehicle theft. Roll up the windows completely. Don't leave valuables in the car. Take the keys or the fob with you. Lock the doors. If you have information on vehicle theft, contact the NICB. Reach us at 1-800-TEL-NICB or visit www.nicb.org. A public service message from the National Insurance Crime Bureau.
When I have an asthma attack, I feel scared.
Prevent your child's next asthma attack. Call 1-866-NO-ATTACKS. Visit www.noattacks.org or call your doctor, because even one attack is one too many. Brought to you by the EPA and the Ad Council.
KSL News Time 6:38. This portion of Jeff Kaplan's afternoon news is brought to you by Any Hour Services. Electrical, plumbing, heating, and air. AnyHourServices.com.
This is special election night coverage on Jeff Kaplan's afternoon news on KSL News Radio.
Yes, there is still time to turn in your ballot, and before you finalize your vote, the Republican candidates for governor have been making their final pitches. We heard earlier this evening from Lieutenant Governor Spencer Cox, former Utah Speaker of the House Greg Hughes, former Utah Governor John Huntsman Jr., now closing arguments from former Utah GOP Chair Thomas Wright. He was on Live Mic with Lee Lonsberry here on KSL this afternoon to share what he'd do when he's first elected.
Day one, we've got to get back on our feet from COVID. We need to look at all the regulation in state government. We need to deregulate the economy. We need to look at our tax structure, make sure it's competitive with neighboring states, do everything we can to make our business climate competitive and then get out of the way of businesses. That's what will make them successful. Government's not going to create an economic recovery. Citizens and businesses will if we deregulate and improve our tax code and get out of their way. And then we need to immediately start in on looking at the budget from top to bottom, every department of state government, and make sure that there's absolutely no waste, there's no abuse, that we are spending according to our priorities. And then the third thing is we need to start to tackle improving our public education system. And there's so much work to be done. Teachers are ready, parents are ready, citizens are ready. Everybody's ready to improve Utah's public education system. Those would be my top three priorities.
Wright has caught some attention on social media for sharing his personal cell phone number for anyone who has questions for him.
It's 801-652-5700. I love taking calls. I'll give it out at the end, too, in case they missed it. But you know what? I gave my phone number out just after the convention, and I've taken some days 20 to 30 calls an hour, some days more than that. And I have learned so much, Lee, talking to the citizens of Utah. What they think are the problems are a little bit different than what some of the professional politicians think. And they actually have a ton of great ideas and solutions. I have a notebook full of ideas and things that the citizens have brought forward. And that's the kind of governor I want to be. I don't want to go in behind closed doors in an elite group and make decisions. I want to represent the people. I want to be connected to the people. And I want to make sure that they always know they have an open door to Governor Wright.
Okay, we've heard from all 4 Republican gubernatorial candidates. Stay tuned. Election night coverage will continue right here on KSL News Radio at 6:41. Traffic is brought to you by Mountain America, your home for home loans. And one more time, here's Ricky Meese.
Well, I've been keeping an eye on this crash with injuries, multiple vehicles involved. It's on the on-ramp from University Avenue in Provo to join southbound I-15. Right now, it is still just a left lane of traffic that is open, and they're cautiously letting you go by. So it still may not be the best place to join the freeway. If you can find an alternate route, you may want to do that. We still have the transition ramp from northbound I-215's West Belt to westbound on the 21st South Freeway closed, but they are in the final cleanup stages, and hopefully that's going to be opening up any time now. And then southbound I-15 delays setting in Roy through Sunset. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
Traffic and weather together every 10 minutes on the 9s. Now the forecast. We turn to Kevin Eubank in the KSL Weather Center.
We started the day with scattered rain showers, and a few spots north of the Great Salt Lake will continue to see those scattered storms tonight. Otherwise, skies will clear, low of 54. 87 and mostly sunny on Wednesday, upper 80s again on Thursday, back to the 90s on Friday, with low 90s lasting through the 4th of July. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Kevin Eubank.
Let's check the warm-up. 71 in Salt Lake City, is 68 in Ogden, 71 in Provo. St. George has sunshine. It's 88 degrees there. KSL News Time, 6:42.
Have you still not refinanced your mortgage? Well, soon you might be kicking yourself in the head. Rates are at historic lows. At the same time, home values have gone up roughly 50% in the last several years. Maybe it's time to put that equity to work by paying off high-rate credit cards, personal loans, or remodel your house. Hi, I'm Wesley Hoagland with Westland Financial. Let us put you in a position to do any of these things with no closing costs. That's right. Nothing's rolled into your loan, whether it's conventional, FHA, or VA. We'll pay your title, settlement, lender, and recording fees. Maybe you just want to lock in a lower rate or refinance out of paying mortgage insurance. All it takes is a 5-minute phone call to see how we can save you thousands of dollars a year. So call Westland at 888-455-3669. It's the biggest no-brainer in the history of mankind. Call us at 888-455-3669. 888-455-3669. That's 888-455-3669.
NMLS number 3304. Not all loans apply. Equal housing lender.
Utah travel adventure starts in your own backyard with Cedar City. While it's true, Cedar City's home of the famous Shakespeare Festival, now it's time to let wonder be your guide. Discover another side of this cool southern Utah town. Cedar City is wonderful and loaded with adventure. From beautiful places like Bryan Head Resort's miles of chairlift rides, mini zip lines, mountain biking, and alpine slides. Or add the cool Alpine Cedar Breaks National Monument to your bucket list. Enrobed in the circle of painted cliffs, 150 species of wildflowers, hiking trails, and spectacular views. Nearby is Bryce and Co-op Canyons just off I-15. Plus, Cedar City has miles of new downhill and flow trails for riding. Now, if four-wheel adventures are your scene, Cedar City has over 400 miles of socially distanced OHV trails. Pack up your bikes, hiking shoes, ATVs, and fishing poles, because Cedar City isn't just a place for first-class theater. Here, you're the star of your own adventure. Plan your trip today. Let wonder be your guide at visitcedarcity.com.
KSL News Time 6:45. The three things you need to know this hour. First,
election officials are expecting a high turnout for today's primary. Utah County is trying a new drive-through polling system for people who need a replacement ballot. I'm KSL News Radio's Paul Nelson.
Second, a criminal justice professor at Weber State is resigning again after tweeting some offensive comments about the George Floyd protests. The school says Scott Senjo officially no longer works for them. Third, our biggest traffic trouble spot. We're brought to you by Mountain America, your home for home loans.
Well, traffic getting by on the left shoulder due to a multiple vehicle crash with injuries in Provo. This is blocking traffic on the on-ramp from University Avenue to southbound I-15. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
Our sunshine has returned, and it looks to stick around through the holiday. I'm Kevin Eubank.
71 degrees in Salt Lake City. Now, KSL's top national stories from ABC News.
Officials in Clackamas County, Oregon say more than 5 people tested positive for COVID-19 at a daycare center in Lake Oswego. The nation's top infectious diseases expert, Dr. Anthony Fauci, with a grim warning today at a Senate Health Committee hearing.
We are now having 40+ thousand new cases a day. I would not be surprised if we go up to 100,000 a day if this does not turn around. And so I am very concerned.
Texas setting another daily record with nearly 7,000 confirmed new infections. And in Arizona, there is a record number of patients in hospital intensive care units. Aeromexico is filing for bankruptcy. It's citing the financial hit the airline took during the pandemic. Scientists in China are keeping a close eye on a new strain of swine flu. There were new felony charges for Lori Vallow Daybell. Prosecutors say the mother of 2 children found dead in Idaho months after they vanished conspired with a new husband to hide or destroy the kids' bodies. Daria Alvinger, ABC News.
Time for the KSL In-Depth.
In-depth election night coverage. Your voice, your vote, 2020 on Jeff Kaplan's Afternoon News.
Okay, so we watched Wisconsin mess up their election. Voters in Milwaukee, remember this, standing in long lines in the middle of the pandemic? We watched Georgia botch its primary election with the Atlanta area seeing polling places closed by coronavirus, horrifying long lines, and now Utah sidesteps all of it. We're voting by mail, and joining me live now, KSL News Radio's Nick Wyatt. Nick, you talked with elections analyst Jeffrey Skelly, who is from the renowned, I don't know what you call it, analysis site, 538.com. So what did he have to say about mail-in voting?
Yeah, Jeff, he said that there is widespread bipartisan support of mail-in voting, not only in Utah, but across the country. He adds that, of course, we're one of the latest states to adopt the practice alongside Hawaii and a few others. But he says, unfortunately, there is a partisan line among Republicans who argue mail-in voting favors Democrats. But Skelly says there's really no evidence to back that up. And then there's also the issue of President Trump claiming widespread voter fraud by mail-in ballot. And again, Skelly says there's just really no evidence to back up that claim. But one thing he pointed out, of course, as you mentioned, the missteps and mistakes in other states with their primary days and issues, tabulating votes, the lines.
Right.
And he says, I think we all hope we have all of these kinks ironed out before November. And, it's definitely something that we have had, I don't want to say an issue with here in Utah, maybe a delay in results, but I don't think we've had anything nearly that.
Well, so what a nice sentiment to hope that we have it all ironed out for November, right?
Right.
Meantime, we have coronavirus. And what did he say about how that is affecting our election?
Well, he said, obviously, it's affecting everything about it. Campaigning is fundamentally different. Fundraising is different. Voting is different. And he points out that despite the fact that you can turn in a ballot up to 8 o'clock tonight, people can't actually touch it for 24 hours because it has to be quarantined for the coronavirus.
In Utah County, they're only waiting 12 hours.
Oh, right.
Because they say that paper, the virus only lasts 12 hours. At least that makes sense on paper. Anyway, this might be a little in the weeds, but did Jeffrey Skelly have anything to say about how primary voting might correlate with general election voting?
I don't know if this is much of a surprise, but he says that those who participate in a primary election are mostly people who are more politically engaged. He says that most people wait until the general election to make the effort of casting a ballot. He says most people vote the same way in the general election as they do in the primary. Of course, I pointed out how many Utahns have changed party affiliation to vote in our Republican primary for governor, and he pointed out how that's just really a unique situation for the country.
And we are unique. Thanks so much. KSL News Radio's Nick Wyatt. It's 6:49 and time for traffic. We're brought to you by Mountain America, your home for home loans. Here's Ricky Meese.
Well, I am not sure what is going on southbound I-15 coming through Weber into Davis County, but traffic literally at a standstill southbound I-15, about 2300 north in Sunset. And right now you have stop and go delays back to Roy, and it's growing. In Utah County, we still have the cleanup of this crash at the on-ramp to southbound I-15 from University Avenue, Provo. It's been blocking a right lane of traffic. Now, we're actually looking at good speeds on the rest of your Valley freeways in Salt Lake County. And they have opened up the ramp, and the crash is cleared from northbound I-215's west belt to go westbound on the 21st South Freeway. It's important to donate blood at ARUP, open 7 days a week. Your donation will save lives in our local hospitals. Visit utahblood.org. That's utahblood.org to schedule your appointment. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
Traffic and weather together every 10 minutes on the nines. Here's your 7-day forecast. It gets warmer. Here's Kevin Eubank.
Jeff, our day started out with some clouds and storms, but ended with some sunshine. Tonight, skies will go mostly clear with a low of 54, sunny and 87 for the high on Wednesday, upper 80s again on Thursday, then back to the 90s on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Looks like a beautiful 4th of July weekend. Temperatures in southern Utah will climb back above 100. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Kevin Eubank.
71 degrees in Salt Lake City. A reminder, Boyd Matheson from Inside Sources and the legendary Doug Wright join me live as our special election coverage continues at 7 o'clock right here on KSL News Radio.
According to the CDC, cavities are one of the most common chronic diseases of childhood in the United States. The good news is that cavities are preventable. Smart Smiles is a school-based oral health program that focuses on dental disease prevention. They provide care to children at school to ensure that they have access to oral health care. Each child will get a dental exam by a dentist, an oral health assessment, and preventive services. All of this at no cost to the child or the family. Smart Smiles started this program because the sooner children begin getting regular dental checkups, the healthier their mouths will stay throughout their lives. This can help prevent cavities and tooth decay that can lead to pain, trouble concentrating, and other medical issues. Children with healthy teeth chew food easily, learn to speak clearly, and smile with confidence. If you would like their program to come to your school, please visit smartsmiles.dental to contact them. That's smartsmiles.dental. Select Health recognizes the lifelong impact made by Smart Smiles as another example of how Utah gives back.
Adopt US Kids presents Multiple Choice Parenting.
Your daughter just had her first breakup. Do you A, put yourself in her shoes?
How could he do this to you? And for Sheila, she has split ends.
B, console her.
Oh, sweetie, this is going to happen a lot. 4, maybe 5 more times before you get married.
C, take charge.
Got to get this all straightened out. Give a little talking to, man, mano a mano. Hey, Steve. It's now a good time? No? Okay, no problem. Bye.
Or D, help her find a new boyfriend.
I know a great place to meet boys. The internet. Nice, single boys. Never mind. How about some ice cream?
As a parent, there are no perfect answers. But you don't have to be perfect to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same.
For more information on how you can adopt, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
Dad, guess what?
What?
You are going to be a grandfather.
That's great. You're going to be a wonderful mom. And I can't wait to be a grandpa. Not too long ago, moments like this with my daughter would have been a challenge. It was a long road for me to find myself again after Vietnam. I struggled to connect with almost everyone and preferred being alone. It was my neighbor Jim, another Vietnam veteran, who finally convinced me that I could still connect with my family and find that fulfilling life I'd lost. In fact, I called Jim first with the news about my granddaughter, Lizzie. Hey, Jim, I'm going to be a grandfather.
Congratulations, Dave.
Hey, let's get together and celebrate.
Well, as long as you're not grilling.
My pride was my armor, but I didn't know it then. I couldn't put it into words. I was sad, was scared, I felt alone. I didn't know how to reach out, so I hid behind anger and silence. But then I decided to listen to Jim, and I went for help down at the VA. If I can take that first step after almost 50 years, I know other veterans can too. Visit maketheconnection.net to find out more.
We're watching Utah's Money on KSL News Radio. The CEO of Popeye's Chicken's parent company says that oh-so-special chicken sandwich has changed their business forever. Jose Sill tells CNBC that sandwich brought in tons of customers foaming at the mouth, and most important, there were new customers among them sticking around to try out other items on the menu. KSL Drive's bad news for Utah drivers. A new Insurify study says that Utah drivers are in 9th place on the list for most accidents. Fortunately, that same report shows that our rates of DUI and reckless driving are below the national average. Hospitality workers in Las Vegas and Reno are suing 3 big casino companies over unsafe work conditions. Unions representing the 60,000 workers say the casinos simply aren't doing enough to protect them from COVID-19. And on Wall Street, the Dow gained 217 points to close at 25,812. The S&P 500 added 47 points. The NASDAQ picked up 184. KSL News Time, 6:55.
This is Joe Cordell with the domestic litigation firm Cordell & Cordell. If you're a man and you need help with a family law matter, time may be of the essence. While most family law courts did not fully close due to the COVID virus, most slowed down dramatically, focusing primarily on emergency matters. The result, as you might predict, is a backlog of cases for courts to work through as they resume their normal schedules. So filing early may be advantageous. But don't just rush forward. First, be sure your goals are realistic, that the costs make sense. You likely have other questions. In other words, this means we should talk. You can meet with us by phone, video, or in person. Remember, Cordell & Cordell has years of experience helping guys just like you with issues just like these. After all, this is what we do.
Contact Cordell & Cordell to schedule an appointment with one of our firm's Salt Lake City area attorneys, a partner men can count on. Online at CordellCordell.com. Office in Midvale and Clearfield, 910 West Legacy Center Way, Suite 120, Midvale, Utah, 84047.
Pain or no pain, your wisdom teeth should be checked every year. If wisdom teeth come in properly and meet the right conditions, they are generally safe to keep. But left unchecked, they can put you at risk for gum disease, tooth decay, and damage to adjacent teeth. Some wisdom teeth grow in at such an angle that they never break through the gum, which can lead to tooth decay, gum disease, cysts, and tumors. These impacted teeth can only be seen on x-rays, so the damage they may cause can go undetected if they are not checked by a dental professional. Some people just don't have enough room for another tooth in their mouth, so their wisdom teeth can affect adjacent teeth when they come in. This can make it difficult to chew, difficult to keep them all clean, and misalign your teeth. Not all wisdom teeth need to be removed, but they all do need to be monitored by an oral and maxillofacial surgeon. Remember, pain or no pain, your wisdom teeth should be checked every year. Find your local oral and maxillofacial surgeon at myoms.org.
We've always had villains to face.
Bad guys to take down. But you
You are the most horrible of all.
Just because you're tough, it doesn't mean we can't beat you.
We're here because we've had enough of you.
We all have the power to do something.
To change something.
To stand up to cancer.
Every single one of us is mortal.
Even me.
Even me.
One person is not a team.
But when we join together,
You don't stand a chance. But inside, we are all heroes.
we are resilient.
We are powerful.
And we will win.
Marvel Studios' Avengers Endgame, MasterCard, and Stand Up to Cancer are joining together today to help take down one of the biggest villains of all, cancer. Join us now at standuptocancer.org/MasterCard.
A powerful threat calls for a greater response. Not tomorrow. Not in a few years.
But right now.
Some battles must be faced together. Cancer fighters stand up to cancer every day, and you can be part of this battle too.
Donate $25 or more and you'll receive 10 American Airlines Advantage miles for every dollar you give. Visit standuptocancer.org/American Airlines to learn more.
Together, we can save lives. Stand Up to Cancer is a division of EIF.
KSL News Time 6:59. Traffic is brought to you by Mountain America, your home for home loans. Here's Ricky Meese.
Crews are in the final cleanup stages of this crash on the on-ramp to southbound I-15 at University Avenue in Provo. They are still partially blocking a right lane of traffic. Also in Utah County, an accident northbound I-15 in Lehigh, but it's on an off-ramp and not causing any kind of backups. Good speeds on all your Salt Lake County freeways. Traffic moving again southbound I-15 Roy through Sunset. It's important to donate blood at ARUP, open 7 days a week. Your donation will save lives in our local hospitals. Visit utahblood.org. That's utahblood.org to schedule your appointment. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
Have a good night, Ricky. Tonight, mostly clear down to 54 degrees. And for tomorrow, that's better. Sunshine, we're expecting a high of 85 degrees.
This is your daily resource for critical breaking news, weather, and conversation about Utah's most important stories. Listen on the KSL Newsradio app. Brought to you by NAR Services, KSL FM Midvale, KSL Salt Lake City. Live election night coverage. Your voice, your vote. 2020 on KSL News Radio continues now. It is your voice.
We need to have a serious conversation in this country about racism.
Adults have every right to decide what they're going to do with their medical future.
It is your vote 2020.
It took 4 to 5 days to get my test back. In other states, it was no more than a 24-hour turnaround.
We built the best economy in the country over the last 10 years, and we will do it again.
Special election night coverage with Jeff Kaplan, Doug Wright, and Boyd Matheson on KSL News Radio.
The end of an historic day in Utah, an election day without a single voting booth. Yet we'll choose a favorite and frontrunner to serve as the next governor of Utah. We'll choose a candidate who squares off against Ben McAdams and a possible successor to Congressman Rob Bishop. Good evening. I'm Jeff Kaplan, alongside a man whose name is synonymous with KSL, the legendary Doug Wright. Also joining me, the host of Inside Sources, Boyd Matheson, the Deseret News opinion editor. And gentlemen, among the three of us, I think we have more than 100 election nights worth of experience. But
no wonder I'm so tired.
But Doug, no night ever like this.
Oh, this is totally unusual. You look at the whole dynamics, everything from the COVID-19 situation to the complete mail-in ballot. You know, I was thinking about this, and both Boyd and Jeff chime in on this, but especially for those whose campaign was going to rely on knocking on doors, having town meetings, having small gatherings, limited budget, some Hail Mary type shots. This type of an election is a killer for them.
Yeah, it really is. And those who got in later along the process definitely had a disadvantage. We also have to remember this is the first time we've had more than 2 candidates in the primary ballot as well. So both for the governor's race and the CD4 race, you've got 4. And remember, the legislature did not fix the plurality issue. So no one has to get to 50%. Someone could win with 27%, 30%. Should be interesting.
So
you look at some of, pardon me, but you look at some of the other races around the country, and odds are we could have a runoff in August, depending on how the numbers shake out in, we're talking Oklahoma and Colorado.
Yeah, that's right. And so a host of opportunities like that are going to be playing out again here at home and around the country as well.
Here at home, the big race, of course, the race for Utah governor. In the next 10 minutes, we will welcome every Republican candidate for governor into the room. We'll give each candidate 2 minutes of time. We'll give you their title. Then we'll refer to them by their first names. That sounds fair, right? With an hour left to cast your ballot, gentlemen?
That's right.
Sounds fair to me.
1 hour. Although I don't think there'll be any time for us to use their first name. I think they will filibuster the 2 minutes and make their final case, which is their right.
Okay, we can just say, "Go, John."
Yeah,
go, whatever.
Like that. First up, former Utah Governor Jon Huntsman Jr. John.
Do I get 2 minutes? Is that the deal?
Do we have him? I'm not sure if we have audio here.
Yeah, we might have to unmute.
You have to turn off mute. There we go.
There we go.
Okay,
Governor Huntsman, welcome.
Jeff, I get 2 minutes. Is that the deal?
That's the deal. And go.
Well, how do you want to spend it?
I say we talk about Eureka.
Yeah, I'm used to teasing Doug Wright. You know, to see him on here, I have so many great flashbacks to earlier days. 3 things I want people to remember. One, it is a privilege to participate in this system of ours, and heaven forbid anybody be sitting on their hands when they ought to be out voting. This is a distinct privilege. If you live in a place like Russia and China, as I have, take advantage of it. This is how we bring new leaders to the forefront. What I want candidates to remember, or what I want voters to remember me by, is number 1, getting out of the COVID hole, which is going to take its toll economically unless we've got somebody who can lead. That's what I want to do toward a circumstance where we can double our state's GDP over the next 10 years. Ask the crossroads of the world. The second big issue for me is mental health. It is uniquely ours, and I believe that we should be declaring war on this insidious problem. And that's something that I want to do on day 1. So between the economy and doubling the size of our output over 10 years and declaring war on mental health, these are the issues that will be my focus.
Wonderful. Jon Huntsman Jr. We've got Exactly 56 minutes left on the clock and until it's got to be postmarked or dropped off at a box. Just 30 seconds real quick as you look at the unique lessons. You've gone through a lot of election nights. What's been unique? What do you take away from it?
Well, this hasn't been a campaign. It's been anything but a campaign. All of the tools of traditional campaigning have been limited, if not done away with altogether. And I believe that the real election has been won or lost in the course of the last maybe 2 to 3 weeks. So, we've got 4 people in the primary. We've had COVID, which has robbed us of any ability to get out and campaign traditionally. The convention process was flawed. So here we are. This is an historic period. This is an historic election. And the issues before us are truly historic as well. That's why I believe that everyone needs to get out and vote.
Thanks so much, Governor Huntsman. I believe Lieutenant Governor Spencer Cox is with us at this point.
Hey, guys, it's great to be with you.
There we go. We got to call you by your first name, I understand, Jeff. So, Spencer, 2 minutes, go.
Oh, wow. Just like that. It's
great just like
that. Doug, Boyd, and Jeff, thank you so much for having us tonight. It's election night. We're less than an hour away. Hopefully people have got their ballots in, and we're excited to get some results tonight.
What do you see as the biggest challenge in this election? Because it is such a unique animal, totally by mail. The traditional ground game just hasn't even been possible. Your thoughts on what we're going through, what you're going through?
Well, that has been the biggest challenge for sure. We're very fortunate that we made a decision early on in our campaign to visit all 248 cities and towns. We finished that up last week. The first 205 were exactly what you would expect. I mean, we had big rallies. We were doing service projects, and then the last 40 plus were quieter. It was in on people's porches, in their backyards, socially distancing, but talking about the issues that were important to them. Finding new ways to connect with people has been the biggest challenge, but also a great opportunity for our campaign.
Last 30 seconds, you've got a few folks who are in their cars driving. Maybe they've still got that ballot in hand. 30 seconds, what do you want people to think about before they cast that last vote?
Well, why did you wait so long? First, no.
A scolding.
No. What I want them to remember as they cast their ballot is to vote for Cox Henderson. But more importantly, look, over the past 6.5 years, it's been an honor to serve as your lieutenant governor. Together, we built the best economy in America, the best economy in our state's history, and we're going to do it again. I also want them to know that education is my top priority, and we're going to build the best education system in the country and the best in our state's history, and we're going to do it together.
And time. Lieutenant Governor Spencer Cox, thanks so much for joining us live on KSL News Radio. We appreciate it. Onward we go live. The Utah House Speaker, Greg Hughes, also a candidate for governor, is joining us on KSL News Radio. If you're watching on Facebook Live, there he is. Good evening.
Good evening, gentlemen. Thanks for having me on.
All right, you got 2 minutes, Mr. Speaker. We got actually Greg. Greg, you got 2 minutes. Go.
Greg,
yeah.
Greg Hughes, Citizen Greg. Citizen Hughes. Here's the thing. We started this campaign in January. Not a lot of people knew who the former Speaker of the Utah House of Representatives was. We've seen ourselves at public polls, 23 points. Our internal polls, 25 points. It's a dead heat statistically, and this is why. Myself, Commissioner Victor Iverson from Washington County, we're the battle-tested conservative ticket in this race. We've never seen 4 candidates running in a primary, Republican primary. It's usually one versus the other. And we've taken on the hard issues in our time as public servants, but we've been talking about the hard issues right now. We got constitutional liberties that cannot be threatened or taken away any day of our lives, including in a time of a crisis. We got to get back to work right away. There's bills come due every 30 days for the working people of the state, and we got to get these schools open as soon as possible. Those are hard tasks, but we're up to the challenge and up to the task. And so we're excited for the momentum, the enthusiasm, and the job ahead.
Greg, nobody's put their arms around President Trump the way you have, original supporter and so on. He can be a polarizing figure, but in an election like this, where you don't have to have the majority, you just have to win the primary, how much is that working to your advantage when you realize that some people just tune that totally out?
Well, Doug, it's been, look, I'm not just not ashamed to say I support this president. I am proud to support this president. He's done things for our state specifically. The the Grand Staircase Escalante National Monument that Clinton created on his way out the door, and then the Bears Ears National Monument that Obama in his last month of office did going out the door. We had President Trump come to the state of Utah and drastically reduce both those national monuments for really no political favor nationally for that, but really he'll probably be criticized from the environmentalists nationally. So he's done things for this state that have been incredibly important. There's other issues as well. I would just say it has been good. People have appreciated the support and hearing it.
Okay, former House Speaker Greg Hughes, good luck coming down the stretch. There's exactly 49 minutes left.
Every vote counts.
All right.
We're still waiting
Greg.
for
Thanks,
Thomas
Greg.
Wright. Would you like to take his time? I'm just kidding.
I would love that.
Yeah, I'll bet you would.
I'm sure he said, give it to Hughes. I'm sure.
You're listening to KSL News Radio, and when Thomas Wright is ready to join us and we have it all set up, we'll certainly bring that to you live. There have been a lot of challenges in this gubernatorial race over the months gone by. Gentlemen, Greg Hughes just mentioned when President Trump was here. Do you remember that cold day? I think it was January that he was here in Utah for a whirlwind trip, appeared at the state capitol. My point is, exactly, Doug Wright, it feels like it was 100 years ago now.
Does.
It might have been.
Does. Isn't it interesting? I was thinking about our broadcast tonight, and I remember back in the day, the Governor's Commission for Strengthening Utah's Democracy, and the goal was, why aren't people getting out and voting? And why aren't they getting engaged? And what can we do to get people engaged and to make it easier? And I thought about reasons why, and Boyd, I've heard your reports today on Jeff's program and elsewhere, that we appear to be having not just a good turnout, but a great turnout. And you look at some of those numbers, over 600,000 ballots out. And you look at Salt Lake County alone, you look at what's happening in Utah County. And I thought, first of all, and this came up back in the old days of the commission, we have done everything humanly possible, we as a state, to make it as easy as possible, convenient as possible to vote. And this year, even in the weird circumstances, you think of how easy it has been to vote. You don't even have to buy a stamp, for heaven's sake. And then the COVID boredom, honestly, and the frustration of COVID, I think, has activated people. I mean, it's pretty rough duty to sit there at your kitchen counter, not even worry about the stamp and just, throw it out to the mailman. So I think that that's been a factor. And then also the governor's race, of course, I think has been a big, big factor here. And then, Boyd, I'd be interested in your opinion on this. I think we've had somewhat of a surprisingly aggressive attorney general's race, looking at statewide. And then we have the 1st district and the 4th district where there are real, activities going on there. So I think we've had kind of a perfect, weird, imperfect storm that has really facilitated people's activities.
Yeah, I think that's right. And of course, the goal is always to get more people involved, more people informed and educated and involved. That's a big part of that process. And really, you think about it, even the work that both the Democratic Party and the Republican Party did to take their conventions online, which suddenly, for years they had said, no, we can't change. And then suddenly they were forced to change. And a lot of the delegates I spoke to on both the left and the right said, wow, if this is how it's going to be, I think I can get more of my neighbors to be involved. And so in a very interesting way, as you said, Doug, this is actually promoting more involvement, greater involvement. And of course, a lot of hot races up and down the ballot, I think always get people engaged and ready to go. It looks like we've got the former chairman of the Republican Party and businessman, Thomas Wright. Thomas, thanks for joining us. You got 2 minutes, my friend. Final case. Oh, I'm sorry. His image popped up, and I guess he disappeared again. We're seeing visions already.
Boyd, you pointed out something really interesting, and I hope I didn't confuse things when I was talking with the speaker. But you can win this race with 30 whatever percent, or even less.
Yeah, even less.
Even how spread out it is. Some states require that ultimately you win by 50+1.
Yeah, and that's got to be taken up, I think, by the legislature. That if you don't get to a plurality, I think it's very important we have some sort of runoff system so that we can really make sure the will of the people is heard.
Boy, think of how many times that has been discussed as we've anticipated Count My Vote, as we came up with SB 54, the lawsuits surrounding SB 54. The plurality issue has come up over and over again, and ironically, that wasn't dealt with. So now, I mean, theoretically, somebody could win with what?
26.5% of the vote.
Yeah, 25 plus 1.
Yeah.
Who knows?
You mentioned engagement a moment ago and how the voting populace has been activated. Playing devil's advocate, is it possible that with these outsized numbers that we're seeing, the number of people participating, that it's merely as simple as this? The ballot showed up, you're sitting at your kitchen table, why not vote? And I'm serious.
Yeah, why not vote before you start that evening program or before you watch the news? It did make it very, very easy for people to just not even think much and actually engage in the process.
And
Jason.
that's a concern. That's a concern because, Boyd mentioned, I used to talk about it all the time, still do. I've heard it discussed on KSL within the Deseret News, that voting educated is so important. Bless everybody who at least takes what little trouble it is now to vote. But for those who truly try to educate themselves, try to keep an open mind, try to listen to the messages, avail themselves of the opportunities that are available on the party platforms. They're available on party websites. They're available from the candidates. Today, they were handing out their cell phone numbers to you, but it's also on utah.gov. You can get all the information and hopefully educate yourself a little bit so you're voting informed.
Yeah, well, with 44 minutes to go, we're going to let the last of the informed gubernatorial candidates come on. Hey, there he is. Former chairman of the Republican Party, businessman Thomas Wright. Thomas, thanks for joining us last minute here. You got 2 minutes to make your final case, my friend. Let her rip.
Utah is the greatest state in the country, and it's the greatest state in the country because of its people. Its people are what make it great. And we need to make sure that government supports our people at the very highest level. And the way they do that is by deregulating the economy, reducing our tax structure so it's competitive with our neighboring states, and then getting out of the way and allowing Utahns to do what they do. And that's innovate, create jobs, create businesses, and do what they do best. I believe the most dangerous day in the business or in the life of a government is the day you have success. Because when you have success, cheerleading can replace leadership. You can start patting each other on the back. You can start congratulating each other, and you can forget the principles that got you where you were. I believe that success has to be fought for and won every day. I'm running for governor because I want to get up every morning early, and I want to do what Utahns do: work hard, have integrity and transparency, bring the principles that made Utah what it is today, and have the greatest decade that Utah's ever had in the 2020s. And that's why I'm running for governor. I believe my three opponents, while good men, have had their opportunity to serve. For 16 years, they've been in the three highest spots in state government. They've had their opportunity, but now they bring a lot of baggage because of past decisions and things that they've done in the past. And I want to make sure that we come in with a fresh perspective and a new look. Somebody that has the political leadership experience, somebody that has the business executive experience, that can marry those two things together and can look out for the taxpayers every single day that he's in office. I will do that as Utah's next governor, and I sincerely ask for those votes that are still out there because I believe this race is going to be close and that everyone is going to count.
Doug Wright, Thomas Wright, live on KSL News Radio.
We'll get it right.
Thanks so much for joining us on the air. Do you remember, Doug, that when you were first retiring, I was pestering you? You have to run for governor. You have to run for governor. And your face turned kind of red. It's just a different Wright who decided to run.
That's right. We've got to have a right in the race. And it's interesting. And Boyd, you know this, Jeff, you know this. When you know all of them, it is really unique. I love a race where the state really can't lose. And we're very fortunate in this great state of Utah, and every candidate so far has alluded to that. Just what a truly great and unique state that we are in.
We're going to pause for a moment. We have to run here for KSL's top national stories. Doug will be right back.
From ABC News. I'm Daria Albinger. There are now an average of 40,000 new COVID-19 cases across the U.S. every day. ABC's Victor Akendo says Florida is one of 3 states reporting more than 6,000 new infections today.
As the Sunshine State surpasses 150,000 coronavirus cases and counting, local leaders are enacting new measures desperate to slow the spread. Effective today, masks are mandatory on Miami Beach at all times, with few exceptions.
The other states, Texas and California, Governor Gavin Newsom to announce new restrictions tomorrow.
The framework for us is this: if you're not going to stay home and you're not going to wear masks in public, we have to enforce, and we will, and we'll be making announcements on enforcement.
Colorado Governor Jared Polis closing bars through the month of July.
With neighboring states now closing bars, we don't want Colorado to become a mecca of nightlife in the pandemic.
And at least 5 have tested positive at an Oregon child care facility. There's growing pressure on President Trump to respond to allegations Russia put bounties on U.S. troops in Afghanistan.
White House Press Secretary Kayleigh McEnany would not directly answer questions on when President Trump first learned of the intelligence about an alleged Russian bounty plot. Referring to the Presidential Daily Briefing, also known as the PDB, McEnany declined to confirm or deny whether the information was ever included in it, noting its secrecy.
The PDB is a top secret document that is widely disseminated among government. I will never sit here and confirm or deny what is in a top secret document. So I'll leave it at that.
Catherine Falders, ABC News, Washington.
An investigation into Sharpie Gate is over. The Commerce Department has concluded that the government's weather forecasting agency pushed out a statement that seemed to inappropriately support President Trump's claim that Alabama would be impacted by Hurricane Dorian. You're listening to ABC News.
We have breaking news on KSL Newsradio. The Salt Lake City Police Department has just confirmed they've arrested a suspect accused of shooting a driver during a protest last night in Provo. You've been hearing about this today. Provo police will be handling the investigation. It's a developing story. We'll update you as soon as more information is available. Again, Salt Lake police confirmed a suspect has been arrested in last night's shooting at the protest in Provo. KSL News Time, 7:22. Our election coverage continues on KSL News Radio with Doug Wright, Boyd Matheson, and we've been talking a lot about polling over the last few days. Certainly, we're not going to get that much in the way of results. Polling is all we have to go with at this point.
Yeah. When the day was around when you were walking out of voting, and odds are within a certain appropriate space, somebody might step forward from a polling institution and ask
or behind a bush.
Yeah. Or from behind a bush. Yeah, that was usually the reporters.
Yeah.
Those were the reporters. The pollsters would jump out in their own way, and we'd start to kind of have an idea, and they wouldn't release anything. I can remember Dan Jones just outside of the studio where you're sitting right now, Boyd, just pacing up and down. He was perpetually worried, and but he was amazingly accurate. We don't even have that tool this year.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So the polling is not going to happen a lot, but we have the next best thing to polling. We have Jason Perry from the Hinckley Institute of Politics is going to join us here and give us a little insight in terms of what he's tracking, what he's sensing, what he's seeing from his perch up there at the University of Utah. And I think we've got Jason in. There he is. Look, I keep saying he looks tanned and rested. I think he's going to run for president. How you doing, Jason?
I'm doing fine. I keep telling Boyd the rested part definitely is not true.
Well, Jason, what are you seeing? What have you been hearing? Obviously, we don't expect to have a lot of results tonight or any clear winners in some of these tighter races as we go down the evening. But what have you been seeing? What have you been sensing in terms? Let's start with the governor's race.
Well, as you've all been talking about, this is just so absolutely unique. And for people like us who like to have some results, this is going to be so painful. Not be able to go to bed tonight, probably knowing the results of this election. And as we all have talked in the past, some of these new changes are going to make it hard for us to know the results. But to your question, we've been trying to poll, and we've loved this partnership with all of you with Desert News and KSL, as we've been trying to keep our finger on the pulse of what's happening in the state. And what we were really clear about as we've been questioning people in the state is a lot of people are just really, really engaged right now. And I think that's why we're seeing such an amazing turnout already. I know we've talked about this, but 392,000 ballots already processed by the clerk. That is just an amazing thing. That's like 26% of the voters, and it's more voters than we had in 2016 or 2018. So I'll tell you, a lot of these polls gave us a really good view of what was happening in the moment. But boy, we are going to have a lot to talk about when we see how these votes actually turn out in the end.
Jason, I'm interested because both you and Boyd, unlike Jeff and me, we've not worked inside of campaigns, certainly at the levels that you two have. The exit polling, I have to admit, I miss the exit polling. I miss Dan Jones, up and down the hall, just worrywart. And I used to call him Utah's favorite curmudgeon. How important when you were working inside the polls and inside the campaigns, how seriously did you guys take those exit polls?
We took them very seriously. As we saw more and more of the mail-in balloting happening in the state, which I think we've done an exceptional job, it became a little less helpful. But I will tell you, to your great point, because Dan Jones was the best at sort of reading what was happening as people were coming out of the ballot box. And even some of the campaigns talked to me over the last couple of days. And this was the question, Doug, is how are we going to do poll watching this year? And what are you going to do? Are you going to have students? And so the best we could come up with was, well, the best you can do is send someone to look over the shoulder of the clerks as they're opening the ballots. That's about as good as you can do now.
And the big parties, where the big parties on election night and the campaign headquarters and all of the people milling about. Boy, with COVID-19, that's a different thing.
Well,
Doug, this is the party.
Yeah, this is it right party. Here.
As usual, this is probably the best stuff of the whole night right here on the show.
Hey,
I just want to know who brought the treats.
Yeah, that's right. Hey, Jason, as you look at again, let's go back to the governor's race real quick. If you had to kind of narrow it down, what do you think is going to be the issue that turns voters towards one candidate or another? Is there a single thing out there that you guys have been watching or sensing that maybe gives you a little indication of, hey, if this becomes the top issue, then it's going to favor this campaign?
Yeah. So you and I talked about this in one of our polling questions. I think it's going to come down to this question of leadership. Absolutely top of mind for Utahns right now is who is going to best lead us out of this pandemic. And it's connected to the economy. And I think that's really going to be the prime issue. And I think that's what's motivated a lot of people to affiliate in this particular election and take notice. When you add the issues associated with the pandemic, the economy, the protests that are happening in the state of Utah, all of these things are leading to one thing, and it is that we need an effective leader for the state of Utah. And I think that is what's driven people to mail in their ballots. And I think in the end, that's what will be what gets the one candidate to the top.
Jason, issues obviously are so important, and that's the great question to ask. What is that tipping point issue? And leadership, whatever it may be, leading us out of the COVID situation. But in this situation where the largest political party in the state of Utah is really independent voters, and now we have a lot of Democrats who are saying, hey, look, this is going to be, with all due respect to the Democrat candidates out there, this is going to be the election for the governor's seat, most likely. That is what I'm hearing from more and more people. Those who went to the trouble of, and there have been some high-profile people who have gone to the trouble of registering. How big a factor is that going to be in the gubernatorial race?
I think it is going to be the deciding factor. I'll just go out and say that, Doug, because we've seen more than ever. Most election cycles, we talk about what happens with these people who affiliate and whether or not it's enough to really move the needle. We have enough in this particular primary to absolutely be the difference in this campaign. So that's why as we start looking at the results over the next couple of days and the people affiliated and where those candidates went, will show that to be true. And there's just too many of them. There's just too many people that have decided to engage in this particular Republican primary for it not to have an impact.
Well, I want to thank Jason Perry from the Pinkley Institute joining us live on KSL News Radio. We watched Wisconsin mess up its election with voters in Milwaukee in those long lines, you might remember. Georgia botched its primary, and it seems Utah is sidestepping all of it. We're voting by mail. And earlier this evening, KSL News Radio's Nick Wyatt gave us some highlights from his talk with 538 election specialist Jeffrey Skelly. So what did he have to say about mail-in voting?
Yeah, Jeff, he said that there is widespread bipartisan support of mail-in voting, not only in Utah, but across the country. He adds that, of course, we're one of the latest states to adopt the practice alongside Hawaii and a few others. But he says, unfortunately, there is a partisan line among Republicans who argue mail-in voting favors Democrats. But Skelly says there's really no evidence to back that up. And then there's also the issue of President Trump claiming widespread voter fraud by mail-in ballot. And again, Skelly says there's just really no evidence to back up that claim. But one thing he pointed out, of course, as you mentioned, the missteps and mistakes in other states with their primary days and issues, tabulating votes, the lines.
Right.
And he says, I think we all hope we have all of these kinks ironed out before November. And, it's definitely something that we have had, I don't want to say an issue with here in Utah, maybe a delay in results, but I don't think we've had anything nearly that.
Well, it's like, what a nice sentiment to hope that we have it all ironed out for November, right?
Right.
Meantime, we have coronavirus. And what did he say about how that is affecting our election?
Well, he said, obviously, it's affecting everything about it. Campaigning is fundamentally different. Fundraising is different. Voting is different. And he points out that despite the fact that you can turn in a ballot up to 8 o'clock tonight, people can't actually touch it for 24 hours because it has to be quarantined.
Well, no.
Coronavirus.
In Utah County, they're only waiting 12 hours.
Oh, right.
Because they say that paper, the virus only lasts 12 hours. At least that makes sense on paper. Anyway, this might be a little in the weeds, but did Jeffrey Skelly have anything to say about how primary voting might correlate with general election voting?
I don't know if this is much of a surprise, but he says that those who participate in a primary election are mostly people who are more politically engaged. He says that most people wait until the general election to make the effort of casting a ballot. He says most people vote the same way in the general election as they do in the primary. Of course, I pointed out how many Utahns have changed party affiliation to vote in our Republican primary for governor, and he pointed out how that's just really a unique situation for the country.
Our coverage continues on KSL.
Special election night coverage on KSL News Radio.
Primary day is nearing its end, with Utahns driving their ballots to drop off locations across the state. There's not a single actual voting booth in the state. We're choosing a Republican candidate. The next governor of Utah will choose a successor to Congressman Rob Bishop, and a candidate who squares off against incumbent Congressman Ben McAdams. There are also down-ballot elections. Welcome. This is Election Night on KSL News Radio. I'm Jeff Kaplan, joined by the legendary Doug Wright. Also joining me, the host of Inside Sources, Boyd Matheson, the Deseret News opinion editor. And gentlemen, we're still a ways away from hearing our first results. The county clerks say 10 o'clock is when we get our first numbers. I was speaking with the Utah County clerk earlier this evening here on KSL, and she said, nah, these races aren't going to be decided till Thursday.
You've alluded to some of the other debacles that we've had around the country, and even those that are a little more organized. You look at what some of the results in Kentucky. It's taken into the next week. I hope that's not the case for us, but Boyd, I wouldn't be surprised. Especially in years past, we were always encouraged by our county clerks, make sure that postmark, and it was before voting day. And then if you didn't hit the postmark time, then you could drive by and drop it in the various ballot boxes around. This is a different animal completely.
Yeah, it really is. And remember, as Jay rightly pointed out, whether it's 12 hours or 24 hours, they're going to let those ballots sit. Now, some of those ballots that were mailed today, or think of a ballot that's being postmarked as we speak, that may not show up at the clerk's office tomorrow. It may not show up until Thursday, and then it's got to have 12 to 24 hours to be quarantined. And so we could be looking at Friday. Guess what? Friday is a holiday. Be interesting to see how many of the clerk's offices are open, and then we're into that July 4th weekend. And so there are actually some of these races that may not even be decided until early next week.
Now, wait a minute. You're not saying this could interrupt the movie show, are you? I mean, let's get our priorities
No,
straight.
Doug, nothing interrupts the movie show.
Here's something I've been worrying about. Utah County, they're quarantining the ballots for 12 hours, but in Salt Lake County, 24 to 48. Does the coronavirus last longer in Salt Lake County?
That's a question for the movie show, Doug.
That's right. And we'll have the definitive answer on that. Jeff, if I remember your interview correctly, the county clerk down there in Utah County said that they were waiting 12, but they had some kind of information. Did I hear this correct? That the virus would only last 8 hours on paper. So they were being extremely careful by waiting 12 hours.
Well, that's on paper. In the real world, who knows?
Yeah.
Okay, let's move along. The big race
We better move along.
Okay, the big race that we're watching, of course, the gubernatorial primary. And joining us live on KSL News Radio is our own Lindsay Aerts. She's covering the Huntsman campaign this evening. And Lindsay, you've been around the block and have seen a few election nights. How is this different?
Oh, hi, gentlemen. Thank you for having me. This is obviously different because of COVID. None of us are meeting in person. You're all in your spare bedrooms right now. So am I. So we're all just sort of amending as we go. And I think that's what a lot of the campaigns are doing, right? Having to think on the fly, having to change meetings on the fly, having to campaign on the fly via Zoom. And you're seeing that with the Huntsman campaign tonight, no big parties for them. There's no big crowds over at their campaign headquarters. It's really the governor popping in and out, his staff just facilitating media interviews. And his campaign tells me he's visiting a few different smaller parties. He's been out today kind of visiting those mobile voting locations, but it's been different all around.
Lindsay, has he been at all slowed by the coronavirus bout that he just went through?
It doesn't seem like it from my perspective. Just personally, you watch somebody with COVID-19 and you're thinking, oh, you almost feel bad for them, right? You're just like, you just.
Well, you do, yeah.
Yeah, just as a human being, you're hurting that another human being is hurting. And so you see somebody like him who's in the public eye, and you watched him at the debate the other night where he was in the full bout of COVID trying to perform during that debate. And you're just thinking, oh, get that poor man to bed. He's tired, right? So
Lindsay Aerts.
Yeah, I don't think he's been slowed much.
I talked to some people within the campaign, and they say that it is such a strange illness that you can feel kind of okay for a minute. You'll commit to do something, and then 10 minutes later, you just go, I just can't do it. I can't even get out of bed. So it was a real challenge from what I understand from those who are within the campaign that filled me in a bit.
Lindsay Aerts joining us live. And next up, KSL News Radio's Paul Nelson. He's in Mount Pleasant covering the Spencer Cox campaign. Good evening, Paul.
Good evening. And I'm in this field in a watch party unlike I've ever seen before. This is at the Basin Drive-In in Mount Pleasant. So there's a stage being set up. It's one of those flatbed truck attachments that they've hooked up some microphones to, and it's right in front of the big screen here at the Basin Drive-In. But yeah, so we're expecting this to kick off at around 8:30. But for right now, how sometimes we have, when people ask, how does it look down there? Right now, it looks like a dirt field with a bunch of metal poles in it. And apart from that, maybe some Cox Henderson signs. That's about it. But yeah, we are expecting a media availability with Spencer Cox at around 8 o'clock. And then after that, they say the party's going to kick off at 8:30. But yeah, they want people to come, but basically stay in their cars and kind of watch from there is what they're hoping to happen here.
Well, Paul, I think you actually drew the best straw for election night. I think you can grab yourself a popcorn and maybe even sneak in a quick movie before the party begins.
We chuckle about these events. We chuckle about them, but you think about how much effort went into thinking of ways to get together and to socialize as a political candidate when you can't get together. And this is what they come up with.
Yeah. And actually, I think that's a great point, Jeff, because one of the things that you want in a governor or in a legislator is someone who can think on the fly, who can adapt to difficult, challenging circumstances. We have to remember, we often think about electing these folks so they can lead us in really great times, but really we elect them to lead us in really hard times. So I think this has actually been a very interesting indicator of how they might lead if they were in office in a real tough setting.
Boy, the more I think about it, a drive-in theater is absolutely perfect.
Genius.
I just want to know if you have to use the little weird, speaker that you used to have that hangs on the inside, then you drive off with it dangling out your window. But the social distancing is all there. You can sit within your car, and depending on what the speaker system, sometimes at a drive-in theater, you can just dial in on your AM radio to the frequency they designate.
Paul Nelson, thanks a lot. Go ahead.
Yeah, I can answer that. No, they have a sign in the back of the drive-in that says that the audio, you have to tune into 102.3 FM. So, if they were trying to advertise KSL, they really messed up.
Fix that, Paul. Fix that.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, that's right.
I'll go tag the sign with a 7 at the end of it.
There we go.
There you go. Paul Nelson live in Mount Pleasant.
Paul.
And joining us live, KSL News Radio's Kelly Pierce is covering the Hughes and Wright campaigns. Kelly, what's this like for you?
Well, it's very interesting. These candidates have really kind of made their big parties very small now. And so, however, they are actually kind of really adhering to what they believe, I think, in this instance. I talked to Greg Hughes earlier, and he had moved his party from Salt Lake City, which was going to be kind of big, to Centerville. And that was because Salt Lake County does have that mask mandate. And so he felt like, someone who has said the mask mandate is unconstitutional, that probably is a good idea to move it. But he also said, we moved it because it's more reflective of the events that I had in my campaign, which was smaller, more intimate, outdoors, relaxed, where people didn't feel like they had to follow all of these rules. So that is what his vision was for having his event, but also still socially distant and everybody doing the correct thing.
I have been hesitating as I've introduced each one of our reporters because I can't really believe the circumstance. Lindsay Ertz reporting live on the campaign from her bedroom. Paul Nelson's at a drive-in. Kelly Pierce is sitting in her car. Go figure.
Yeah.
But this is politics in 2020.
Well, it was interesting because, when we had John Huntsman on, our first of the gubernatorial candidates, and I can't remember, this isn't going to be an exact quote, but it'll catch the spirit. He said, this really has been no campaign at all. In the traditional sense, that's really true. This is almost unrecognizable. And every candidate, every gathering, all of us who are covering it, we're in territory we've never been in before.
Absolutely.
KSL News. Oh, I'm sorry. Kelly's still here in her car.
Live radio,
Governor candidates, start your engines, I think is the next cue. We'll see how that rolls. Thanks, Kelly.
Thanks.
As I said, KSL News Time 741. I want to move on at this point to the congressional races. CD4 is the hottest race with 4 main candidates. And we're going to be speaking with some of them right now. Doug Boyd. First up, we're going to welcome Burgess Owens joining us live on Facebook Live and KSL News Radio. Good evening, sir.
Hey, guys. Can you hear me okay? Am I coming through?
Perfect.
Right. Got you. Perfect. Great, Burgess.
Good enough.
Good.
This is our version of the 2-minute drill. So this is your final. You got 18 minutes to go, Burgess. So you got 2-minute drill, NFL style. Let it go.
I think I still remember that. I kind of look at it as hopefully we'll be able to get through this and make it so we can make our next half to where we're going to get Ben McAdams. We're waiting to see that, and I'm just excited about being part of this process, guys. I really am. I've been here for 7 years, and this has been a year that I really had a chance to get to know so much more Utah and Utahns, and it's just been a refreshing, exciting year for me to do so. So I appreciate the opportunity.
There are still a few minutes left to vote. Is there any one last impression you'd like to leave voters with tonight?
I would. I'd like for all of Utah to know how important this particular district is. And many people don't realize that this is between 1 and 3 of must-have on both sides. Democrats must have it to keep the chaos. We must have it to get our country and culture back. I just feel blessed that our country, literally the linchpin of our nation, the way we go right now, getting the House back will be, Utah will be a big piece of that. So the values I grew up in, the values I'm fighting for now, I'm just excited about the opportunity. And I think we should all look at our state as really being blessed to be such an important part of this process.
What's been the most challenging part of this campaign for you?
You know what? Because I'm kind of new at this rodeo. I was listening to you guys talking as professionals. This is all new. This is new to you. Well, believe me, this is all new to me. So I was excited about the opportunity to get out and meet people at the very beginning and shake hands. And of course, that had to come to an end. But based on how we are as a nation, we're very creative. We come up with new ways of making sure things work, and we were able to do so virtually. So I still think the message was out there. I believe that we're going to have I hope we're going to have a great turnout, that people are really engaged and want to know what's going on and be part of this this new phase we're going into, for sure.
Burgess Owens, thanks so much for joining us this evening in the waning moments of primary day in Utah.
Guys. Thank you so much.
Next up, we're going to move to another one of the candidates. This is Jay McFarland.
Who's that?
McFarland.
Starts with a J. Sounds like
J Mac.
Jay McFarland, of course, a longtime host here on KSL News Radio. But we don't play favorites on a night like this. Jay, it's a pleasure to see your face on Facebook Live. You have 2 minutes.
I play favorites. 3 of my favorite people right now. It's great to see all 3 of you.
Hey, don't waste any of your 2 minutes on us, J Mac. This is your chance to hit the last
Especially
voters.
him.
Yeah.
Well, so 2 minutes to make my case. Well, for me, it's pretty simple. Our government is shut down. Congress is shut down. If we're going to make a difference, we have to choose differently. We've been sending people from the extreme left and the extreme right. They hate each other. They can't talk to each other. They won't even look at each other unless we choose a more reasonable brand of person who can work with both sides, regardless of who's in power, and actually present ideas that are viable and move the needle forward. Then basically representation is done and Congress is done, because they just can't get anything done. So I am that different candidate. This is a movement to restore civility to our government. That's why I left KSL. That's what drives me every day. And I'm very proud that for the last year, we've been able to get people to think about civility and how name calling changes nothing. It just enforces the status quo.
Jay, candidates go out with a message they want people to hear and hopefully respond to. But sometimes it's interesting to ask the candidate, what's the message you've heard from the people, realizing what a unique campaign this indeed has been?
Well, I think it's exactly what I was just talking about. The fact that government is shut down. They're so frustrated. They don't understand why we can't talk to each other. They've been sold this bill of goods that if somebody disagrees with them, then they're not a patriot. They're not a great American. But they understand that their neighbor, even if they disagree with them, can still be a patriot. In a representative government, we all have a right to fight for what we believe, and nobody should be considered as less than the other if they have a different viewpoint on how government should be run. And you're hearing from my opponents exactly that. They believe that those who disagree with them are less than. And the people who support me, who I see every single day, they just don't see it that way.
It's been a long time since we've heard 2 minutes of live JMac on KSL News Radio, and we thank you for sharing it with us. Jay McFarland, one of the candidates in the 4th Congressional District, and we'll move along to another. Kim Coleman is joining us live on KSL News Radio. We're handing out 2 minutes to just about everybody tonight, and it's certainly your turn.
Hi, Kim.
Hey, Kim.
Great to be here. All right.
This is your opportunity to make your
There
pitch.
we go.
Go for it.
We aren't kidding. We aren't kidding, Kim. This is your 2 minutes. Let it rip.
All right. My 2 minutes. I've lived here. I've worked here. I've started a business here, raised my family here in CD4. So our grassroots army has just been amazing. And really, that's just what it's going to take to go all the way in November. The organization that we've been able to build throughout the district is just phenomenal. I'm so pleased. I'm so humbled at the support. And, you know, right now, I probably can't gain any new votes. So I would just like to give a shout out to the other candidates in this race. Very class acts. And I think one of the things that I really miss out about this COVID situation is not really getting to spend more time with the other candidates in this race. So I hope we win tonight, but whoever does win, they'll have my support if it's not me. So it's been great to get to know them. Wish I could have gotten to know them a little bit better.
You mentioned the grassroots. You've had just, armies out there working hard. How did that change? I mean, COVID has changed so many things, knocking on doors and so on. How has the grassroots effort worked for you?
Well, we started with a sophisticated campaign anyway on the tech side, so it was really just a minor adjustment. But 100% of the time, I'd rather be looking you in the eyes and having that relational experience. And so that really is a big difference in this campaign this year. So, but we've gone digital. We've gone frequently digital. We've tried to reach out in social media and other ways to just get our message there.
Kim, it looks like you're having a get-together, perhaps, on the sides of those flags. We're hearing a little bit of noise in the background. Are you having a campaign event?
We are still calling right up till the end, so we're about out of time there, unless somebody is walking past a drop box. But, we haven't advertised anything, but when we won convention, the night that we won the first round of this primary, people showed up and said, we just can't, we want to be with the campaign family. So I do expect we'll have some people here tonight.
All right, should be an interesting evening. Thanks so much, Kim
We have
Coleman.
masks for you.
That's right.
There's one more candidate in Congressional District 4. Trent Christensen is joining us live on KSL News Radio. We're giving 2 minutes to each of the candidates. You're number 4 on the list, and the 2 minutes are yours right now on KSL News Radio. Trent?
Well, I appreciate you bringing me in. I appreciate you saving the best for last. Happy Independence Day, gentlemen. For the last many years, I've taught my children that Election Day is Independence Day. And it's coming a little bit early this year. It's our opportunity to say this is our government, and we get to take control of it. We get to pick the people that are going to govern effectively, and they're going to govern according to our principles. And that's why I love Election Day. It's Independence Day. It's the best day of the year.
Trent, you've been very passionate out there on the campaign trail, talking about your business experience, talking about the entrepreneurial spirit here in Utah. What have you learned about that spirit over the course of this campaign?
It's reinforced what I already knew. The entrepreneurial spirit in Utah is the strongest in the nation. The organization that I run, venturecapital.org, sits sort of at the hub of that community. And what we have here in this state is remarkable. The single greatest job creator in this country is small business. It's entrepreneurs. And if we can have that mindset and take that mindset to Congress, we're going to be able to govern effectively. There's talk about civility and there's talk about ideologues. There's Republicans and Democrats. What this really boils down to is effectiveness. Who can go back to Congress and take a business background, a private sector background, and be effective? Listen, this environment's going to last. It's going to last 12 months, 18 months, 2 years. We're going to have to live differently, work differently, and we're going to need someone who can govern differently, who can adapt, who can be smart, who can work with the other side, but hold true to their principles. And I'm that person. I've spent the last 10 years in the business sector, and I'm going to take that to Washington, D.C.
Well said. Trent Christensen, you took your 2 minutes and made the most of them. Thanks so much. Thanks so much for joining us on KSL News Radio. We've now heard from all 4.
Thank you for having me.
You're welcome, and thank you for coming on. We've heard from all 4 candidates in CD4. Now we're going to take a brief time out for the latest national stories from ABC News.
Advice from Vice President Pence as the U.S. battles COVID-19.
Wear a mask whenever your state and local authorities say it's appropriate. So it's always a good idea to wear a mask when social distancing is not possible.
Pence says there are now more than 2.6 million infections across the U.S., a dozen states reporting increases in cases and their percent positive rates. Dr. Anthony Fauci telling a Senate hearing today those cases could hit 100,000 a day. Minor League Baseball's canceling the 2020 season because of the pandemic. White House Press Secretary Kayleigh McEnany says President Trump has not been briefed on intelligence concerning alleged Russian bounties on U.S. troops in Afghanistan. A number of police officers in suburban Denver are now on paid leave pending an investigation into photos of them near where Elijah McClain died last summer. 3 white officers stopped McClain, who is black, as he walked down the street, and one put him into a chokehold. Daria Albinger, ABC News.
Live election coverage on KSL News Radio. Jeff Kaplan, Boyd Matheson, Doug Wright, live on KSL. And joining us now, KSL News Radio's Dan Bomas is spending the evening covering that 4th congressional district race. Dan, you just heard us talking with the candidates. What are they doing to win votes through the day and into this evening?
Well, of course, you heard Kim Coleman talking about her gathering at her home where she has people making calls right up and perhaps even past the the moment where they can do anything about it. But Kim Coleman is the only one of these four who has experience in elected office. She's served in the Utah legislature since 2015, and she is also the one who won at the convention. Of course, two ways to get on the ballot in Utah. One is to win at the party convention, and the other is to gather a sufficient number of signatures. In the 4th district, it was about 7,000, I believe. And the other candidates have done that. Burgess Owens also did well at the convention, but the others have gone the signature gathering route. And they're all, with the exception of Kim Coleman, political newcomers. Now, Jay says he's been doing this for a year, and that's entirely true, but they haven't served in elected office in the past. Burgess Owens, of course, former NFL player, and Jay McFarland, Trent Christensen, newcomers qualified by gathering signatures. And as you pointed out, Jay was until recently a talk show host on KSL, and Christensen owns a nonprofit venture capital firm. The winner, though, gets the privilege of challenging Ben McAdams. And you can say it was a very close race. The races in the 4th district have always been close. But Ben McAdams has raised more money than all the Republicans put together. He has about $2.2 million in the bank. And the Salt Lake Tribune looked at the required financial reports a few days ago and found that Kim Coleman has raised about $575,000. Right now, she has $84,000 in the bank. Now, nationwide, Republicans are going to support whoever wins the nomination tonight because they believe this is a winnable district. They believe that McAdams is vulnerable.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, and so important that the whoever the winner is will pivot to take on Representative McAdams in his first reelect, which is always the most challenging, the one that will garner the most attention across the nation. So I don't think anyone is going to have a lack of funds rolling into the fall because the national Republicans and the national Democrats are going to dump in big money. And I do have to say, Dan, it is great to hear your voice, and it's great to see your face on the screen tonight. And we're glad you're part of our coverage team here at KSL as well.
Well, thank you.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah.
From my home in Bountiful. Welcome.
This really is a targeted race, as you've alluded to, Boyd. I've been reading some of the articles on it, and just the gut feeling tells you that. I mean, this has become what the 2nd district used to be, of course.
Correct.
And you look at this is the one shot that really this time round for the federal office that Democrats really have a shot. And, they maintain the seat right now. Ben McAdams is quite popular. But, boy, I can remember back to, Jim Matheson. I remember that first time running for re-election. That was a tough race. And usually, if someone in Ben's position is going to be unseated, or if Jim were to have been unseated at that point, it would be in that first round, and money is going to flow. How big a factor do you think the PACs are going to be? And some of the interesting money is going to be on this one, Boyd and Dan.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see who jumps into this. Utah has the unique ability to put as much money as, well, of course, the federal restrictions do apply, but there's been a lot of money spent in this primary that is kind of unrestricted because Utah doesn't have campaign finance limits. Now, federal races do.
Federal races do. That's right.
And so it'll be interesting.
Except for that interesting money, because Senator Hatch didn't run against a Utah. He ran against Club for Growth and spent $10 million doing it.
That's right. And interesting, Doug, that the Club for Growth, of course, is on the right, not on the left. So his bigger challenges were to the right of the party as opposed to the Democrats on the left. And it is an interesting thing. I do think we're going to see money spent in unique ways. Again, within this coronavirus world that we are now a part of, this new now that we're experiencing every day. I think this is a great test for campaigns and for candidates to prove that they can be innovative, that they can be creative, that they can connect with voters in new and interesting ways. And it makes you wonder, Doug, in particular, can we stretch the party? Can the Democrats stretch their party and get new people in because they are doing things more digitally? Can the Republicans go to a younger crowd than they have historically? I think there's all kinds of fascinating things that we're going to be talking about and debating in the fall. And I think there's going to be more than sufficient funds poured into the state of Utah to test a lot of those theories.
And the wild card is President Trump. of course, Mia Love tried to distance herself a little bit from President Trump, and it cost her. And will the candidates in the 4th District now try to cozy up to President Trump? And could that potentially be a problem for them?
Yeah.
Well, you look at the gubernatorial candidate that has cozied up to President Trump. Many of them have alluded to it. You know, hey, if, he'll take my phone call type thing. But the person that put his arms right around and a big bear hug was Greg Hughes. I remember back in the day, Merrill Cook, who often was that interesting candidate, kind of on not only in the mainstream of the Republican Party, but often on the more conservative end. And I remember he used to tell me that in a three-way race, he could muster up anywhere from 30 to 34% of the vote on any given day. And in a three-way race, you know, depending on how things fall, that you can win with that.
That's right. Again, this year without that mandatory minimum of hitting that 50% mark, getting that plurality. Again, we've got 4 candidates in this CD4 race. One of them could win technically with 25.3% of the vote. They could actually pull it off. And
we
so
will see.
It'll be interesting.
By next week, perhaps, but we will see. We'll take this brief break. Our coverage will continue on KSL News Radio.
KSL FM Midvale, KSL Salt Lake City. It is your voice.
We need to have a serious conversation in this country about racism. Adults have every right to decide what they're going to do with their medical future.
It is your vote 2020.
It took 4 to 5 days to get my test back. In other states, it was no more than a 24-hour turnaround.
We built the best economy in the country over the last 10 years, and we will do it again.
Special election night coverage with Jeff Kaplan, Doug Wright, and Boyd Matheson on KSL News Radio.
Good evening. I'm Jeff Kaplan. This is special election coverage on KSL News Radio. I'm joined by Boyd, the host of Inside Sources, and the Deseret News opinion editor, and of course, the legendary KSL personality Doug Wright is with us. And gentlemen, it's over. Election day is done. The polls just closed.
Wow.
Well, that was profound. It's all over. The last pitches have been made, and now it's all done except for the vote counting. And we can only guess how long that's going to take, Doug.
You know, every time we've watched that every year, because when the polls have traditionally closed, all of a sudden, bam, the newsroom goes crazy. People have been sitting on results. You know, we've had, not boycotted, what am I trying? What's embargoed? There we go. Embargoed. The embargoed results. We've got things. We've got pollsters, exit pollsters, you know, pacing the hall. And all of a sudden at 8 o'clock, things explode. Boy, not this time around. And even 10 o'clock, when by law, this is something I wonder how many people really understand. And Jeff, as I was listening to your show this afternoon, I appreciated the updates on this. This is the law in the state of Utah now. The Utah State Legislature, at 10 o'clock is the bewitching hour.
When the first results come out. But even before those results come out, I believe we're joined now by Sherry Swenson, the Salt Lake County clerk, who is presumably counting all those ballots now that the polls have been closed for, 2 minutes, Sherry?
2 minutes, yes.
Thanks so much for being here with us. It's a strange year for an election. How has this pandemic affected the election in Salt Lake County?
Oh, so drastically. First of all, the legislature went into special session and did amendments for the election code. And with that, they passed House Bill 3006. And one of the things that they decided that if we were going to offer anything other than a vote by mail system, it would be a drive-up version. So people who came to a location today had to be in a vehicle, and we had drive-up ballot issuance locations. We had 12 of them in Salt Lake County where they were issued ballot packets, much like the vote by mail ballot packets they received. However, they could not mail the ballots in those packets. They had to take those ballots and deposit them in a ballot drop box in Salt Lake County. So that was one of the changes. Instead of our in-person vote centers on election day, they eliminated early voting, in-person early voting. They changed the date by which a ballot needed to be postmarked and extended it through election day so people could mail their ballots today instead of the day before election day, having them been postmarked the day before in the past, that was a good thing. So they also extended the canvassing period. So because of COVID-19, we now have 3 weeks to do the verification of all those signatures, finalize the results, present them to our Board of Canvassers on July 21st at 4 p.m.
It sounds like there's a lot of work to do. Really interesting. The early numbers as of this morning, you had reported that in Salt Lake County, 129,438 had been processed to that point. One, give us an indication of how you feel about that number. What does that really tell us? And do you have any idea of what's been coming in already through the day?
So the other thing, we have to quarantine ballots for 24 hours that are received, but the ones that we've been able to since process, we're up to 151,000 so far.
And that's in Salt Lake County alone.
Yes. And we have a lot of ballots that are going to be processed and added with the mail coming in tomorrow. With the ballots that have been picked up from our ballot drop boxes, we'll have a lot more ballots that are going to be quarantined and processed. And we'll do a release tomorrow at 3 p.m. and again Thursday at 3 p.m. and again Monday at 3 p.m. Friday's a holiday. So as long as we have ballots to process, we will continue, if there's enough of them, to release results up through that canvassing period.
Sherry, put this in perspective for us. I mean, how dramatic is the result so far? How does this compare to previous elections? And you've been doing this longer than anybody I know. What's your gut feeling on this election when it comes to the turnout?
Well, I think as far as a partisan primary, June primary, this seems to be a record. I can't even tell you how much participation and added registrations. Just since about June 2nd, we had an additional over 5,000 registered voters. That's just unprecedented in a June primary, leading up to a June primary, to have that many new registered voters just in Salt Lake County. The changes, the affiliation numbers, unaffiliated voters dropped by 22,000, and the increase in the Republican Party affiliation was 32,000. The Democratic Party dropped by, I think that number was about 7,000. So it's very telling that a lot of people are very interested in these high-profile races in the the Republican primary.
Sherry Swenson is the Salt Lake County clerk. And when you talk to a county clerk on election night, the one thing everybody wants is results. Now, I spoke with the Utah County clerk a couple of hours ago, and she said she should have everything counted by Thursday, that for the congressional district, District 4, and the governor's race, Salt Lake County is going to take a good deal longer. So when do you think we're going to have winners in these races?
I think it could take a good deal longer because of the fact that the quarantining of the ballots, the number of ballots that we're picking up from these drop boxes. And again, that was another change with the reporting tonight. The legislature, where we normally drop a report at 8 p.m., we can't until 10 p.m. And that was because there's an airport post office open until midnight, and they were concerned that if people saw the results come out at 8 p.m., they might get in their car and drive to the airport post office where they're allowing for the postmark on election day. They originally were considering having us wait till 11:59 p.m., but they did a kind of an in-between and allowed us to report at 10 p.m. But unlike elections in the past, we'll have that first report. It will include all the vote by mail ballots we've processed up to this point in time, but there will not be ongoing reports throughout the night because those used to come in from the vote centers, the in-person vote centers. As those vote centers closed down, the poll workers finished their work, and those results or those memory cards were brought back to the government center. We would then release ongoing reports throughout the night. And for an example, in the presidential primary, we had about 34 vote centers where people were going in person on election day. We do not have that. So there will be one big report at 10 o'clock tonight, and that's it. there won't be any vote centers to report on ongoing throughout the night. So you won't see another update until tomorrow at 3 p.m.
So do you get some sleep tonight?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, there we go.
Yes,
Good for you.
I can't even tell you the interest in this election and answering emails to voters who have and phone calls. I mean, I've been answering emails until midnight last night, ongoing throughout weeks and weeks, just trying to explain the partisan primaries and, let them know whether they were eligible to vote, if they were unaffiliated, if they were registered with another party, and so on, just explaining the partisan primaries.
Well, thank you for your diligent efforts on behalf of the voters. Salt Lake County Clerk Sherry Swenson, we appreciate you coming on the air.
Thanks,
KSL News
Thanks,
Time 809. Boyd Matheson, did you hear those numbers that she just gave about new Republican voters?
Yeah, those are big numbers. Actually, bigger than some of those that we had been hearing about.
But Boyd, are they born again Republicans?
Well, I think you've got an interesting combination. They said she said there were 5,000 new voters. So again, just from unaffiliated joining in 5,000. That's a big number. That the registered Republican voters were up 32,000. That's a really large number. Now, I think that's important as we look at it in the context of the governor's race. Right. Every polling firm here in the state and across the country, really the narrative has been that the larger that number gets, the better it is for the John Huntsman campaign. If that number remains small, that was better for the Spencer Cox campaign or the Greg Hughes campaign. And so the fact that these are big numbers in Salt Lake County, I think is a pretty significant number. Now, I'm going to be fascinated to see the breakdown of these new voters and how they actually went in this campaign. That is going to be fascinating
a couple of
to find
them.
out.
Jim DeBacchus is a new Republican. Rocky Anderson is a
you think
new
they're going to stay?
Yeah.
For about 20 seconds after the election. But it is interesting because when you have a race this close, and depending on which, of the polling factors you look at, but when you see one that has Huntsman at 30, Cox at 32, and then Greg Hughes is trailing, but not, embarrassingly behind. And those are among registered Republicans, though.
Right.
And when it's all within a margin of error between Cox and Huntsman, wow, the difference can be those newly born Republicans.
Yeah, it really can be. And the other interesting thing, with all the candidates have talked about the technology and how they've had to adapt and use more and more of that. But I have to tell you, I think that the ultimate deciding factor, I think this is going to be like the Salt Lake City mayor's race, where the polls all went out the window. In fact, the new Republican Jim DeBacchus was ahead by double digits on a field of 6 or 7 candidates. And I think this is going to come down ultimately to old school, get out the vote.
But how? How do you get out the vote when everybody's
Well, you don't
home?
do it the old school way. You do it virtually. You do it the way we're communicating.
That's right. A lot of phone calls, a lot of town halls. But you did still see a few things out there. I saw some out there today. Some honking waves happening out there. Socially distanced honking wave. That's a new thing. But a lot of those old school tactics.
Wait. Hold on. What did you just say? Honk and wave?
Honk and wave.
Yeah. Okay, the Murray Holiday Road today. I was going down the Murray Holiday Road, and this happened to be a gaggle of Huntsman supporters, and they were along the road, and they were spaced, and they were wearing masks, and signs were everywhere. And this, the first honk and waver I remember in the state of Utah, and there may have been an earlier pioneer, but it was Wayne Owens. He turned it into an art form at the entrance to the freeway, holding up the sign, if you support Owens.
You know what it is? I work at home and I'm on the end of a cul-de-sac, so I've never seen this.
No honking wave for you. And actually, Brigham Young in the first governor's race, it was an oxen wave.
Yeah, so if he wouldn't have been territorial governor if he hadn't done the horn of the oxen wave.
There we go.
We talk about Democrats registering in the Republican primary and why and whether they go back and all of that. Let me just ask you one question. Do either of you remember mentioning the name of the Democratic nominee for governor in the state of Utah once in the hour and a half we've been on the air?
No, Chris Peterson's name has not even come up, although I have interviewed him on the Sunday show, and I've had the opportunity to chat with him. And, he's just sitting this one out, letting the Republicans bloody each other's noses, and then he'll focus on November. But you're right, Jeff, not once. And how many Democratic candidates in general have we mentioned? There are a few out there.
Few races.
Ben McAdams.
Yeah, Ben McAdams certainly won. And then their first congressional district, are there, I'm trying to recall, there are some primaries
There
somewhere.
is a primary there.
Yeah. And, but again, Jeff, to your point, nobody's talking about Democrats right now, and especially those that are just destined to run in the general election. But there are very few.
And I do think Chris Peterson in the governor's race, I think he's using this time wisely. He's done a little bit of airtime. He's done interviews with you, Doug. He's been on our show here at KSL, and he's done a few ads, a few TV ads, a few radio ads, starting to kind of lay out his framing of what he hopes the conversation will be in the fall. And that's a good thing. I think the more we have a serious conversation in the fall, the more we're going to get voters to the right place. And this really is a critical gubernatorial election. What's going to happen in the next decade? Utah is uniquely positioned. It is going to be leadership, Doug, as we talked about earlier, that is going to matter. And whether that's Chris Peterson or one of the four horsemen that are in the race tonight, we'll see how that plays out. But it is going to be just a critical time. I don't know if there's ever been a more important time in terms of the state being positioned to grow, to prosper, to really do some things in a significant way. And so there's much more to come.
You know what? We haven't spoken about the first district congressional race. When you talk about leadership, there you talk about a free-for-all and the question of whether Katie Witt's concert gambit is going to pay off tonight.
Well, there have been some things. I mean, you look at Kerry up there. I knew him when
Kerry Gibson.
He used to call in on my radio program when he was in his tractor. And that's when I first got to know him. Then he became the county commissioner, and then it's
agriculture director.
Right. And now to the point where he is running for the seat being vacated by Rob Bishop. And, and that's been interesting too. We haven't talked about that. Each one of the gubernatorial candidates have selected somebody very unique, usually a very complimentary. The one still that fascinates me is the Wright and Bishop ticket. That is a truly unique ticket. I've never seen anything quite like it in the state of Utah. And honestly, I've asked myself and wondered, how much oomph the Rob Bishop, a person whom I know, I consider him a friend and I greatly respect, but I wonder how much oomph that really gave to the Wright campaign. I'd be curious on both of your opinions on that.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing, because of the COVID outbreak, I do think that blunted a little bit of, I think, the value of having someone like a Rob Bishop on that ticket. I think having him out and about in the community as someone who's been in Congress for nearly 20 years, who is a recognizable face, I think that probably would have played out a little stronger in a more traditional kind of format and setting, because it never really seemed to get as much traction as you thought it would. And so I think that's an interesting part of the conversation. And as Rob winds up his time as a representative of the first district back in Washington and comes back home, it would be a really fascinating thing to play out, just with his background, with his focus on the state, his previous experience in the Utah legislature. He could have been a very interesting lieutenant governor.
A very interesting conversation, and it will continue with the Weber County Clerk joining us in just a few moments. First, KSL's top national stories.
From ABC News, I'm Daria Aldinger. COVID-19 infections have passed the 2.5 million mark in the U.S.
Particularly focusing on the 4 states that are generating the majority of the cases, which of course are California, Arizona, Texas, and Florida.
Vice President Pence at a White House coronavirus task force briefing today. Texas hitting nearly 7,000 cases. That's a record, and 14% of residents have tested positive. California has nearly 250,000 cases. Governor Gavin Newsom.
The framework for us is this: if you're not going to stay home and you're not going to wear masks in public, we have to enforce, and we will, and we'll be making announcements on enforcement.
Arizona Governor Doug Ducey imploring residents use face coverings as his state deals with a record number of intensive care unit placements. Minor League Baseball canceling the 2020 season because of the pandemic. An economic update from the head of the Fed.
Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell warning it is unlikely the economy will make a full recovery until people feel safe to go about their daily lives. This in his testimony to the House Financial Services Committee.
The rise in joblessness has been especially severe for lower wage workers, for women, and for African Americans and Hispanics.
New jobless claims have been in the millions each week for more than 3 months. Lionel Moise, ABC News.
Mounting questions for the White House about how much President Trump may have known about reported Russian bounties on U.S. troops in Afghanistan. White House Press Secretary Kayleigh McEnany.
The president was never briefed on this. This intelligence still has not been verified, and there's no consensus among the intelligence community.
House Democrats say their briefing on the matter today was insufficient. New felony charges have been filed against Lori Vallow Daybell. Prosecutors say the mother of 2 children found dead in Idaho months after they disappeared conspired with her new husband to hide or destroy the kids' bodies. You're listening to ABC News.
You're listening to live special election coverage on KSL Newsradio. Jeff Kaplan here, along with Boyd Matheson and Doug Wright. Doug, Boyd, I can't tell you how many times that I've turned to my side over the course of this evening, wanting to tell a producer, where are the numbers? Get me the numbers. But it's reflexive. It's reflexive.
Yeah, no, it truly is, and you feel like you've gone into the gunfight with no bullets here, because normally by now, sometimes, honestly, some elections, Boyd, as you know, you pretty much call them at about 8:15,
right?
And sometimes it'll go till 9, sometimes it goes into the wee hours of the morning, but almost always the next morning. The vast majority of the races, there's always that outlier. There is that exception, that problem child, and you do have to wait for a little while. But this is really unique, Jeff and Boyd. I've never seen. How many times have we said that? I've never seen nothing like it.
Well,
and we're old. Yeah.
You know, as weird as it is for us, imagine for these candidates, these hardened political operatives who stand behind the candidates, and they have certain expectations of how a candidate runs a campaign. But it's all been torn up, and they've had to start from scratch.
Yeah, it is a new playbook. It is a new era, and I'm gonna be watching to see what happens next. What happens as we move past this pandemic, and how does it go? We've talked to a lot of business folks, and they've realized that maybe business has jumped up a little bit. Readership has jumped up, or website traffic has jumped up. But we keep reminding them that a pandemic is not a strategy. And I think for both the political parties, they're going to find out the same. Now, we've already seen that the numbers are going to be high. This will likely be a record-breaking late June primary, unprecedented in that fashion. Then the question for each of the political parties and for the candidates themselves is, what's next? How do you sustain that? If you do have a new voter that voted Republican, how do you make sure that they stay in? Or if the Democrats are down a little bit, what are they going to do to re-engage their forces? So there's a lot of things to look at, not just tonight and tomorrow and the next week. The politics is going to continue to shift, and how the parties adapt, because things are not going to stay this way forever. And who's going to be ready for next? That's always the test in politics. Right. It's not about the last election. It's about the next election.
I think when you talk to these county clerks, they just slap their head and say, oh, my goodness, what's next?
At least I can sleep tonight, though, right? I mean, I don't think Sherry Swenson's ever had a decent night's sleep on election.
You're right, Doug.
Well, let's see how it's going in Weber County. The county clerk, Ricky Hatch, is joining us live. Thanks for coming on the air with us.
Thanks, gentlemen. Nice to talk to you.
The deadline to drop off the ballot is passed, and we don't get our first dump of results till at least 10 o'clock tonight. So in the interim, we wanted to ask you about election security, especially with this one being done so strangely, entirely by mail-in ballot. So it's the Weber County Clerk, Ricky Hatch, with us. What efforts are being made to keep these ballots secure as they funnel into your office?
Well, oddly enough, and fortunately for Utah, most counties in Utah have already done virtually an all-by-mail election. So we have the controls. They're quite mature. Weber's been doing it since 2015. Our first one was actually in 2013. And so we have great processes, chain of custody, controls, reconciliation points throughout, scanning and unique security features that help prevent duplication or someone trying to substitute ballots for a valid ballot. And so it's almost, I'm not going to say business as usual because it was pretty weird having an outdoor polling place today, but it's pretty, our controls for vote by mail are mature and secure, and they've been in place for several years.
Well, I love these terms, the chain of custody and all of the other things that are somewhat in the norm of what we've gone through with mail-in balloting. But did you ever dream that you were going to have to quarantine the ballot to make sure that the COVID virus would die off before you counted it?
Oh, I had no idea. It's just the concept of quarantining anything was really somewhat remote and unusual, but ballots, who would have thought?
Yeah. How are you keeping the ballot counters, those that are working so hard within your office, how are you keeping them safe? What's the protocol, the social distancing? How does it actually work? Paint the picture for us.
Well, we follow the guidelines by the CDC, and they've worked with Department of Homeland Security to come up with election-specific guidelines that we also follow. Of course, whenever someone comes in, we ask them if they've been sick or if they show any symptoms. We take their temperature. We record all of that. And then we provide the proper masks and gloves and hand sanitizer and things like that. The one unusual thing is usually when we have ballots that are being handled, we always have 2 poll workers, and that's still the case. But usually they're right next to each other. Now they have to be a little bit farther apart. And so we've had to create a little bit more space in our ballot center. And fortunately, it's worked out. And our poll workers are great. They have such good attitude, and they're just careful. Just following all the guidelines.
And let's go to the numbers really quick. We talked about the security measures, all of the protocols you're following there, and just hats off to all the clerks and teams tonight. This is new ground, and I think they're doing an extraordinary job. You were reporting as of this morning 21,885 ballots that have been processed there for Weber County. How does that compare historically, and what are you anticipating coming in?
Well, it's close to record-breaking for the cutoff point as of this morning compared to any primary election. We don't know exactly how many we've received in ballot boxes, but it's brisk, and I suspect turnout in Weber will probably be 50 to 60%, which is excellent for a primary election. That's very good.
No.
Excellent.
Thanks so much for joining us. We have to move along. Weber County Clerk Ricky Hatch, you have a busy night ahead, and we thank you for spending part of it with us at KSL News Radio. And as we continue to cover this historic election, we're joined live now on KSL News Radio by the State Elections Director. Justin Lee is here. Always a pleasure to speak with you. Thanks for coming on.
Hey, thanks so much for having me.
So what's most unique about this election, in your opinion? COVID-19, the Trump impeachment, protests, vote by mail. What's made this different and has made you kind of tear at your hair?
Well, certainly COVID-19 has been the big issue. Luckily, like Ricky just said, we've done vote by mail for several years now in Utah. So we were in a much better place than a lot of our colleagues across the country who are scrambling to either do vote by mail or expanded absentee. So that was kind of the silver lining in all of this is we already knew how to do vote by mail, and 90% of our voters were used to doing that.
You know, we've all been talking on this end about what a different coverage this is for KSL, for any of us that have worked in the media for any length of time. This is such a different animal. And usually by now we're starting to dribble out the numbers. Sometimes within an hour, hour and a half, the election is pretty much called. What is your gut feeling on this as you look at our great county clerks and the experience that we have had? What are you anticipating? What are some of the reasonable expectations for maybe getting an idea of how this thing's going so far?
Our county clerks really are, they're the heroes. Ricky Hatch has to run back and do a lot of work counting ballots, and I sit in my office and wait for them to count those ballots. So they're really the ones doing so much work here. But it's reasonable to expect we're going to see a pretty good dump of election results tonight at 10 o'clock. The clerks have received a ton of ballots already and processed those ballots, but I don't think we should expect that we'll be able to call close races tonight. Some of these congressional races, the governor's race where you have multiple candidates, or any legislative race where it's really tight, there's enough outstanding ballots that are either sitting, in the postal system, that are sitting in drop boxes waiting to be counted, that until we get a clearer picture of how many ballots are left, it's just too early to call anything yet.
That's the state elections director, Justin Lee. And I know that you're not even through this evening. And I want to ask you about the November election. For the longest time, we've been doing stories about the state hardening its systems against hackers, be they Chinese, Russian, Romanian, or whatever, and that there have been attempts to infiltrate the system. As we move to these mail-in ballots, are we safer in Utah against that kind of hacking?
The mail-in ballots do have a couple of nice security features. One, paper is very difficult to hack. I'll say it's pretty much impossible to hack paper. If everything went, horribly wrong for some reason and we had to count all the ballots, we could do that by hand. So that's a good security backup that we have. And it's also dispersed across, more people, more points, points where someone would have to infiltrate to make a difference. So having that is actually a good security thing. And on top of that, we have a lot of security infrastructure in place. We're so busy talking about COVID-19 that we haven't been talking about security. Although in 2018, it seemed like that's all we were talking about. But we still have a lot of efforts going in the background with our federal partners and our state partners, making sure that's all safe.
Has it been determined what November's election looks like as far as mail-in ballots versus in-person?
We'll certainly have majority mail-in ballots. That's no question, just because that's how we do elections now. If you look at the Super Tuesday primary in March, although that seems a really long time ago, that was, all by mail. We only had about 55,000 people vote on election day in person out of, 500,000 people who voted. So 90% of people vote by mail, this November, whether there's something different or not. It remains to be seen if there's going to be any differences. I really don't think we can get away with, only 7 counties having drive-up voting. Turnout's just so much higher in general election and a presidential election that we'll have to have additional accommodations. But there hasn't been any final decisions made.
If Jeff was brave enough to take us into the future to November, let me take us all a little deeper into that. Some of my younger friends, younger voters that I've talked to, family members and friends, they still hold the ballot with some disdain because it has to be mailed. And they're wondering when in the world we're going to join the 21st century and be able to vote online. Now, boy, that opens up a Pandora's box of safety, especially as you just said. You can always count a paper ballot. If you go completely or even you open that door to vote online, how big a deal is that? And is that in the foreseeable future with all the threats of hacking?
That's a great question. I do think it is in the future at some point. But I think what you mentioned there is there's not just the idea of hacking an election. If someone says that they hacked an election, they don't even have to do it to mess with people's confidence on that kind of a thing. And so I think even if we get the technology in place, it's going to be a few more years after the tech is there before the public is quite ready for that. Just because there is a lot of fear around that, and without a paper backup, there are some things that can go wrong. So I think we will get there. I think there's a few things we have to figure out. We have to have a secret ballot. A lot of people talk about, when I can bank online. The difference with voting and banking is in banking, you want every single penny tied to your name. When you're voting, you don't want your vote tied to your name. So we've got to figure out a way to make sure that that vote is secret, but also that we can audit it after the fact and make sure that if 100 people voted, there are 100 votes. So trying to figure out that secrecy and auditability is going to take some time on a mass scale.
Well, we hope this process goes smoothly for you between now and the certification of the primary election. And thank you so much for joining us. The State Elections Director, Justin Lee, and our coverage will continue on KSL.
Special election night coverage on KSL News Radio.
Well, this is near the end of a historic day in Utah. We're 90 minutes away from getting the first and only results of this election day. An election day without a single voting booth. Good evening, I'm Jeff Kaplan, alongside KSL's legendary Doug Wright and the host of Inside Sources, Boyd Matheson, who doubles by day as the Deseret News opinion editor. Gentlemen, so far, what we've heard from a few candidates, we've heard from some clerks. What we haven't heard are numbers.
Yeah, I know. It's frustrating, isn't it, Boyd?
Yeah, this is. I am so. I remember last time we were doing this, Doug. I had 2 screens going, and we're constantly refreshing and looking for the latest update and what precincts are reporting in. So then you can say, okay, well, they can get more votes out of this county or this sub-district, and we just have none of that tonight. So it's a big old flying blind until 10 p.m. and then hopefully we'll have a few things to dissect, and then that will get very interesting in terms of trying to project forward of how many votes are still outstanding and where do they go from there?
There are always those 2 big debates is one, when are the numbers going to come? When are more numbers going to come? When is that county going to get their act together and drop? And when is the pizza coming? And those are the big deals.
In reverse order. You got the order
wrong.
Doug.
That's right.
We're doing this from home, but we ordered pizza tonight just to keep up the tradition. We haven't talked about the Attorney General's race in Utah, but it's time to, because joining us live on KSL is one of the 2 candidates. David Levitt joins us live, and we've been talking with the candidates, offering them an opportunity to just say their piece for 2 minutes. And if you're willing, we'll give you the floor.
Well, thank you. That's an opportunity I'll always take. How are you 3 tonight?
Doing great.
We're doing well. You look very comfortable there, David.
Cushy.
That's you got a nice location there, and give us.
Do you have a pizza on you?
I actually do have a pizza. We got my wife.
Some things don't change.
And I just peeled away from playing NBA 2K with my son-in-law to do this, and we're having a relaxing evening.
Nice. Did you win? Did you win that game? That's the first test of the night.
Down by 5 in the second quarter, if you need to know.
Did you ever think in a million years that you would spend an election night playing video games with your kid?
No, but I'll tell you, I don't think I'll ever want to go back to the old way. This is great.
Let's talk about the race so far, and let's avail you of the 2 minutes. And the polls are closed, but what do you hope sunk in as people cast their votes today or previously?
I ran for one purpose, and that is to raise awareness that we need to reform our criminal justice system. And I feel like I've accomplished that objective. Whether I win this election or lose this election, this election has been squarely about criminal justice reform. And so we feel like that's exactly what we wanted to accomplish. And quite frankly, I'm grateful to be in this position, because if I win this election, then I have an opportunity to compete in November. If I lose this election, then I'm still going to be able to reform the criminal justice system in Utah County. To me, I'm just, it's been a great experience, and win or lose, I think we did the very best we could to communicate that message, and we're just simply grateful to be at this juncture.
Well, I think it's such an important thing, this criminal justice reform. We've seen some progress. It's one of the few things I think has been accomplished at the national level. You had such an interesting coming together of left and right with Van Jones and Cory Booker and Senator Mike Lee and the president, and just this really interesting combination coming together around criminal justice reform. You've obviously been at that in Utah County. If you do get through, what's the first thing you hope you can get to as it relates to criminal justice? So important.
Well, I need to be able to persuade those inside the law enforcement circle that this is not a political issue. This isn't about Republicans or Democrats or conservatives or liberals. This is an American issue. This is a human issue. And so if I am able to be elected, if I make it through tonight and then make it through November, my first responsibility and goal is to reach out to county attorneys and to help them understand what we can do as prosecutors to reform the system. And then I'll spend a good share of time working with the legislators because there's a lot of things that we need to reform in Utah law to truly get this rolling. But I didn't engage in this quest simply to gain an office. This really isn't about me. This is about changing our criminal justice system. And so if I get there, I'll hit the ground running and start trying to reform from day one.
Now, can I ask you a question as the casual observer who's watched this race from afar? Everything happened with the George Floyd protests in downtown Salt Lake City, what happened. And it was only later that I first saw a David Levitt commercial, and I thought, what a bold take for a Republican to be talking about criminal justice reform now. Is that calculated, or is this where you come from?
No, this is where I came from. I ran for you. I left politics, and I left, quite frankly, the law in 2008 when I had a failed bid for Congress, and I went and began working in Ukraine in legal reform over there. And when I decided, when I had the epiphany that I should be trying to fix my own criminal justice system rather than going halfway around the world to fix somebody else's, I ran on a platform of criminal justice reform, and I stood at the Utah County Republican Convention and said, listen, we have to understand that a great prosecutor does more than just put people in jail. A great prosecutor looks and understands the ramifications to all of society for what they're doing, and we have to reform this. And you know, I won the Republican County Convention, and then I won the Republican primary for that on the same platform. Tonight, or this election is just a continuation of the same platform that I ran on 2 years ago in Utah County.
Thanks so much for joining us. David Levitt is a candidate for Attorney General, a GOP candidate. We appreciate you coming on board. Now, in case you're wondering, we invited Sean Reyes to come on the air and take 2 minutes as the other candidates are offered. And he said yes, but about 15 minutes ago, he backed out and said the candidate is making no public statements live this evening.
Wow.
Well,
interesting.
There you go. It's a tense evening, and you know, I can certainly understand that. I mean, to me, this isn't about me. This is about reforming a system, and I've put myself out there, but I've put myself out there for reasons and motives for which I'm quite comfortable, and so I'm just grateful for the opportunity.
David, we appreciate you joining us tonight here on KSL.
We'll all look at this with interest.
Okay, go back to your video game, and good luck with that.
Good luck with that.
Go left. Play it without me. I might be down more than 5.
So here's where we stand at KSL News Radio. It's 8:41 p.m. An hour and 19 minutes from now, we'll get our first and only results for the night. And those will be partial results. In some races, they might be enough to give us a good idea of who's going to win. But in some of these closer races, perhaps the 1st District congressional race, the gubernatorial race, the 4th District congressional race in Utah and Salt Lake counties, we don't know where we're going to end up at 10 o'clock or so, not on the dot, but around 10 p.m. It's going to be interesting. What have we heard or seen that's most impressed you over the course of this evening, gentlemen?
Well, lots of things have impressed me, but can I jump in here? Because I think this AG's race is very, very interesting. And maybe while we're still kind of basking in the afterglow here, and it's disappointing to me that Sean Reyes would not be able to join us.
Do we read
tonight.
into that, or is that just whatever?
You know, honestly, I mean, it's after the polls have closed and everything else.
Wait, I'm seeing on Facebook Live, Boyd is laughing and smiling. So.
See,
there's no event to go to. There's no campaign party to go to.
There's no downside at all to this. But I'll tell you the one thing, I would be very interested in your observations. I did not expect the Attorney General's race to catch fire.
Yeah.
I did not expect this kind of money to be spent. I didn't expect this kind of presence from David Levitt. And you look at the Levitt family. I mean, this goes back to the founding of the state.
Yeah.
Dudley Levitt, everything else. I mean, it goes way, way back. Normally, the epicenter has been down in the Cedar City area in Iron County in southern Utah. And then, of course, with Michael Levitt being the governor of our great state and going on state and then doing things, obviously, back in Washington, D.C., with the George W. Bush administration, and now to have David Levitt. I've been aware of him as down in Juab County. I first got to know him when we were talking about some of the polygamy cases that were going on, Tom Green and so on, and then now as the attorney for Utah County. And I've been surprised at this. I've been surprised how it's come more and more into the forefront. And as I mentioned, not only the messages that have been going out, but also the dollars, Boyd, that have been spent on this.
Yeah, it is. I shared. I did not think this was going to be a tight race. I did not think it was going to get this kind of catch fire moment, as you said, Doug. And I have to tell you, just in this last interview with David Leavitt, when I was chief of staff in Washington, I was sort of the gatekeeper. There were a lot of people who wanted an endorsement from the senator, and so I was the screener. And the last question I would always ask a potential candidate who wanted an endorsement is, okay, this is really hard stuff. This is really difficult. What's going to make all of this grief and headache and time and energy and effort worth it if you run and lose? And I think David Leavitt may have just given the best answer I've heard in a long, long time, that win or lose, this entire process is worth it because he is furthering criminal justice reform. To me, that tells me a lot about a candidate. Tells me a lot about why they're in the race. We have a lot of folks in a lot of elected offices from the national level to the local level whose only vision is a vision of themselves in office or with power. And so I commend David Leavitt. That was a fantastic effort and a great answer in terms of why he got in this race and why it is worth it regardless of the outcome tonight or November.
Perhaps you too could enlighten me on this. When I had David Leavitt on my Sunday morning show, along with Sean Reyes, I had both of them there. At that point, and that would have been a week and a half ago, roughly, it was 43% plus undecided
yeah,
in that race. 43%.
Because
Holy
it's the
cow.
undercard. Do we have any more recent polling than that?
No,
I'm not aware of any.
There's nothing that has it any tighter than that. There were a few that had 35, 37% undecided, but a really close horse race kind of match. And again, this is going to come down to good old fashioned organization, strategy, structure, and a set of disciplines. Can you execute it and get people to cast those ballots?
Is this like the other races that whoever wins the Republican primary pretty much gets the job? I think Greg Skordas is running on the Democratic.
Yeah,
that's correct.
I think Greg Skordas is a force to be reckoned with.
Definitely. I think the conversation in the fall is going to be very fascinating, regardless of whether it's the current AG, Sean Reyes, or whether it's candidate David Leavitt. I think that's going to be a very interesting race, and we'll probably get some interesting attention locally and nationally, I think, come fall.
Well, and plus, remember, in a statewide race, the last statewide person that we had who major office in the state of Utah was a Democrat, and it was in the AG's office. Right. So I don't know. I think if there's a statewide office that has the most probability of being won by a Democrat, I think the AG's race is it. And Greg Skordas, as I mentioned, I've known him for years. He's a force to be reckoned with.
First, we have to get through the primary. And before we get back to our election coverage, let's pause for just a moment and get the latest national stories from ABC News.
Vice President Pence says the U.S. is much better prepared to battle COVID-19 than it was a month ago, despite cases rising in more than 30 states.
American people deserve to know that we're in a much better place today. Thanks to the whole of government approach, the whole of America approach that President Trump initiated at the very outset of the coronavirus pandemic.
In Texas, setting a record for daily cases just shy of 7,000. In Arizona, a record number of COVID patients in ICUs. A $500,000 bond has been granted to Garrett Rolfe. The former Atlanta police officer is charged with murder in the shooting death of Rayshard Brooks. The governor of Mississippi signed a bill to retire the state flag, the last in the U.S. with the Confederate battle emblem. Residents will vote on a new design come November. A class action lawsuit has helped to secure about $19 million for women who experience sexual misconduct and workplace harassment by convicted rapist Harvey Weinstein. The payments must be approved by the courts. Daria Albinger, ABC News.
And our coverage continues on KSL News Radio. Jeff Kaplan, along with Doug Wright and Boyd Matheson. The race for governor in the Republican Party could see more money spent by candidates than during the general election in November. It's far more than what's been spent in previous primaries. Deseret News political reporter Lisa Riley-Roche says as of the last filing, which was in mid-June, Republican candidates for governor have spent $6.2 million. A lot of that spending on political ads.
I'm pretty sure you can't turn your TV on at this point without seeing some kind of local political ad. I checked this morning to see how much more money they had brought in since that last report due through mid-June, and it's almost $250,000.
Now, in the last election, Governor Herbert spent just over $1.5 million in the primary. If you recall, he ran against businessman Jonathan Johnson, who spent less than $1 million. But there are a lot of differences between that race and this one.
Herbert was running for re-election 4 years ago. He is not seeking another term after more than a decade in office. So this opened up the governor's seat for the first time since 1992. Every election after that, we've had somebody who was a sitting governor in the running. So what voters are choosing this time is a Republican candidate to take on the Democrat in November. And because it's an open seat, a lot of Republicans step forward, because you've got to remember, Utahns haven't elected a Democrat since, 40 years ago. So a lot of people are seeing this gubernatorial GOP primary as really selecting the next governor of the state.
Yeah, it's been 2 generations. The Democrats, of course, have a candidate waiting in the wings who will challenge whoever wins this primary tonight. University of Utah law professor Chris Peterson is the Democratic candidate. One of the things he established early in his campaign is a desire to restore balance, as he put it, in Utah government. But he's facing big money from multiple sources.
Utah does not have any kind of a limit on how much someone can contribute to a campaign, although they do require that the name of the person and the amount given be reported within 3 days. So you're seeing some big money from, for example, Governor Huntsman's mother. The Huntsman family, obviously, very wealthy. They're contributing to his campaign. Some of the candidates are loaning themselves money. Thomas Wright and former Utah House Speaker Greg Hughes have both put a good bit of money into their campaigns in the form of loans. Some of the money is coming from outside. Lieutenant Governor Spencer Cox received a good bit of money from the National Education Association. The teachers union, UEA, is part of that organization and had endorsed Cox's candidacy. So there's lots of money coming from lots of different sources. And again, it's so competitive because it's an open seat. And it's an open seat in a Republican-dominated state. So a lot of people we're interested in running for the primary. Remember, we started with 8 candidates before we got down to these 4 that are on the ballot today.
Well, this race has not only attracted money, it's attracted Democrats who've switched their party affiliation so they could cast their votes in this race. Doug Wright, Boyd Matheson, there's a tremendous amount of money that has been spent during the course of this primary campaign. Personally, after watching a lot of TV over the past few weeks, I feel like I'm a huntsman.
Boy, doesn't this underscore that really, and I choke saying this because I don't ever want to discourage a candidate or think it's disparaging in any way, but just because of the dynamics and the lopsidedness in the political power in the state of Utah, the reason this kind of money, like I mentioned, Senator Hatch spent $10 million, basically to win a primary, and that's why we see the big dollars here and the big focus right now, because forgive me, I mean no disrespect, but odds are this is the governor's race for the state of Utah. Thus, we have so many Democrats who this time around, and independents, this time around, they're choking down their independent spirit and they're registering as Republicans.
Yeah, and I think that's an interesting point. It's one that other states deal in reverse. You've got a lot of those blue states that are very heavy blue, And so it goes back and forth. And to me, this is always an interesting conversation, whether a lot of money gets spent in the primary, trying to get through that process, or a lot of money is spent in the general. If you have a very even distribution, like the 4th district, I think in Utah is the most evenly divided that we've seen over time. But this whole idea of, hey, because it's such a red state, you have to vote in the primary. Or if you're in somewhere in California, you've got to vote in the Democratic primary because that's the whole race. And I think here's part of the challenge. It's easy sometimes to dismiss the party that is in power, but we have to remember that it's not their fault. It's not their job. It's like saying the New England Patriots win the Super Bowl over and over and over again. It's not fair. And what you have to do is you have to get better players and better strategy. And I think some of the things that are encouraging to me in terms of the Democratic Party in the state of Utah, folks like our good friend Scott Howell are out there saying, let's make sure we are getting candidates that can actually win, because I actually believe that Utah is a center right to center left state. And I think on things like immigration and refugees and many of those kinds of issues, it's a center left state. And then on things like regulation and business and guns and Second Amendment and so on, it's a center right state. And so there is space for both parties and even third parties to get a hold of the state. So I think we do have to be careful that we don't throw the ruling party under the bus because they're the ruling party and winning. It's also up to others to come up with a better idea. That's when the state's at its best.
Right. You know, I've argued that the state is kind of Churchillian. Churchill was a very socially quite progressive. But when it came to national security, when it came to other issues, fiscal responsibility, he was very conservative. I think Utah is very Churchillian. I think we have big, big hearts, but we also really watch out for the stability, for the, I mean, how often have you heard everybody in the state of Utah basically brag about we're the best managed, we're the one that balances our budget. That's very important, but we do have a big heart.
You got as far as Utah is very church. I said, yep. The Chilean part, I kind of missed there.
Churchillian.
Boyd, you raised the interesting point that Utah, to some extent, runs center left when it comes to certain issues like immigration. Talk to your everyday Utahn and try and explain to him that he's a Democrat. Go ahead. Let me know how that works out.
And I do think it's an interesting discussion, and we have a lot of good discussions with Scott Howe. We even do them on the air sometimes, and it is a fascinating conversation. And here's another interesting one. We did a piece today, really fascinating. The focus of the country. We like to say how divided we are in our politics, and politicians are incredibly divided. But new studies, they continue to show when it comes to the policy, the divide is really, really small. There's much more overlap in what a Democrat or a Republican thinks should be done on healthcare or immigration than our politicians are telling us. And so I say to all those who say we're too divided, it's not true. And as voters, we need to reject that, and we need to hold our elected officials accountable, because when they say, hey, we're too divided, we can't get anything done in Washington, that preserves the status quo. We got to demand and expect more as voters all across the country.
So we have candidates who are waiting for the opportunity to run against Ben McAdams, and we're waiting for the results from the 4th district. Earlier, I talked with ABC News political director Rick Klein, and he told us more about how the GOP is preparing to pour endless piles of money into this race in November once they have a candidate. Long story short, they want Ben McAdams gone badly.
Look, Republicans were sort of embarrassed by losing a House seat in Ruby Red, Utah, and they're looking at districts like this one and others in places like Oklahoma and Kansas as the low-hanging fruit. They still hope to win back the majority, and there's no way that they do that without flipping districts like Ben McAdams in Utah.
Is the National Party ready to break out the checkbook regardless of who wins this primary tonight?
Oh yeah, I think the candidates have been vying, as you know, to basically out-Trump each other and express the loyalty to the National Republican agenda. And unless something emerges about the eventual nominee, I don't think any of them, the potential candidates, have any particular problem that's going to stop Republicans from getting involved. They recognize that you don't win back a majority without going through red territory. This is the kind of district that Republicans need to have in a year like 2020. Of course, as you know, Utah Republicans can be something of a slightly different breed than the national Republicans. But if anything, we've seen the Utah Republican Party move closer to Donald Trump in the last couple of years. And I think that keeps a district like this on the national radar screen.
Well, does the National Republican Party expect that the president's going to have coattails here, or are Republicans going to face a headwind come fall?
The expectation on the national level is that Donald Trump's not going to have to worry about Utah, and that having a gubernatorial race in addition to the presidential race is going to drive Republican turnout in a way that drags ahead anyone that might otherwise be lagging. And essentially, even in the 4th congressional district, you're going to need to vastly outperform the top of the ticket if you're going to try to survive as Congressman McAdams. So the national mood being what it is, it might complicate things, but the expected turnout in a presidential year is always a good bit higher. And Republicans across the board in Republican parts of the country you'd naturally expect them to start with a bit of an advantage.
Rick, we're here in Utah following this race with all the local prejudices that come with this. I like this candidate. I hate this candidate. But are people like you, the political class, watching tonight's results from afar, expecting that they're going to tell a story that's bigger than Utah? Or is this just local business tonight?
No, I think this race definitely matters. It's a handful of races that Republicans are eyeing. And as you've seen play out through the campaign messaging and the debates, the question of what kind of tone you want in a year like this, the candidates run the gamut from very much burn down the liberal house and express full fealty to Donald Trump, to people that are more on the moderate side. And whatever expectation you might have for a particular district and what kind of representation you'd expect out of it, I feel like all bets are off this year. So there's no question we're watching the race in the 4th district. We're watching the gubernatorial primary, the John Huntsman attempted comeback, looking for clues, looking for information that might inform where the country is heading into November.
ABC News political director Rick Klein, and our coverage continues.
KSL FM Midvale, KSL Salt Lake City.
A historic day in Utah, an election without a single voting booth. Yet we'll choose a favorite and frontrunner to serve as the next governor of Utah. We'll choose a candidate to square off against Ben McAdams, and we'll find a possible successor to Congressman Rob Bishop. Among the races we're watching. Good evening. I'm Jeff Kaplan, alongside a man whose name is synonymous with KSL. The legendary Doug Wright joins us, and also with us, the host of Inside Sources, Boyd Matheson, the esteemed Deseret News opinion editor. And gentlemen, among the three of us, we have more than 100 election nights worth of experience, none of them ever like this one.
And 90 of them are mine. So,
Oh, good. I'm glad you took those, Doug.
I have to tell you, I was listening to Mr. Klein from ABC, and when he talked about the frustration in Washington, they look out here at this red state. They look at what has traditionally been a red district. Now, the 4th district didn't exist in the example I'm going to give, but I can remember sitting in the old executive office building, sitting with Sarah Taylor, who worked in the political office for George W. Bush. And I can remember she looked across the desk at me, and she had other minions there, and they go, why is the 2nd district in the state of Utah not Republican? And she said it with not anger, she said it with woe and disbelief, like, what is wrong out there? And I can remember sitting back and talking with her about the independent spirit in the state of Utah, the willingness, as long as every now and then it's just fun to go boom, 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 and then boom, 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 and feel like you're independent, plus the dynasty that was the Matheson family. And that's who we were talking about at the time. Jim Matheson was in the 2nd congressional district seat. But I could just see in their faces, in their body language, in what they were communicating to me, they just could not believe that the 2nd congressional district, for at that time more than a decade, had been in the Democrats' column. And you're absolutely right in that conversation, Jeff, with him. It is a major thing back there. They don't get it. And somehow they look at Utahns Utah Republicans as if they are negligent to somehow let this low-hanging fruit, you heard that term, this low-hanging fruit go unplucked. They just don't get it, is what I would say. But I don't think I convinced Sarah Taylor. I don't think I convinced anybody that Utah had a little bit of a unique anomaly, and other states do too.
Yeah, and I think it's also important to recognize that a lot of times with a race, whether it was the former 2nd congressional district or what's become the 4th congressional, a lot of times it's the national organizations that really mess it up.
That's
for
right.
candidates.
Oh, that's right.
You know, because we talked about all the money that gets poured in. You look at some of those early Jim Matheson races. You look at some of the races between Mia and Wayne Owens. Doug Owens, excuse me, get the right Owens there.
Right.
And there was so much money poured in on ads that were offensive to most Utahns.
Right.
I can remember from both sides.
Remember when Lily Eskelsen was running for the 2nd congressional district against Merrill Cook? I can remember she made personal phone calls to a handful of us, myself included. That she called Tom Barberi over a call and several other people, you know, at newspapers and so on, and said, these ads I have no control over. They are hurting me.
Yeah.
Please know, and to whatever capacity you have, let people know that I have no control over these ads. By the way, Lily Eskelsen, she is the president of the NEA right now.
Right.
And it was interesting when we heard Spencer Cox getting so much money from the NEA. I mean, Lily has been a force to be reckoned with in Washington, D.C. and with the National Education Association.
Do you think we're going to have the ugly campaign ads in CD4 this November?
Yes.
Okay, there's one vote.
Wait, am I right or am I right or am I right?
Yeah,
or am I
I'm going to have to vote with the gentleman from
We're
Holiday
bound to
today.
go there. Another ugly race that leaves everybody shaking their head. We won't have that in November in the gubernatorial race, and let's talk about that. We've had reporters out following the race. Normally, they'll tell you about the balloons falling and all the people cheering at the results. And this evening, we have none of that, but we have Lindsay Aerts live from her bedroom.
Yes, there we go.
Lindsay, how are you this evening?
I'm good, gentlemen. I won't get out of the way to show you how messy it is back here. So just don't judge me.
You're following candidate Huntsman, John Huntsman Jr., who has had an awful run of things in the last few weeks, suffering from COVID-19 and now sitting and waiting for results.
Yeah, and I don't think it's a big I'm not missing out on a big party over at the Huntsman campaign. You know, there's no one there. There's his campaign staff, and then he's popping in and out, meeting with different people throughout the night. So his campaign tells me he has been actually out meeting with his volunteers and his staff, thanking them. You know, it takes a lot of people to run a campaign. He's had a ton of volunteers helping him, his family included. His daughter Abby is his campaign manager. So it's a real family affair with the Huntsmans, as you can imagine. I was texting with Abby Huntsman. She tells me that, again, he drove all over the state today, thanking those volunteers, his campaign staff. They say his energy is great. And they're just waiting, like the rest of us, to find out the results, to find out how many people voted. And when I talked with him earlier, he did mention how that wait for results is hard.
Can you imagine, especially this one?
Yeah, the waiting game is always just brutal, and again, it just goes to the operation and the structure. You know, in a typical campaign, you're thinking, okay, we're going to bring the candidate out because he's getting a little antsy or she's getting a little wound up back, you know, behind stage. So we're going to let her go, run through the crowd, then we'll pull back, and then we'll do a little speech by someone, and you kind of choreograph the whole night based around when those results will start to trickle in. And now it's just, okay, we're going to wait till 10. We're going to get a dump. And then we're going to go to bed, and we'll see what happens on Wednesday and what happens on Thursday.
Lindsay, is there any indication of whether Governor Huntsman intends to speak via Zoom or on TV or anything tonight after those results are released?
Sure. Yeah. Well, I'm waiting to hear back from his campaign exactly what the plan is, but I'm under the impression that there will be some sort of reporter Zoom meeting that he's doing right at 10 o'clock, and we may have an interview with him after that point just to check in. I'm not sure about a formal speech per se, not sure anyone's really doing that tonight, and we may not have enough results for anyone to do any of that type of, declaring or anything like that. So I think we will touch base with him, find out how he's feeling after results come in, and then it'll be more of a waiting game.
Can you imagine an evening without someone saying, and now on to November? The only guy who might be able to do that is Spencer Cox, because he's actually out this evening. And thank you, Lindsay. Joining us live now, KSL News Radio's Paul Nelson. He's in Mount Pleasant covering the Cox campaign. This is at a drive-in theater, correct?
It is, yes. And matter of fact, some of the people who are here, and it is filling up, actually. I'm looking at least over 100 cars with several people inside each one of them. They're trying to get the stuff kind of working on the screen for right now, but still not quite dark enough. So, and then after that, I asked Spencer Cox if we could play Madden football on the big screen, and he said maybe, but after that, I really kind of doubt it. But it's definitely filling up here, and I do believe that he will say some sort of speech. The only thing is, kind of like what Lindsay was saying, he wouldn't be surprised if there really isn't a definitive winner tonight, just because of changes in election laws. Matter of fact, there were a lot of ballots because they updated a law just this year, last April, where they allowed it so that people could postmark their ballots by today. Before, they used to have it so that you had to have it postmarked the day before. And let me roll up that window, because some people just don't appreciate that I'm live on the air.
Well, Spencer Cox may be able to
turn it down.
Spencer Cox may be able to use the line from the stage tonight that I'll be here all week, because it may just take that whole thing there.
Wait, Paul, let me just ask. You mentioned earlier there's a flatbed truck. I guess Spencer Cox will stand on that and say whatever he's going to say. Will there be echoing speakers, or do you have to put that little thingy inside your window at the drive-in in order to hear him?
There are no little. I know the little thingy that you're talking about. And by little thingy, it was the size of one of those old telephones that you put inside your car window.
Right.
And you used to be able to listen to it. They don't have those. Instead, they said that you can tune in and listen on 102.3 FM in your car. But to be honest with you, I don't think that they properly hooked up that to the radio signal. So they're just going to have some speakers out front. You got to roll down your windows to be able to hear. And I honestly expect this might be one of the first times when we hear any kind of speech from any candidate where instead of applause, we hear nothing but cars honking.
Cars. Rev your engines.
It's going to feel weird, but it is what it is. So, yeah.
Welcome to the new normal.
Yeah.
KSL News Radio's Paul Nelson is covering the Cox campaign in Mount Pleasant. I think that's the weirdest one, but KSL News Radio's Kelly Pierce is covering two gubernatorial campaigns, Thomas Wright and Greg Hughes, and she's doing that from inside the driver's seat of her car. Hi, Kelly.
Yes, actually, hi there. I am outside, actually, Thomas Wright's house, not stalking him, just reporting. I just got finished interviewing him.
He gave out his phone number on the air, so you could give him a call, ask if he has a drink of water, perhaps.
Yeah, has he sent out refreshments?
I'm going to text him. He needs to bring you a piece of pizza, Kelly.
That's right.
Oh, I accept. I absolutely accept. Well, he's here actually at his home, as I said, with his family, some neighbors, some friends, just kind of having a celebrating the end of this campaign. They're also going to jump on a Zoom call to thank supporters in Salt Lake City and across Utah for all their hard work on this campaign. They have consistently, though, been polling fourth out of four candidates. However, he does believe that he is stronger than he looks. And I do have the soundbite we'd love to play of him explaining why.
The polls, unfortunately, measure just the opposite of what our strategy was. We had a really concise direct mail program that was targeting people that probably don't spend a lot of time on social media and online. And then when you have polls come out that measure people online digitally, then naturally they're going to come out a little bit low. So, that's fine. They have the right to do that. But we do have a strategy, and we're anxious to see if it panned out.
Interesting.
Absolutely.
I've received a lot of robocalls from Thomas Wright as well. So I wonder if that was part of his strategy to back up kind of the old school stuff, what you got in the mail reinforced by what you hear on the phone.
That's interesting because I've been getting...
very old strategy.
Yeah.
I seem to have lost Kelly there for just a second. You mentioned robocalls. I've been getting robo texts, but I've been getting them from a socialist candidate in New York And I've never lived in New York for a minute of my life, and I've never been a socialist. But nonetheless, some guy named Sanjay wants me to vote for him for Congress.
Hey.
Well, think of the horizons that opens.
Yeah. Hey, Kelly, I do want you to know that you should be expecting a delivery shortly.
All right.
I have your back as being our roving reporter tonight.
I love it. I absolutely accept.
Do you want with pepperoni or without?
You know what? I'm not picky, man. I'm not picky with free food ever.
If they send out anchovies, don't take it personally.
Yeah.
There's not a statement there. So.
Like I said, I'm not picky. I have a very adventurous palate.
KSL News Radio's Kelly Pierce live outside Thomas Wright's house, waiting for her pizza. KSL News Time 9:13. I just want to inject that we have some breaking news this evening on KSL. We're learning that Provo police have arrested 2 people in connection with the shooting at a protest last night. A 33-year-old man, Jesse Taggart of Salt Lake City, and a 27-year-old woman, Samantha Darling of Ogden. Police say a white SUV was driving south on University Avenue, tried to turn onto Center Street. Protesters began to crowd the vehicle, and then a protester shot through the passenger window and hit the driver. As the SUV left, the protester fired a second round through the back window and later broke another car's window with the gun. That's the latest we're hearing from Provo police this evening. We talk about law and order and prison reform in the attorney general's race. Do these protests we've been seeing in the streets have anything to do with that race tightening up over the last few weeks?
Oh, that's an interesting thought. I don't think it cannot affect it, but how much it affects it, I really wonder. Boyd, what are your thoughts on?
Yeah, my guess is it probably has. I think it's been on everybody's mind, to be sure. And
well, there are 2 distinctly different messages in this campaign. Sean Reyes has been saying carry on and let's continue, and reform is what David Levitt's been talking about.
Yeah, that's right. And I think it's one of those, again, we see the frustration in Washington where, again, you've got a police reform bill in the House that's going nowhere from the Democrats. You have one that's going nowhere, not even to be debated in the Senate from the Republicans. And yet everyone agrees on probably 85% of what the policy things are in those bills. And so I do think that what's been happening, the unrest, definitely has created some interest in the AG's race. Again, very late, as we've been talking about, it was a 30 to 40% undecided up until the last 10 days, probably. And so I do think there's a little sharper focus on what are we going to do and how are we going to do that better. We had an interesting conversation today with our friend Joseph Grinney from the Other Side Academy in terms of changing culture within law enforcement. And I think that's kind of the David Levitt message in terms of reform. And as you mentioned, Jeff, the Sean Reyes message has been, hey, we're on, we're cooking, we're rolling. We need to keep the momentum going. And I'm going to be really interested to see how the voters reacted in the end, especially the late breaking voters. Which way did they go? Did they go more to the Levitt camp or more to the Reyes?
What was the number of undecided voters in that race?
Somewhere between 35 and 40%.
Basically, the highest I saw was over 43, just barely over 40.
Almost half of everybody.
Yeah. Big numbers.
Amazing. Our coverage is going to continue on KSL News Radio. What's happening here? We're sitting around talking with candidates, reporters, and waiting for 10 o'clock when all the results are going to be released all at once. And it's going to be mighty interesting. Stay with us now. KSL's top national stories.
From ABC News, I'm Daria Aldinger. An internal FEMA memo that was obtained by ABC News finds the U.S. battle against COVID-19 is far from over. Cases are on the rise in more than 30 states. Texas reporting a record number of daily infections, just shy of 7,000, and new cases in Mississippi are up over 100%. More from ABC's Matt Gutman.
With the nation notching 40,000 new cases a day, Dr. Anthony Fauci warning those case numbers could easily double.
I would not be surprised if we go up to 100,000 a day if this does not turn around. And so I am very concerned. I think it's important to tell you and the American public that I'm very concerned because it could get very bad.
It is bad in California's Farm Belt of Imperial County. So overwhelmed, they've medevaced over 500 patients out of the county.
But what about a vaccine?
4 vaccines have been approved for moving into clinical trials. That is authorized to go into clinical trials so we can get the data on those vaccines. And another 6 are in the pipeline for us to review.
FDA Commissioner Dr. Stephen Hahn at today's Senate Health Committee hearing on the virus. The state flag in Mississippi, the last in the U.S. with the Confederate battle emblem, was lowered for the last time today as Governor Tate Reeves signed a bill to retire it.
We must understand that all who want change are not attempting to erase history, and all who want the status quo are not mean-spirited or hateful.
Residents will vote on a new design this November. A judge in Fulton County, Georgia, granting a $500,000 bond to Garrett Rolfe. The former Atlanta police officer is charged with murder in the shooting of Rayshard Brooks. A tell-all book by President Trump's niece is on hold for now as a judge decides the merits of claims by the president's brother that a publication of it would violate a pact among Trump family members. You're listening to ABC News.
In the wake of a disaster, what one thing can you send that will help people the most? A blanket, a tent, a sandbag, a doctor. Actually, if you send a monetary donation, you send all these things. Even a small donation can make a big impact and can quickly become exactly what people affected by disaster need most.
In the wake of a hurricane, your monetary donation can make a huge difference to those in need. To donate, visit supporthurricanerelief.org. That's supporthurricanerelief.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council.
You're listening to live KSL election coverage. It's 9:18 p.m. We have 42 minutes until we see our first results of this race. By law, county clerks are not allowed to release the numbers until 10 o'clock tonight. And after the first set of numbers is released, there will be nothing more tonight. These races might not be decided till Thursday, perhaps next Monday, perhaps even next Thursday. We're in wait and see mode trying to figure out which way is up. Jeff Kaplan here along with Doug Wright and Boyd Matheson. Doug, you and I have always been on this side of things, reporting on election nights, but Boyd has been on the other side. Boyd Matheson, you were chief of staff for Senator Mike Lee for a number of years, if I'm not mistaken.
That is correct.
And you've had to deal with this from a different perspective. The nail biting, the waiting to see if you win the primary, the general. What's that like for a chief of staff?
Those are long, painful, frustrating nights. And half the time you're just trying to keep the candidate busy and occupied so that they're not there twiddling their thumbs or biting their nails. And so there's a host of things that have to happen on election night that you don't really think about. You have to get to the venue. You have to have the right place. You have to have space for the family and friends where they can go and relax. You have to have a war room where you've got all of your team in there. You've got legal folks in case there's a disputed ballot or those kinds of things going on. So there's a whole host of things that happen behind the scenes. And probably the most interesting that we have nothing about tonight, and that is the speeches. And that's plural, speeches, because you have to write 2. And as a speech writer for many a campaign, that's a brutal job because you have, of course, the winning speech is fairly easy. You can get that one right. But
Thank you.
But you really want to make sure, especially in a primary, you want to make sure that victory speech on primary election night is the pivot to the general and what comes next. But you also have to have this other folder that we call the "but if not" folder.
You don't use the L word.
Never use the L word on election day in any way, shape, or form. And I have to tell you, I've written some pretty good "but if not" speeches that never were delivered, which also was a good thing.
Fantastic.
We've talked about this, that sometimes in the big show, as it were, at the national level, some of the finest speeches and kind of their finest hour, and you go, why didn't I hear that concession speech? Why didn't I hear a speech that good out on the campaign trail? And we've talked about that a lot.
Yeah. In fact, 2 recent ones are really interesting. I think the best speech that Mitt Romney ever gave was his concession speech. I think the best speech Hillary Clinton ever gave was her concession speech. And so there is something about that moment that is very raw, very authentic, very real. You kind of have that courageous vulnerability in place. And often, as you said, Doug, it's the point where you say, well, where was that for the last 9 months?
Well, isn't it the moment where you say, what the heck, and the makeup comes off, and then you make the speech, and it's real?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
to a
right. It's
point.
authentic, and they're not being managed. They're no longer saying, okay, if I say this, what's that going to do to the poll numbers? One of the biggest problems we have in our politics is so many of the messages now are consultant certified, poll tester approved before they ever get out there. And that really hurts a lot of candidates because they can't deliver it in a way that is authentic, and the voters can smell that out.
So
Well, both of the candidates you mentioned there who gave those speeches where you went, where has that been? Mitt Romney was accused of being wooden at times on the campaign trail. And for those who knew him, you just go, oh man. And then with Hillary Clinton, there was kind of that, man, she's tough, she's brutal, she's everything. And there are all kinds of words associated with that. And then all of a sudden you do see them when there might even be a little glimmer of emotion.
Yeah.
And it makes all the difference. And I'll tell you, a little vulnerability goes a long way, I think, with the voters. But again, in a concession speech, it's too late.
Right. Hillary went on to become a wonderful grandmother after that. and that was that. Meantime, you're saying basically that if this were a normal election year in this gubernatorial race, we would hear 3 real, the makeup off speeches and 1 stage managed speech by the candidate who is moving along to November. Except nobody's going to be giving any real speeches. There'll just be moments on Zoom, perhaps.
Yeah, that's right. These are going to be very short, very small messages. And so we don't expect to see a lot of that tonight. My guess is most of these campaigns are shooting from the hip a little bit tonight in terms of what kind of messaging they're going to be
I have a vision of Thomas Wright wins the gubernatorial race, and Kelly Pierce rings his doorbell with a slice of pizza in her hand, saying, "What's
Let's
up?
have a party."
We can sell that to Hollywood and make some money.
Seriously, Boyd, especially from your vantage point, being behind the scenes. Jeff and I have always been in front of the stage. You've been behind the stage. But, these are such important things, to rally the troops. And, normally we'd be dipping in even while, polls are open and so on, things like that would be showing. But I think more than anything, there are those thank you moments too that are so valuable to the troops. And I think it's good and soul cleansing to the candidate as well. And so much of the pageantry and so much of the hoopla that is normally associated with any type of political activity has really been vacuumed up on this one.
Yeah, it's so true. And I'm glad you point out those conversations with the staff. Those are where you really find out the core of a candidate. Some don't even do them on election night. Some, it's the most important speech they give on election night. And it's always been interesting for me to watch that, to say, okay, there's a candidate who's actually going to do something in office, not because of the speech they gave in front of the big crowd to accept the win. It's the speech they gave behind the scenes to the staff who, ran through brick walls and crawled over broken glass for every little vote, for every yard sign, for every town hall, all of those things that just do make a difference in a campaign. And that is something that we'll have a little less of on a night like tonight.
Boy, I've heard of just some terrific stories. And interestingly enough, they surround John McCain. The stories that have been told to me by people who gave their heart and their soul and crawled over glass for John McCain. One person told me that he had kind of been off doing something. And when he finally came out, pretty much everything was over. But up walks John McCain and he goes, "Senator, why are you still here?" And he goes, "Because I didn't have a chance to thank you yet."
Yeah.
And you hear stories like that and you go, holy cow. Does that tell you something about the man or the woman? I'm sure that's happened that way too.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead, Jeff.
Oh, no, I was just going to move along, end the discussion and be the killjoy.
Kevin gave him
everyone's got to roll. Everyone's got to roll.
Yeah, that's right. You notice I never asked me to be the timekeeper.
Somehow. Hey, we talked earlier this evening with Hinckley Institute of Politics Director Jason Perry. We were hoping to get to what he's tracking, what he's sensing, his insight. Here's some of that chat about this crazy election night.
As you've all been talking about, this is just so absolutely unique. And for people like us who like to have some results, this is going to be so painful to not be able to go to bed tonight, probably knowing the results of this election. And as we all have talked in the past, some of these new changes are going to make it hard for us to know the results. But to your question, we've been trying to poll, and we've loved this partnership with all of you. with Desert News and KSL, as we've been trying to keep our finger on the pulse of what's happening in the state. And what we were really clear about as we've been questioning people in the state is a lot of people are just really, really engaged right now. And I think that's why we're seeing such an amazing turnout already. I know we've talked about this, but 392,000 ballots already processed by the clerk. That is just an amazing thing. That's like 26% of the voters, and it's more voters than we had in 2016 or 2018. So I'll tell you, a lot of these polls gave us a really good view of what was happening in the moment. But boy, we are going to have a lot to talk about when we see how these votes actually turn out in the end.
Hey, Jason, as you look at again, let's go back to the governor's race real quick. If you had to kind of narrow it down, what do you think is going to be the issue that turns voters towards one candidate or another? Is there a single thing out there that you guys have been watching or sensing that maybe gives you a little indication of, hey, if this becomes the top issue, then it's going to favor this campaign?
So you and I talked about this in one of our polling questions. I think it's going to come down to this question of leadership. Absolutely, top of mind for Utahns right now is who is going to best lead us out of this pandemic, and it's connected to the economy. And I think that's really going to be the prime issue, and I think that's what's motivated a lot of people to affiliate in this particular election and take notice. When you add the issues associated with the pandemic, the economy, the protests that are happening in the state of Utah, all of these things are leading to one thing, and is that we need an effective leader for the state of Utah. And I think that is what's driven people to mail in their ballots. And I think in the end, that's what will be what gets the one candidate to the top.
Jason, issues obviously are so important, and that's the great question to ask. What is that tipping point issue? And leadership, whatever it may be, leading us out of the COVID situation. But in this situation where the largest political party in the state of Utah is really independent voters, and now we have a lot of Democrats who are saying, hey, look, this is going to be, with all due respect to the Democrat candidates out there, this is going to be the election for the governor's seat, most likely. That is what I'm hearing from more and more people. Those who went to the trouble of, and there have been some high-profile people who have gone to the trouble of registering. How big a factor is that going to be in the gubernatorial race?
I think it is going to be the deciding factor. I'll just go out and say that, Doug, because we've seen more than ever. Most election cycles, we talk about what happens with these people who affiliate and whether or not it's enough to really move the needle. We have enough in this particular primary to absolutely be the difference in this campaign. So that's why as we start looking at the results over the next couple of days and the people affiliated and where those candidates went, we'll show that to be true. And there's just too many of them. There's just too many people that have decided to engage in this particular Republican primary for it not to have an impact.
Thanks again to Hinckley Institute Director Jason Perry.
Special election night coverage on KSL News Radio.
And here we are. As primary night nears its end, Utahns drove their ballots to drop-off locations all over the state. They mailed them in, and at 10 o'clock, we finally hear some numbers from the county clerks around the state, but not before 10 o'clock and not after 10 o'clock, because once those numbers are announced, everybody goes to bed and the counting slowly continues. Good evening. I'm Jeff Kaplan, joined by the legendary Doug Wright and Boyd Matheson, the host of Inside Sources here on KSL, the Deseret News opinion editor. And gentlemen, your impressions of this strange evening.
It has been unique. It truly has. I've never heard this term so often from, rank and file voters, people in the media, candidates. I've never seen anything like this. And John Huntsman, when we interviewed him right at the top of the show, said it really hasn't even been a campaign. And in the traditional sense, he certainly is right. But what does this bode for the future? The other thing, too, Boyd, you brought up, normally, we had some dribbling out. We had exit polls. We started to get numbers right after 8 o'clock. That's when the quote unquote dump was. And one of the big debates, along with when is the pizza going to come and so on, was, I wonder how long we're going to be here tonight. Well, after about 10:15, ain't nothing going to happen.
That's right. And, having been part of some of those nights, I've been part of nights where it was called at 9:03.
Yeah.
The races were called, and I've been in those that, drag on for days and days.
Oh, going on. Bush Gore.
That's my favorite. NBC calls the race, and they go, whoops, do over.
Oh, wait,
mulligan.
There's more. Yeah.
Stay tuned.
And those are such emotional roller coasters. And you do have to hand it to all of these candidates. They put themselves in the arena. They're open to all the criticism and the speculation. And often in these campaigns, the hardest conversations are conversations you have with people who are very close to you, who have very strong opinions about what your campaign is doing or not doing, or how they're doing it, or when they're doing it. There is an emotional toll on any candidate. And I admire all those who get in the ring. It is never an easy thing to do. It's a tough decision. It's a family decision, a community decision. And I think we do need to applaud everyone, regardless of party affiliation, for getting in the game, because we have to come back and remember that when we look at these races, whether it's a primary race or a general in November, it's really not about election day. It's actually about the day after. A lot of people talk about the first Tuesday in November. I have always focused and believed in the first Wednesday of November, when everybody gets up and goes to work and takes care of their family and tries to grow their business and make a difference for their neighbor. And that's especially here in the state of Utah. We have a great tradition of that. And so my hats off as we wait these last 27 minutes for some of these results to come in is to all of these candidates and to their campaigns. They put in the blood, sweat, and tears, not for election day, but for what they hope to be able to do the day after. And I think that matters.
This is jarring for me. Yeah. I've lived here for 10 years, and Gary Herbert has been my only governor.
Yeah.
I don't know what life would be like without Gary Herbert as governor.
I've heard some gut-wrenching stories, of the day after that Wednesday. And the one that I'll always remember, and he was chief of staff for Leavitt when he was back at Health and Human Services and so on, and that was Rich McKeon. When he ran for Salt Lake City mayor, he told me once, and I'll never forget this, what it was like to walk in and kind of have to clean up after the campaign party, and nobody's there.
Yeah.
It's over. And that can be a tough day, and there's only one winner. And a lot of people who gave their heart and soul to a campaign.
Well, Boyd taught us you don't say the L word on election night. So I will say there will be 3 non-winners in Utah's fourth congressional district. And covering that race for us, KSL News Radio's Dan Baumus is joining us live. Hi, Dan.
Good evening. And even the winner could wind up with 30% of the vote or even less in the 4th Congressional District, as you've been discussing. Poll in UtahPolicy.com last month showed Burgess Owens in the lead, followed by Jay McFarland, Kim Coleman, and Trent Christensen. But that poll had an 8-point margin of error, so it's really pretty difficult to say whether that reflects the current situation. All 4 candidates joined the KSL News Radio team this evening, with Burgess Owens saying he's learned a lot in this campaign after 7 years of living in Utah. Says the 4th District will be a national battleground with its history of changing hands between Democrats and Republicans.
Democrats must have it to keep the chaos. We must have it to get our country and culture back. I just feel blessed that our country, literally the linchpin of our nation, the way we go right now, getting the House back will be, Utah will be a big piece of that.
Jay McFarland talked about the gridlock in Washington, D.C. with members of Congress who don't talk and sometimes won't even look at each other.
Unless we choose a more reasonable brand of person who can work with both sides, regardless of who's in power, and actually present ideas that are viable and move the needle forward, then basically representation is done and Congress is done.
Trent Christensen cited his own background in private business as preparation for working across the aisle and getting things done.
What this really boils down to is effectiveness. Who can go back to Congress and take a business background, a private sector background, and be effective? Listen, this environment's going to last. It's going to last 12 months, 18 months, 2 years. We're going to have to live differently, work differently, and we're going to need someone who can govern differently, who can adapt, who can be smart, who can work with the other side, but hold true to their principles.
And now State Representative Kim Coleman was quite clearly thinking about the Wednesday after the primary election day, hoping that her campaign staff, that volunteers she's put together, will still be working on a general election campaign, ready to challenge the incumbent Democrat, Ben McAdams.
I've lived here, I've worked here, I've started a business here, raised my family here in CD4. So our grassroots army has just been amazing. And really, that's just what it's going to take to go all the way in November. The organization that we've been able to build throughout the district is just phenomenal. I'm so pleased. I'm so humbled at the support.
And we should know shortly whether one of these candidates is going to get a surge of support in the early returns, or if it's tight, we might not know the results for several days.
Dan, over the course of this campaign, each candidate has made their case, which they did eloquently here, but it's never gone to the negativity in this race. Everybody kept it to the upside, so it seems at face value. Is that what you're seeing?
Well, yes. And again, some of the candidates didn't really have a whole lot of money to spend on TV ads. Burgess Owens has bought some, and we've seen some from Kim Coleman. Not that TV ads are the be-all and end-all. You can do a lot with social media as well. But, yeah, this group of people has avoided beating up on each other.
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting thing, Dan. I actually moderated one of the debates for the 4th Congressional District, and it was refreshing. It was refreshing in that they could differentiate themselves without having to attack the other person. So it really got to what I think is the key, and where we have to move our politics is we know what you're against. We know you're against your opponents, whether it's a primary or in a general election, but tell us what you're for. And I thought each of these candidates did a nice job of uniquely pointing out their strengths, their unique value proposition that they're bringing to the voters. So I'm just going to be fascinated to see what the response is from the voters and what we find out here in 22 minutes.
Well, of course, with the general election coming up and the huge amounts of money that are coming in, there's probably going to be a lot of negativity thrown around, and some that's completely out of the control of the candidates.
Yeah. Boy, that's a real factor. Stuff that flows in, the PACs, the money, and so on. And Boyd, you and I were in the same editorial board when we were discussing things with, at that time, the 4th District Congressman. And I can remember when he said, you know, I was talking with my wife, and what's the worst thing that can happen is you win. And
Right.
sometimes that's the toughest road at all. Ben McAdams, and that wasn't what I was expecting to be the punchline of that.
Well,
but it was humorous, and there's some truth to that too.
For Ben McAdams, basically, he started running for re-election the morning after the last election, because having squeaked by in that race, it was always going to be a challenge come the following November.
Yeah, no question.
That's a tough one, and it goes back to the very genesis of the 4th Congressional District. It was a very tight race. You know, we think back to Jim Matheson. He just barely won that seat. I've often wondered if that was partially the decision not to choose to run again. Mm-hmm. And then, you know, Mia Love, you look at the very close races, especially the first one with Doug Owens, and then this last race was very close as well. So that's, as I mentioned a little earlier, we used to talk about the 2nd Congressional District. Now we talk about the 4th Congressional District.
Was it specifically created for the purpose of giving us all drama?
Yeah, I think they just went, yeah, let's just stir the pot a little bit.
And somehow they had to figure out a way to have a smaller congressional district when you have both Salt Lake City and St. George in the 2nd Congressional District.
Right. Yeah. And which is also an interesting thing in terms of how much ground you have to cover as a candidate. Doug mentioned the fact that these members of the House on the federal level are in perpetual reelection mode. They're constantly having to raise money from the morning after the victory just to keep the seat and to keep that moving. And so that's another thing that's an interesting challenge, I think, that prevents a lot of good governing from happening.
This is another reach for the fly ball that's in the future, but we're going through the census right now, and the redistricting of the state of Utah has always been interesting, and there now have been, the independent, redistricting advisory, I guess is how you'd put it. Ultimately, the legislature will have the ultimate say, which is defined by the Utah State Constitution. But I'm very anxious to see how the state is divvied up. Remember the pizza thing, and then we have the donut hole, and all of these different things. The redistricting has been very controversial in our state.
Have we gained enough population to win another congressional district in this state? We've
Not
certainly
yet, I don't
grown
think.
hugely over the past 10 years.
Yeah, we're still not quite there, I think, in terms of, although the census that's also been interrupted by the pandemic, that may slow down and it actually might slow down the process in terms of when they reallocate members of Congress.
Well, and in the last census too, we were all rankled because wasn't it Kentucky which state? Yeah, Kentucky, I believe, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
That got the seat that we actually really deserved. And then there were all kinds of combinations and talking about, well, let's give the District of Columbia their vote, and then we'll give an at-large voting seat to Utah. There are all kinds of machinations, but ultimately we went without the district we deserved for 10 years.
Yeah, that's right. And remember, part of that was how do you actually account for a missionary?
That's right. Missionaries and military.
And military, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
All right. You've picked up on this already, but tonight's a little different than most years.
What are you
saying, Jeff? What are you saying?
Show me the numbers.
Well, the numbers are still 20 minutes away. And by the way, thanks to KSL News Radio's Dan Bomas covering the fourth.
My pleasure.
20 minutes till we get the results, and they won't be definitive. We talked earlier this evening with Utah County Clerk Amelia Powers Gardner. Here, listen. Why do the first results have to wait till 10 p.m.?
Well, in April, the legislature had a special session and they passed SB 3006, one of the provisions in that bill. And that bill just dealt with the primary election. It was for COVID-related things in the primary election, and it stipulated that we wait until 10 p.m. to release results for this election.
So you're bound by law. Will there be any more announcements through the night, or is it 10 p.m. and everybody goes off to sleep?
Well, here's the thing. There might be a couple of counties that do a second release around midnight, but when you're releasing results at 10 p.m., you really don't get a lot more counted before midnight. So the vast majority of the counties are going to call it at 10 o'clock, and then they'll just come back tomorrow and start counting again. If some of those counties don't do a release the next day, a lot of them will do a release the next day.
Okay, the votes that are coming in now at this point today are quarantined. You have to figure out that one or two ballots, could have a little smidge of coronavirus on them, so better safe than sorry, and we all understand that. What percentage of the votes being tallied come in at the very end and won't be counted tonight?
You typically get about 20 to 25% of the votes that come in towards the very end. And in most counties, those will not be counted tonight. They'll be counted tomorrow.
Okay, when we do get a decision, or at least a good idea of the results for governor and in Utah County, 4th District Congressional primary, when do you think that'll be? Thursday, Friday, next week?
So it's hard to say because a lot of those are going to come out of Utah County, but the majority are going to come out of Salt Lake County. Here in Utah County, we're only quarantining ballots for 12 hours. Latest results coming out of the CDC say that coronavirus doesn't last on paper longer than 8 hours. So we've made the decision to only quarantine for 12 hours. We'll have 90+% of our votes counted by tomorrow's release. In other counties, they might not have that until Thursday. My gut tells me that we're not going to have a good read on the 4th Congressional District, maybe the 1st Congressional District, and for certain the governor's race until Thursday's release.
Okay, so everybody cool your heels a little bit. That's the word from Utah County Clerk Amelia Powers Gardner. We will talk about this in just a moment with Boyd Matheson, Doug Wright. First, a quick break for our latest top national stories from ABC News.
With the stroke of Governor Tate Reeves's pen, Mississippi retires the last state flag in the U.S. with the Confederate battle emblem. The 126-year-old banner has been a source of division for generations. Reeves acknowledging those not happy about the change.
They fear a chain reaction of events erasing our history, a history that is no doubt complicated and imperfect. I understand those concerns and am determined to protect Mississippi from that dangerous outcome.
A state commission will come up with a new design to be put to voters in November. The UN Security Council expects to announce Wednesday the result of a vote on its first resolution on COVID-19 since the pandemic began. There was a lengthy dispute between the U.S. and China over mentioning the World Health Organization. Delayed 2 months by the pandemic, SpaceX launched a Falcon 9 rocket out of Cape Canaveral Air Force Station, Florida, carrying the military's newest, most accurate GPS satellite into orbit. Richard Cantu, ABC News.
Jeff Kaplan with Boyd Matheson and Doug Wright. So happy that we haven't been asked to stay on the air till the final results are in, because that's going to take a while. We just heard from the Utah County Clerk that she's expecting Thursday we'll have our results. Maybe. Interesting. How do you wait that out as a candidate?
Painfully.
There is that. Doug, you want to stay here till Thursday?
I think we lost Doug.
We lost Doug. We'll reestablish contact. But we do have Derek Brown, the chairman of the Utah Republican Party, joining us live on KSL News Radio. And I believe Doug is back as well. Derek Brown, good evening. How's it going?
Doing well. I certainly wish, like all of you, that we had some definitive results at 10 o'clock. I've been on calls for the last 12 hours with candidates, all of whom are, dying to know the results. And
I'm judging from the background on Facebook Live that you're at home or you bought a pile of books to put behind you, one or the other.
These are the books that I'm going to read as soon as the primary is over. I've been doing this full-time job for free for the last 3 months. And I'm going to take all these books and, I don't know, go someplace far away where my cell phone doesn't work and just read. So, yeah, but I am home. So we're doing everything from home tonight. And usually we'd have all sorts of, candidate events and parties and that kind of thing. Or the party would do one ourselves and not so this year. It's a very sort of bizarre year for elections.
We've been talking about this, just the strange animal that we're dealing with. I mean, every candidate, every party, everybody's had to deal with it. We in the media have had to deal with how in the world do you cover something like this? And as a new chairman of the Republican Party, what kind of backstage things have been going on? What kind of advice have you been handing to candidates? We talked about this earlier. Often some candidates, they just go, hey, being an underdog is my advantage. I'm the guy or the gal that's going to be knocking on the doors, having the meetings and everything else. This has thrown a wrench in everything.
It has. And what it's done is it's forced every one of these candidates to rethink campaigning. I mean, you mentioned earlier that John Huntsman said this hasn't been much of a campaign. But John Huntsman has done a great job of getting out there and campaigning full time. So what it really is a different kind of campaign. It just doesn't look the way that campaigns have always looked. And ironically, most of these governor candidates would have spent, countless hours traveling from event to event to event. Now I think they save all that travel time and just spend it connecting one-on-one or in groups of people. So I mean, make no mistake, there's been a campaign, and the campaign has been robust, and it's just looked different, and it's utilized technology. And I think long-term, that's a good thing, although it has pushed a lot of candidates kind of out of their comfort zone.
And we're all for that, by the way, pushing them out of the comfort zone. And Derek, you did, we were talking earlier that both you and the head of the Democratic Party, who we'll have on shortly here, you both did extraordinary work in pulling off your conventions under just incredible circumstances. You've learned a lot, and I think you've actually found a way to actually expand the participation by using some of the technology, by changing the dynamics of the old school system. What are the takeaways for you?
Well, it's funny, and I may rankle a few people by saying this, but conventions for the average delegate are not always the highlight of the year. To put it mildly, you're both. Yeah, I see all of you chuckling. Our last one in 2018 took about 12 hours, and most of it was wrangling over bylaws. This time, I mean, I did an exit poll of we had 1,100 delegates that answered my poll, and the overwhelming majority of them loved doing it. They would do it again, and the majority of them spent over 12 hours preparing to cast a vote. And so I think it was a really positive experience for so many of them, most of whom said, I would happily do this again. So my takeaway is I've said from day one, we need to make the party more user-friendly. We need to incorporate technology. And that's my goal. So how do we do that? That's the next phase.
Derek, you've mentioned that you've had to rewrite the playbook. All of these, everybody involved in this election has had to rewrite the playbook on how to do it. Does that minimize the importance of consultants in the political process? Because they know as much as you, me, or anybody else. Nobody's been through this before.
Well, no, I mean, I think in fact, in some respects, it's much more important because a lot of candidates, I think in the past, can sort of rely on their charisma and their charm and their personality, and they get in a big crowd of people, and that's a huge advantage. Since you don't have that ability at this point to meet one-on-one, I think consultants are far more important. And it's interesting. I've talked to some of these governor candidates their consultants are critical, and their ability to really go through the numbers and crunch data. I mean, the days of a candidate getting a handful, even a state house race, of getting a handful of flyers and going out and knocking on doors. I mean, those days are over. You need a social media consultant. You need someone to run the numbers. I mean, and so in some ways, I think consultants are they're just indispensable now.
Looking ahead to the next, it'll be the mid-year election, and then anticipating 2024. Everybody, businesses are talking about it. We in the media are talking about it. Everybody, for those who think we're going to bounce back to noon where we were before, it just isn't going to happen. Every business is going to change. The business of running for office is going to change. What do you anticipate for the midterm election and for future elections, major elections like 2024? How much of a change will it be? How many of these things, in other words, will solidify, become codified, and become part of the game plan? It won't be the old school campaign anymore.
Well, no, and what's interesting is you would think that the average person would want to keep it the way it is. But in this survey that I did of 1,100 delegates, 88% of them, when asked, do you want to do it the old way, or do you want to move into kind of the new century and figure out how we incorporate technology into the convention process and the campaigning process? 88% of them said, let's not go back, let's move forward. So the question I have now, and this is the question you're probably wanting to ask, and I don't have the answer to it, but that is, how do we incorporate that technology? What do we do now? How does it look different? And I promise you, it's going to look different because we've set an expectation of the fact that someone who lives 8 hours away in Kane County can participate with every single candidate and have one-on-one conversations and vote. And it doesn't take 3 full days to do it. I mean, I think this opens up a whole new world of possibilities, but there will be some growing pains, as you mentioned, Doug, with just the way that things are changing.
We're trying to find the new normal, obviously. But meantime, I'm amazed that Doug Wright mentions 2024. I'm trying to get through the next 6 minutes till I hear some numbers. That's good enough for me.
And by the way, I talked to one governor's campaign tonight, and I said, so what do you expect from tonight? And the response from the head of this particular campaign was, July is going to be a long month. So I hope that's not the case. I mean, in my perfect world, technically, what are we, like 5 or 6 minutes away from now? We're going to get a whole dump of data, and most of the campaigns will be really clear, and then we can all go to bed knowing who won. But I think the reality is we're in for a long haul. My guess is we'll know a number of the different races. I mean, we have 12 House races as a party, 4 Senate races, and we also, no one's really talking about it, but we have 4 school board races, because this is the first year we've ever had partisan school board elections. And those are also, I mean, every one of these races are races that we've been involved in and we're watching closely.
Thanks so much to Derek Brown, the chairman of the Utah Republican Party. We hope you have a peaceful night and get good sleep.
Thank you. Likewise. It sounds like we'll all get a good rest after about 10:15, right? Because there's nothing to do.
Onward and upward. Right. Jeff Merchant is going to join us now. We'll move right along to the chairman of the Utah Democratic Party, Jeff Merchant.
How are you, Jeff? Good to see you.
How are you?
Great. Been doing really well.
And are you waiting on any races at this point, or is everything more or less decided for you?
Hey, you know what? We seem to know what we're doing. I mean, I don't know what's going on with Derek and his party, but I'll tell you, we're in pretty good shape. Yeah, we've got a couple of races. The big one, obviously, is the 1st Congressional District. We do have a couple of county races in Summit County, Salt Lake County, and then a legislative race, but really not very much going on for the Democratic Party, tonight. So we're just looking at who we're going to be running against.
There is a strategy of keeping your powder dry for the big battle and the big show. And I think in many cases that has been the case with the Democratic Party. But I have to ask about a race that we have been talking about at some length, a race that has caught us a little off guard on the Republican side, the AG's race. Now, the last statewide office that was held by a Democrat in the state of Utah was Jan Graham, and before her was Paul Van Dam as our attorney general. And this is really turning into a Republican battle. We'll see what the results are in the next several days. But you've got a very, very well-known candidate that is highly respected. We've certainly gotten to know Greg over the years at KSL and at the Deseret News in various capacities. How big a show is that going to be for the Democrats? And is that kind of, and I recognize you have high hopes for every candidate, but looking at it just purely, absolutely realistically, that seems like one that is within reach.
Well, Doug, I mean, I think that you know me well enough now that I'm not a pie in the sky kind of person. I kind of tell it how it is. And to be perfectly honest with you, this is going to be a race to watch. I think that Greg is not only a great individual, but he's a great candidate. He's a fantastic attorney and a whip smart man. He's got a great team that's behind him, and whoever the Republican candidate is really going to have to be on their toes. This is not going to be a cakewalk for whoever comes out of this race tonight. I think that it's definitely going to be a fun race for both Republicans and Democrats, and one to watch all the way through November.
Mm-hmm.
I do think it'll be interesting in that AG's race, in that you could actually have both the Democrat and the Republican on the same side in terms of criminal justice reform that we talked about a little earlier in the program tonight.
Yeah, I think that there is a lot of room for agreement on that. I do think that the one concern that I think that I would have is, in terms of criminal justice reform, I do think that there are more issues that we need to be delving into beyond just the issue of, people that are accused of crimes pleading out, which I think is what David Levitt's biggest argument is. That's a huge cost saver for the legislature. And I might disagree with him a bit that wouldn't become a political issue. Obviously, there are many, many other criminal justice issues that we have to work on, and hopefully Mr. Levitt would be open to working on a lot of other ones if he were elected. So
we thank you very much for joining us. Jeff Merchant is the chairman of the Utah Democratic Party. We've heard some from both sides, Republican and Democratic Party chairman, in the last few minutes, and our coverage will continue as we approach the witching hour, 10 o'clock, KSL News Radio.
KSL FM Midvale, KSL Salt Lake City. It is your voice.
We need to have a serious conversation in this country about racism.
Adults have every right to decide what they're going to do with their medical future.
It is your vote 2020.
It took 4 to 5 days to get my test back. In other states, it was no more than a 24-hour turnaround.
We built the best economy in the country over the last 10 years, and we will do it again.
Special election night coverage with Jeff Kaplan, Doug Wright, and Boyd Matheson on KSL News Radio.
Any moment now, we're expecting the results we've been waiting all night for. The first results will be uploaded to the State Elections Office website any minute now. We've been building anticipation for this moment all night long. I'm Jeff Kaplan, live with the legendary Doug Wright and Boyd Matheson, the host of KSL's Inside Sources, as well as the Deseret News opinion editor. Boyd, Doug, we've done a lot of talking tonight.
Hey, there's some numbers. Actually, we can talk about it. Some numbers in the governor's race officially recorded. There are 38 votes cast.
Wait, what?
38? Really? Where are they from? Let's really analyze this.
I can't quite get the county yet, but 19 votes for the Wright Bishop team and 19 votes for Hughes and Iverson. So your very first results of the night, Jeff. You should be very happy.
I'm jubilant. I'm elated, but I don't know what that means. I was expecting to hear something with 5 zeros behind it.
I think that might have been Church Street in Eureka that was just checking in.
Could be.
Now, the various counties are sending these results to a state elections website, and that's where we're going to see the compiled numbers over the next few minutes, if I'm not mistaken. A little bit later than that, Governor Huntsman is expected to do a media Zoom at 10:15. We also have Paul Nelson live in Mount Pleasant, where Spencer Cox is. We don't know exactly what he might be doing live, but we're all in position for anything that might happen over the next few minutes.
And it is going to be an interesting process. It's really interesting. Those are the only numbers that have popped up there.
Wait, I thought you were joking.
No,
those are real results.
No, there's a few votes cast in the 4th congressional district. 26 votes have been cast there, and it's tied between Burgess Owen and Jay McFarland, 13-13. So again, these are I've never seen such small results actually come in. It makes me wonder if they're testing the system.
We're not going to do the letting paint dry version of election coverage, are we? Because this is sounds like that. My expectation was that we'd hear full counties dumping their results onto the state website, and we'd hear some big numbers. Meantime, while we wait, here's what, so many of these candidates have spoken with us. We do have numbers now? Okay, there you go.
Here we go.
KSL News Time, 10:03, and let's go to the studio. Mark Juke is there to break down the numbers as they come in. Mark, are you with us?
I am, Jeff. We've got some numbers now. We'll first check in with the race for governor, and it looks really close right now between Spencer Cox and John Huntsman. Spencer Cox with 108,000, just under 109,000 votes. That's 36% of the popular vote to John Huntsman Jr., with 107,000 votes. That's 35.5%. This looks like a race that no one is going to call anytime soon tonight, especially if this is the end of the results that we get tonight. Coming in third so far is Greg Hughes, who with about 21% of the vote, and Thomas Wright coming in with about 8%. Now checking in with the congressional district, we'll roll the dice between the first and the fourth. Let's start with the first right now, and it looks like David Moore is leading with about 32% of the vote, 16,000 votes there. Kerry Gibson followed up with about 28%, Bob Stevenson 22%, and Katie Witt, Kaysville's mayor, at just over 18%. In the Democratic race there, by the way, it looks like Darren Perry is out ahead of Jamie Cheek by about 5 points, 52% to about 48% there. Now let's check back into the 4th congressional district. It looks like Burgess Owens is taking a strong lead right now with 43% of the vote, followed by Kim Coleman with 24%, Jay McFarland 22%, and Trent Christensen just about 11% of the vote. So that's about 32,000 votes for the leader in the 4th congressional district, about 8,200 for Trent Christensen, who was in 4th place there. So those are the numbers in those races that we've been paying close attention to.
Mark, do you have county breakdowns at all, or just totals?
I can look and see what we have. I am looking. I do not see county breakdowns yet. It just says counting in progress. So it will take a while for that.
Oh, excuse me. There are so currently in the governor's race, there have been 302,000 votes have been cast, and that is showing 1,992 of the roughly 2,600 precincts reporting. So there still are about 700 of those smaller precincts that have not had their numbers dropped in just yet. So my guess is there's still a little bit more coming tonight from those precincts that haven't yet reported. In the 4th congressional district, 74,000 votes have been cast, which is 537 out of the 559 precincts reporting. So a little less coming in. That's a big lead for Burgess Owen there in the 4th congressional district. With a good almost 20-point lead over Kim Coleman and 22 points over Jay McFarland.
McFarland was at 22 points. What was Burgess Owens'
43.
number?
43%.
At 43. Now, are we going to see another dump? Will there be more numbers trickling in, or is this it? We got what we got, and that's the end of the night. There you go. Does anybody have an idea?
We've been told. We've been told for the past several days that we will see this dump at 10 o'clock. But I think, as Boyd just pointed out, there might be a few more trickling in just by virtue of what he's seeing in the precincts there. But I think the major dump has just happened now, so I don't think we're going to see a lot of significant change, at least from what we can see here. And by the way, Jeff, we do have breakdown results by county now. So if there's something you're interested in, a county or a race, we can look at those and break them down.
Or we could stay at the top line, and it's enough to chew on for a few minutes. It's a razor-thin margin between Spencer Cox and John Huntsman Jr. at this point. 2,000 votes separate them out of 216,000 cast. That amounts to 0.5%. What does this mean as we go into the next few days, gentlemen?
A lot of waiting, I think, is what this really means. So the next question for me will be how many ballots come in today and tomorrow that either were postmarked or dropped off at a box at an election location today. What is that number? And then, of course, the really big question is, where are they coming from? Are they coming from rural parts of the state? Are they coming from Salt Lake County or Weber, Davis County? Where are they coming from? Because for each of these campaigns, they have areas where they are stronger and areas where they do less well. And so they're going to be trying to, do the dissecting and figure out where all the votes are. And that's going to help look at the projections in terms of where it goes from here.
The Utah County Clerk had told me earlier this evening that I'm trying to remember the number that they expect between yesterday and today in the last minute voters, that should be about 20% of the electorate. Now, I don't know if I have the number right, but it sounded something like that when we spoke hours ago this evening.
So as you analyze this, Mark, you mentioned you could see some of the county breakdowns. Who is reporting right now? Whoops,
Salt Lake.
There we go.
I should be unmuted now. We see some big numbers, obviously, from Salt Lake County, from Weber County, and also surprisingly from Washington County. There are a high number of votes in from there. About I'm just looking, about 12. Well, actually, much more than that. Much more than 12,000 votes. I would say closer to 20 or 23,000 votes coming in. Salt Lake County has a lot turned in. Davis County has a big number, and it's interesting when you look at Davis County, for example. It shows Spencer Cox strongly in the lead, strongly ahead of John Huntsman. Well, if you consider about 4,000 votes strongly, 21,000 votes in Davis County for Spencer Cox, 17,500 for John Huntsman Jr. in Davis County. It looks like John Huntsman Jr. performs most strongly in Salt Lake County, 50,000 votes compared to Spencer Cox, just over 36,000 votes in that county. But of course, in the balance, it's just one of those really too close to call things. We see some other big numbers in from Weber County and Utah County. We can break those down a little bit too, if you'd like. It looks like Spencer Cox is doing well in Utah County, which would make sense because that's closer to his hometown. He's ahead 38,000 votes to John Huntsman's 24,000 votes.
So I'd like to stay on the top line for just a moment because it's hard to retain these numbers while you hear them on the radio. We have Spencer Cox with a 2,000 vote lead over John Huntsman Jr. Can we go back to that first district congressional race? I think you said Blake Moore is holding a substantial lead.
Yeah, it looks like let's see, about a 30%, just about a 31% lead. Actually, he doesn't have a substantial lead. He and Bob Stevenson now, and I don't know if this has changed, but it looks like it has. Blake Moore, has 30.47%. Bob Stevenson, 30.07%. So that has changed. Yeah, that has changed. They are neck and neck.
The most important, interesting thing, I don't know about most important, Katie Witt with the concert gambit that did not work. Where does she show up in this polling?
She is fourth with 16, just about 17% of the vote there. And it's also surprising that I would think that Kerry Gibson, who might have had some of the highest name recognition in this race because of his position in the state, is coming in with only about 23% of the vote.
What about the 4th district? Have we seen any changes in the numbers there? We had Owen at 43%, Cole 24%, McFarland 22%, and Trent had 11%. Has that changed?
That hasn't changed. Yeah, that's still. There might have been some changes behind the decimal point there, but I haven't seen anything significant.
Nothing.
Right.
Not a whole lot of change there in the 4th congressional. Again, looking at the governor's races, look at those numbers. There are still a few of those that haven't completed what they're saying is their 6/30 session, meaning the June 30th session. And again, those numbers continue to be updated on the Utah election preliminary results page. And so they're looking now. It looks like the Cox campaign has edged out just a little bit further, 37% to 34%. Over Huntsman and Kaufusi, and then Greg Hughes at 20%, and then Thomas Wright and Rob Bishop at 7.73%. So those numbers continue to get tweaked just a little bit. What else are you seeing from your vantage point there, Mark?
Well, it's the same thing you are. We're seeing a lot of, as I mentioned, some changes behind the decimal point, and we are seeing, as you mentioned, it was neck and neck first when we saw Spencer Cox and Huntsman statewide in those that first dump of numbers, but now with let's see, 100 and probably close to 300,000 votes in and counted, I would say that we've got Cox leading Huntsman by 3 percentage points. And by the way, anybody can get on our website, kslnewsradio.com/results, and can see the latest numbers if you're really a political wonk and want to stay up all night and watch these numbers change. You can do that. Just get on our page and refresh the page for the latest numbers. But we're tied in directly with the Lieutenant Governor's office in those numbers as well.
And
Mark and Boyd, I'm curious about Washington County with Greg Hughes, tagging Victor Iverson as his running mate. What are the Washington County numbers indicating?
Well, let's break down. Yeah.
Washington County has 12,875 for Greg Hughes and Victor Iverson. So they did get the largest number, 2,309, a little over 2,000 for the Cox Henderson campaign. So yeah, they did very, very well down there in Washington County. Currently leading by about 3,000 votes over each of the other two candidates there.
Right.
I'm sorry. I just I've been waiting for these numbers all night. Of course, my computer crashes as they come in. So
I thought you had a mic drop moment there,
No,
Jeff.
mic is still working. Just the numbers, the computer, it's all that. Kara Hoffelmeyer is going to come in a moment. There's a statement from the Sean Reyes team, or from it's standing here before me. Do we have numbers on the AG race? Have we heard any?
Mark, you want to take those?
I'm going to look at that right now. Yeah, absolutely.
I've got in front of me right now. Currently on the AG's race, Sean Reyes is leading at 54.47%. David Levitt is at 45%. So 9-point lead there for Attorney General Reyes over David Levitt currently. And again, we'll continue to monitor that. Again, just a few more, I think, trickle in numbers for tonight, and then we'll have to wait for the next batch to come through.
All right, we have a statement from Sean Reyes here. He says in a campaign statement, "These are early results, but we're very pleased with the numbers. We hope to increase our lead over the coming days. I want to thank everyone who voted. I am over." Wait a minute, I'm not going to deliver his campaign speech. Let's just go with he's happy with the results thus far.
I'm still amazed that everybody came on with us this evening except Sean Reyes, and I don't understand why.
And he backed out at the last minute. He was all set, and then about 10 minutes before airtime, they said he's not going to be making any statements tonight. And here we have this written statement from him. So there's no speaking from that campaign. Nonetheless, he is in the lead.
Yeah.
I will tell you this, this is something you shouldn't take personally, because I was speaking with our counterparts in television and they got the same response. So it's not Doug Wright, Boyd Matheson, and Jeff Kaplan involved here. I think it was probably just a strategic decision that he made late in the game here.
You can always blame it on Boyd. You are not alone in that sentiment, Doug.
You know what, guys? The strategy works. He's winning.
Yeah,
it's true. And he releases a statement and then gets me to read it on the radio. So there you go. All right. So why don't we recap and take it to the finish line here, because we have our numbers for this evening.
Yeah. This has been an amazing evening. It really has. Every time I think in now a 52-year career and 42 of that at KSL, I've seen everything. I haven't. There's something to learn every year, every day. And this has been a totally unique election, a totally unique process, a totally unique time. And I'll tell you, I absolutely agree with everybody who has indicated that to one degree or another, our lives have changed. And the elections we see in the future are going to be substantially different. Lessons were learned here. Things will evolve out of this that we probably have not even yet fully comprehended or imagined. And I'm just glad I was here to see it, and I was glad I was here to share it with you guys tonight. This has been a real honor for me to once again be part of election night at KSL. I love it.
Absolutely. And a very different kind of election night. Could we just go back on one thing? Are there any of these races that, given these numbers, that the race is over, it's done, it doesn't matter what comes next? Or are we still in it with every one of these races we've been talking about? The first, the fourth, governor, attorney general. What do you think?
I would say that these are all still in play. I think the one that is probably the most surprising tonight, and the one that will be hardest to move the needle on, is actually the 4th congressional race, where Burgess Owen has a solid 20-point lead over Kim Coleman, 22-point lead over J. Mac McFarland. And so Burgess, I think, is beating the odds and overperforming on expectation for this first night, election night. So that's going to be a tough one to break down. In a congressional district that small, it's going to be tough for those other candidates to make up that much ground. If we follow kind of a pattern of maybe there's 25% of the vote still outstanding, you'd really have to have a massive swing in order for one of those other candidates to catch Burgess at this point.
I always ask myself, would my friend Dan Jones call any of these? And I think the only one he might call is the one that you referred to in the 4th congressional district, but I wouldn't be willing to call any of the others.
Yeah, it's a razor thin margin in the gubernatorial race between Spencer Cox and John Huntsman. And on that note, at 10:19 p.m., we're going to call it a night. My thanks to Doug Wright for being here this evening. It is always wonderful to hear your voice on this radio station. It seems proper. It seems right. Boyd Matheson, we always appreciate your insightful analysis during the course of an evening. Thanks to our producer, Kira Hoffelmeyer, associate producer, Nick Wyatt, Caitlin Johnston for working on the Facebook Live project this evening. Of course, Gustavo Rodriguez for operating the board. And thank you, most of all, for listening to election coverage on KSL News Radio.